Christian Javier. Michael Lorenzen on the mound for the Rockies. Phillies and Giants just about to get underway. Tonight the Nats, or later today, the Nats host the Cardinals. Braves and Angels meet later this afternoon. Tonight the Rays will host the Chicago Cubs. Diamondbacks at 4:10 will take on David Peterson and the New York Mets at Citi Field. A's and Yankees meet at Yankee Stadium in the Bronx later tonight, while the Marlins will host the Cincinnati Reds, and the Tigers and Twins play at Target Field tonight in Minneapolis. Here in Pittsburgh, again, the final score 8-2 in favor of the San Diego Padres. They take 2 of 3 in this one, and we'll have more coming up on the Pirates Radio Network, presented by Iron City and IC Light.
At AHN Sports Medicine, we know runners. Trail runners, road runners, marathon runners, 1-mile runners, and the somewhere in between runners. We also know that no two runners are alike, which is why at AHN Sports Medicine, we use the latest research, equipment, and technologies to build your personalized plan. At AHN, we see you. Call 412-DOCTORS to get expert care from AHN, the official medical provider of your Pittsburgh Pirates.
In Pittsburgh, we don't just show up, we show pride. From the steel mills to the stands, we are Pittsburgh. Pittsburghers drink local. Pittsburghers have been drinking Iron City since 1861. Cold, smooth, built for our city. Through every inning, every season, every generation. Our city, our team, our beer. Drink Iron City beer.
We're back at PNC Park. We check out now our Pittsburgh Brewing Company key account of the game. Stop into Applebee's all season long for $4 22-ounce IC Light drafts. What a pitching matchup for a while. Mitch Keller against Michael King. Keller going 6 shutout innings, allowing 3 hits, a walk, 4 strikeouts, but he was lifted after 75 pitches. Michael King just as good, but he was extended into the 7th inning. He pitched 6 scoreless, and actually the right-hander had a lead thanks to 4 runs in the top of the 7th inning off reliever Justin Lawrence. But one of those was unearned. Xander Bogaerts led off the 7th inning with a ground ball that Nick Gonzalez could not handle. His throw was off the mark, and Bogaerts reached. Miguel Andujar followed and doubled him to third, so they were in business. 2nd and 3rd, nobody out for veteran Nick Castellanos. But now 2nd and 3rd, nobody out. The pitch, infield in, and a line drive left field by Castellanos, hit deep. Back is Mangum, diving try, can't make the catch. And that will score 2 as Castellanos delivers again. It's a 2-run double in the 7th inning. San Diego up 2-0. Yeah, he delivered again. Castellanos had, you remember, the RBI double in the 4th inning off Bubba Chandler on Monday to give the Padres a 1-0 lead. They would go on to shut out the Pirates on Monday. They weren't done. 1 out later, Jake Cronenworth stepped to the plate against Lawrence. There's a line drive toward right center field. Hit well toward the wall and gone. Jake Cronenworth on a 2-2 pitch from Justin Lawrence gives the Padres a 4-0 lead in the 7th. And that's his first home run of the year. But the Pirates came back at the bottom of the 7th inning. Nick York led off with a base hit up the middle against Michael King. Nick Gonzalez followed with a double. Craig Stammen, the skipper of the Padres, then pulled Michael King in favor of lefty Kyle Hart. With Spencer Horwitz due up, Don Kelly called on Connor Griffin, the 19-year-old who signed the 9-year, reportedly $140 million deal today. And Connor Griffin, a nice at-bat against lefty Kyle Hart. Long pause, 1-2 pitch. Line drive left field, coming over, and diving catch made by Laureano. But a sacrifice fly for Connor Griffin on the 1-2 pitch. Gets the Bucks on the board. York scores. Gonzalez holds at second. It's 4-1. Wow. Man. Yeah, it was a wow because of the at-bat and the catch made by Laureano, who made a couple of stellar grabs in this ballgame. Might have single-handedly, as John mentioned earlier, saved the day for San Diego. They've got quite an outfield defense here. Joey Bart was next. 2 balls, 2 strikes, the pitch. And a ground ball up the middle, a base hit. Joey Bart's RBI single makes it a 4-2 ball game. Bart with his first ribby of the season, brings home Gonzalez. It's 4-2. But after a scoreless 8th inning, neither club scored in the 8th. Things got away from the Pirates in the 9th. Jose Urquidy would give up 4. One of them earned error charge to Connor Griffin. Leadoff batter Nick Castellanos reached on the error. And following that, Luis Campusano with an RBI double. Bryce Johnson, the pinch runner, had stolen second. He scored. And with 1 out, a base hit by Laureano was followed by another RBI single by Fernando Tatis. There was a double steal in that inning and an error on Nick York. And the Padres ended up winning it by the final score of 8-2. They take 2 of 3 in the series. We'll check the totals next and see what's ahead for the Pirates. First, we're going to step aside and allow our stations to identify themselves. A reminder, brief road trip into Chicago. Pirates are back home for a week-long homestand starting on Monday against the Washington Nationals, and barring something unforeseen, good chance that Paul Skeens would make his next start on Monday against those Nats here at PNC Park. 4 with Washington, including a matinee game a week from tomorrow, and then the Tampa Bay Rays for a weekend series. Go to Pirates.com for tickets. We pause on the Pirates Radio Network.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Again, the final score 8-2, and we will check those totals and what's ahead coming up next on the Pirates Radio Network, presented by Iron City and IC Light.
While you sleep, there are people you've never met who are working hard to make your morning. People who get up at ungodly hours to make sure you get the information you want. People who dedicate their lives to make yours better while you sleep. These people come together during the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert, 5:30 to 10 in the morning, to make sure you have the best news, traffic, and weather to start your day. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
RingCentral's AI receptionist uses voice AI to answer on the first ring, so you'll never miss a call again. In just a few minutes, you can personalize your own AI receptionist to answer questions, route calls, schedule appointments, and even send texts in multiple languages. Plus, it's easy to scale. Create unlimited AI receptionists across any phone system. It's all powered by one reliable platform for effortless AI communications. See for yourself at ringcentral.com. RingCentral, voice of your business.
As the official bank of the Pittsburgh Pirates, PNC knows that everyone gets excited about different parts of baseball. Some fans love home runs. PNC likes a well-executed sacrifice bunt. Others love sliding catches. PNC prefers pop-ups caught with 2 hands. But everyone loves getting discounts on tickets and merchandise with the Pittsburgh Pirates PNC Bank Visa debit card. Learn more at pnc.com/piratescard. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC. Visa is a registered trademark of Visa International Service Association and used under license.
When facing the best hitters in the bigs, Paul Skeens welcomes pressure. But when shopping for a new vehicle, he'd rather avoid it completely. That's why Paul is a big fan of #1 Cochran's Clearly Better Car Buying. It's our exclusive, no-hassle way of doing business, featuring full transparency and no pressure whatsoever. You see, like Paul, we believe hardball belongs on the field, not in the showroom. #1 Cochran.
Back at PNC Park, the totals. The Padres, 8 runs, 10 hits, no errors, 7 men left on base. Pirates, 2 runs, 6 hits, 3 errors, 7 men left on base. Winning pitcher Michael King, his first victory of the season. He's 1-1. And Justin Lawrence suffers the loss, 0-1. Time of game, 2 hours, 42 minutes. Paid attendance, 10,046. Padres are now 6-6. The Pirates are 7-5. And though the Pirates had their 7-game losing streak here at home snapped last night with their victory, 7-1, their 7-game losing streak at home to the Padres, we should stress, they drop another decision to the Friars. They have lost 13 of their last 15 games to the Padres overall on the last 3 seasons. But they look to get back on the winning track on Friday against their National League Central Division rival Chicago Cubs. Off day tomorrow. Pirates travel tonight to the Windy City. And Carmen Majinski, who has a 1.77 career ERA versus the Cubbies, will oppose what looks like lefty Shota Imanaga. And we'll join you at 1:55 with a pregame from the friendly confines on Friday. Big thank you to Mike Kravitz. He has been our producer at our flagship station. And as always, a big thank you to Doran Check, our director in the booth. Now for John Wayner, Greg Brown, thanks so much for being with us. And we'll look forward to talking to you again on Friday from Chicago. Here in Pittsburgh, Pirates fall to the Padres today, 8-2 on the Pirates Radio Network, presented by Iron City and IC Light.
For generations, you've listened to us in your kitchen, catching baseball games on your front porch, and ending your day as your bedtime buddy. Now, you can watch us every day on your TV with our new KDKA Radio YouTube page, or by clicking on KDKARadio.com. It's presented by Metropolitan Windows. Same great content, more live visuals. The voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Pirates fans, listen up. If you're in the military, we want to give you the PNC Park experience for less. As a show of our appreciation for your service and sacrifice to this country, members of the military and their families can save big on their seats at select home games all season long. Visit pirates.com/military for details. Let's go, Bucks!
This is going to do it. This game is over.
Should be the ball game.
You've been listening to Pirates Baseball on the Pirates Radio Network. Today's game on the Pirates Radio Network has been brought to you by Allegheny Health Network, official medical provider of the Pittsburgh Pirates. Caring for you through every win, loss, and every moment in between. The Pennsylvania Lottery. Players must be 18 or older. Please play responsibly. Sheets, the official convenience store of the Pittsburgh Pirates. Why the Sheets not? Get a snack after the game. Pittsburgh Brewing Company. Pittsburgh Brewing, makers of Iron City and IC Light. Ford, the official truck of the Pittsburgh Pirates. NSS Life. For low-cost insurance and high-yielding annuities, it's NSS Life, where family matters. SeatGeek, the official ticket marketplace of the Pittsburgh Pirates. Highmark Health. Highmark is proud to support Pirates everywhere, from home base to home away from home, because life. Highmark, Blue Cross Blue Shield. Giant Eagle, official supermarket of the Pittsburgh Pirates. And by PNC. PNC, brilliantly boring since 1865. You've been listening to Pirates Baseball on the Pirates Radio Network.
The ball game is over.
And this game is over.
And the ball game is over.
Now, it's time for your reaction on the Pirates Fan Reaction Show. The Og Murphy and Prikoski Fan Reaction Show is presented by Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration and is brought to you by Bellman Electric, Sir Grout, Hampton Beer Outlet, Guardian Protection, NJM Insurance, Keystone Custom Apparel, Veteran Basement Waterproofing, and Og Murphy and Prikoski Law Firm. We're all in.
And this will do it. And the ball game is over.
The Fan Reaction Show is on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
And a very good afternoon. Paul Alexander with you on the Og Murphy and Prikoski Reaction Show, presented by Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration. Og Murphy and Prikoski, we are all in. And there was certainly a statement made today that the Buccos are all in on one Mr. Connor Griffin, all 19 years of age, although he will be turning the big 2-0 in just a month's time. But what an unbelievable day. I know the game didn't have the same kind of feel to it. And I have to admit, I had to get myself back up a little bit because I was so fired up after the news and the 9 years, $140 million, and just looking at this roster and the 7-4 record, and I was pretty pumped up for the ball game today. And then the game itself, well, that left a little bit to be desired, to say the least. Not the Pirates' prettiest game of the year. And I'll go right back to the scene of the crime. John Wayner's going to join us now. And Rock, first of all, you lived your dream. You lived, you were a Pittsburgh Pirate. You won a World Series. You got to do all those kind of things that we all grew up dreaming about. You got to experience it. But could you imagine yourself at 19 knowing that you have $140 million guaranteed coming your way? How would that make you feel?
Oh, boy, at 19, I just wish I, had somewhere to go and something to do. I mean, the last thing I was thinking about was earning a fortune. I'm most impressed with this kid playing at this level at 19 years old and the maturity and everything else. And to be thought highly enough to get that kind of commitment from your team is really, it's unbelievable to me. I mean, to get this done, it really was a great day. I mean, what a great homestand, just to see him make his debut and the excitement and the buzz and, winning the sweeping that first series, 4 of the first 5, and then then today, like I said, just when you thought that the homestand couldn't go any better, then you find out we locked this kid up for 9 years, man. So I mean, but yeah, for him, God bless him. I mean, that's something else.
It is absolutely incredible. I was kind of stunned that he wasn't in the lineup today. What a better way to celebrate than to go out and play baseball.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm sure it's been a whirlwind. I'm sure they've been talking and negotiating and excuse me. I think that has to take a toll. I think that has to be somewhat of a distraction, especially when you're away from the ballpark. When you're at the ballpark, you're trying to concentrate on the task at hand, which again is not easy at this level for somebody that's just 19 years old. But maybe just to give him a bit of a mental rest, just because of everything that he's gone through the last who knows how long these negotiations been going on, and just to give him a breather and to clear the mind a little bit. But he still ended up getting in there and got a couple of bats, and was able to drive in a run and got to face Mason Miller. I don't know if that was his biggest thrill or not, but yeah, I'm sure it was nice. I mean, I'm sure it's been a hectic day, hectic weeks, or however long it's been since he's been going through this.
And now that that's out of the way going forward, I would think it's all baseball.
Yeah, I mean, I would guess it. It would be able to relax and just play baseball, and at this level, I mean, he's facing the best in the world, and but you could see the talent, and we've already seen the adjustments from his first game till last night. I thought a really good game he played last night, and he doesn't seem to be fazed by a whole lot anyhow. And so you would think he'd be able to go and relax and play, but then on the other hand, some people might think, well, I got to earn what I'm getting, and so hopefully he doesn't put too much pressure on himself to try to earn this contract in a day or a week or a season.
Well, when the big talk was, prior to this season, it was, you got to trade some of this pitching to get some bats into the lineup because, the team pitched very, very well last year and didn't have enough to show for it because they weren't producing any runs. And the guy that always came up was Mitch Keller, and I'm sure there were a ton of talks with Ben Cherington and others that, I'm sure a lot of teams were interested in Mitch Keller, but the reason that they kept Mitch Keller, we saw today, I thought he was outstanding.
He was. He's been good his first 3 starts. He's been good, the last 3-4 years. It's funny because he came up as a flamethrower and maybe more of a thrower than a pitcher. And today he's sitting around 91, 92. He threw a couple maybe at 94. But just to be able to locate, change speeds, keep the bat off the ball off the barrel of the bat. He is getting really good at his craft. He just really knows how to pitch. He knows how to compete, and there was so much talk that had to be a distraction for him at the trade deadline and even into the off season. But this pitching staff's very strong, and a lot of the reason is because of a guy like Mitch Keller and Paul Skeens and these young guys. So. I was really happy with the way he threw the ball today. Obviously, there wasn't much room for error because Michael King on the other side was good and didn't give us a whole lot of opportunities. So, Mitch going 6 strong was big today.
And, 13 out of the last 15, there has to be a little bit more than the Padres are just good. They just must be a bad matchup or they have the Pirates' number. There's always situations in sports where one team just doesn't sit well with you, and that seems to be the Padres for the Pirates.
Well, you think about where they've been and what they've done these last 3, 4, 5 years. I mean, they're not exactly a large market, but they've been spending like a large market. Yeah. They bring in a guy like Machado, and they locked up the Jackson Merrill and a guy like Tatis, and they bought some pitching, and they got some time. They're like the little stepbrother of the Dodgers, yep. And they're trying to keep up with them by spending with them. Not quite to that level, but yeah, they've brought in a bunch of talent. They got a lot of complementary players that are solid. They obviously brought in Mason Miller from Bethel Park, who is maybe the best in the game. I mean, that's ridiculous what we see from him. We talk about the velocity. I think his slider might be better than his fastball. I mean, that's how good this guy is. And so making contact with him is a win. So, yeah, they've spent some money. They've made some trades. They've brought in some pretty big talent. And so coming into this year, they've out-talented us, and I think we're right with them now. It was just that we couldn't get a whole lot going offensively today, and then things got messy at the end.
Yeah, that's the one thing that I didn't want to see. The thing I said in the pregame was, just don't throw the ball around. Make sure you don't give them any extra outs and, take what you can get offensively. And today was just one of those days. And when you have 162 of them, these are going to happen now and again.
Yeah, we've had a couple of them like that. And, I think everybody's going to be asking the question, Mitch Keller, he went 6 strong, only 75 pitches. But, whether it was scripted out that way or not, Trevor, I call him Trevor all the time, Justin Lawrence has been so good as a Pirate. Yes. I mean, that's an uncomfortable bat, and they had some righties coming up, and and then they ended up. He made a couple mistakes, and they were good enough to jump on him there, and then there's a miscue defensively, and then it kind of blows up on him. But that's going to be a pretty good recipe if you can get your starting pitcher to go through 6 and not give up anything. Yeah, you're going to win those games. But offensively, we just, other than Nick York, we couldn't get a whole lot going. Plus, there was a couple opportunities with doubles, and we weren't able to move them over and in. And Donnie Kelly will talk about playing small ball and then playing tough and sacrificing yourself for situations. If you maybe manufacture a run or two after a leadoff double, it might be a different outcome. But I think that's part of it too. When you're not getting many opportunities, sometimes you got to play a little small ball to scratch together a run or two.
Now, Rock, do you get to go to Chicago?
Yes, head to the airport now as we speak. So,
that's when I get really jealous of you guys, because that is just one of those great trips that is always fun.
Well, Chicago in April is not great.
Correct.
Chicago in the summer is awesome. In April, man, we were freezing last night. We're going to freeze Friday and Saturday. The winds, when it's cold there, the wind's blowing in. And so we're not only going to be dealing with the cold, but the wind blowing in our face. And there's no hiding from it. It's not quite as nice. It's just a beautiful city. I love going there. But I'd much rather go in the summer.
Well, Rock, I better let you get out of here. Safe travels. Have a great time. And as always, it's a pleasure to have you. Thank you, Rock.
Yes, sir, Paul. Always good to hear from you, brother.
All right. John Wehner on his way to the airport, heading to the Windy City as the Pirates fall 8-2 to the Padres. And the Padres have just been basically unbeatable, aside from last night when they found a way to actually not only beat them, to add on and make it a 7-1 win last night. That one really was encouraging, and I thought after the great news of the morning with the Connor Griffin signing and everything that came with that, and the players that came out to join him at his press conference to show their support, imagine, if you have siblings or you have any, it's hard to find in our business in particular, like when someone gets a big promotion or a big raise or a big opportunity, not everybody's happy for them. I mean, that's just the way of the world. To see that there was so much support for a 19-year-old kid. Imagine all the veterans that have put in 8, 9, 10 years in the majors, or maybe were in the minors for like 4 years or whatever it was it took them to get into the majors and to finally get their first contract that had some substance to it. And they see this kid that's had 6 games of Major League Baseball experience sign a 9-year, $140 million contract. And the kid has such great character. You know what? They are all genuinely happy for him and happy for them because they get this great player and this great guy as a teammate. So despite the 8-2 loss today to the Padres, what an amazing day for your Pittsburgh Pirates today. Right here on the Og, Murphy, and Prokowski Reaction Show presented by Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration. Og, Murphy, and Prokowski, we're all in, and so were the Buccos. And the broadcaster segment, which I mean, I love all the Pirate guys, I really do, but I just get such a kick out of The Rock, John Wayner. He's the absolute best. He's presented by Veteran Basement Waterproofing in Bethel Park, the home of, by the way, Mason Miller, who just lights it up. He might be, as The Rock said, the most impressive closer in all of baseball right now. Hey, we are open for business at 1-866-391-1020 if you'd like to give us a reaction. And by the way, your reaction is brought to you by the Hampton Beer Outlet, IC and IC Light 30-pack cans, $22.99. When we come back, we'll have our Electric Player of the Game. That is presented by Pellman Electric, cutting-edge electrical contractors covering the tri-state. Bucks lose 8-2. Day off tomorrow, then it's off to Chicago. And a game we'll have for you right here. First pitch at 2:20, as it always is in Chicago, and we'll have our pregame show at around 1:20. So we'll be ready for you on Friday after the day off tomorrow. We'll be back on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
There's a new kind of energy at Starbucks. When your day needs a reset, try the all-new energy refreshers. Strawberry acai, mango dragon fruit, or the all-new mango strawberry. The refreshers you love, now with extra caffeine. New energy refreshers only at Starbucks.
Snakes, zombies, public speaking. The list of fears is endless. But the real danger is in your hand when you're behind the wheel. Distracted driving is what's really scary and even deadly. Eyes forward. Don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. On top of home and auto, Progressive protects your boat, RV, and motorcycle so you can explore the unknown.
Actually, we just take the RV to the same campground every year.
Well, maybe you can catch your own dinner on your boat.
Oh, we can actually get pizza delivered there from this brick oven place we love.
Will you at least try a new topping?
Honestly, probably not. We kind of have a go-to order.
Fine. Just bundle home or auto insurance with your outdoor vehicles with Progressive and stay protected when you go, I guess, where you've gone before. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
At Audion Hearing, our mission is simple: to make better hearing affordable for everyone. We're proud to offer high-quality, rechargeable hearing aids starting at just $98. Clear, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. And here's a study worth hearing. Research shows that wearing hearing aids can reduce your risk of dementia by up to 61%. Join over 1 million happy customers and hear the difference today by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
My name is Christine, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, was a healthy 34-year-old, and 3 months later, he was gone. Thankfully, he had life insurance. Ethos made it so easy. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. 100% online, no medical exam. Life insurance didn't take away the loss, but it did give us the space to just grieve.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/protect. Ethos.com/protect. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter.
On top of home and auto, Progressive protects your boat, RV, and motorcycle so you can explore the unknown.
Actually, we just take the RV to the same campground every year.
Well, maybe you can catch your own dinner on your boat.
Oh, we can actually get pizza delivered there from this brick oven place we love.
Will you at least try a new topping?
Honestly, probably not. We kind of have a go-to order.
Fine. Just bundle home or auto insurance with your outdoor vehicles with Progressive and stay protected when you go, I guess, where you've gone before. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
After an accident, you need an injury attorney who fights for you. Ogg, Murphy, and Perkoski are ready to take on the insurance companies and win you the compensation you deserve. Call 412-391-FIRM. Ogg, Murphy, Perkoski, the firm. We're all in.
Is water taking over your basement? Are your foundation walls cracking? Don't wait. Call the experts. Call Veteran Basement Waterproofing. Having 30 years of experience and veteran-owned Veteran Basement Waterproofing believes in honest, experienced inspections and getting the job done right the first time with a lifetime warranty. Don't let water damage your home. For a free inspection, call Joe the Waterproofer at Veteran Basement Waterproofing, 724-217-0677.
Looking for something smart, soulful, and full of heart? I'm Jen Hatmaker, host of For the Love, the podcast where we talk about what really matters. Love and family, faith and purpose. Every week, I'm joined by incredible guests for honest conversations that invite all of us to live with more intention, more laughter, and more connection. Join us on For the Love wherever you get your podcasts.
When disaster strikes your home or business, Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration of Pittsburgh is ready to help. Our certified team handles everything from emergency cleanup to full reconstruction, working directly with your insurance to make the process simple. Available 24/7, we respond fast and restore your property with care, honesty, and experience you can trust. Visit panhandlecr.com. Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration, restoring Pittsburgh's peace of mind.
There's electricity in the crowd, but when you have electrical problems, you need a family-owned business you can trust. Call Pellman Electric. Pellman Electric has been in business for over 25 years, and their qualified electricians can handle any project. Residential or commercial, outlet repairs in your house, to completing a high-rise office building, Pellman Electric will tackle any job. And if the power goes out, Pellman offers generator installation services. Visit them at PellmanElectric.com. You depend on electricity, depend on Pellman.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Now more of the Ogg, Murphy, and Perkoski Fan Reaction Show on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
And welcome back, 8-2, as the Padres take 2 out of 3 from the Bucks. They fall today after announcing an incredible moment. The 9-year, $140 million extension of one Connor Griffin, the 19-year-old phenom. And he did not start the day, but in the 7th inning, he found himself in a pinch hitting role. And the Pirates looked like they were going to make some serious noise. They had a couple of runs in, or at least Connor Griffin helped them get a couple of runs in as he stepped up to the plate with a chance to knock in a run.
Line drive left field coming over, and diving catch made by Laureano. But a sacrifice fly for Connor Griffin on the 1-2 pitch. Gets the Bucks on the board. York scores. Gonzalez holds at second. It's 4-1. Wow.
Yeah. They would make it 4-2, and that was our play of the game. Sir Grout, your local tile, grout, and stone restoration specialist. Connor Griffin getting in and knocking in a run. They would add another run. That would be it for the Bucks offensively as they fall 8-2. And the electric player of the game, well, yeah, you know where I'm going with this. That's brought to you by Pellman Electric, cutting-edge electrical contractors covering the tri-state. It all happened before the game when it became official. Connor Griffin had been extended 9 years, $140 million, and he's very excited about it.
I'm pumped to go compete. The goal is to win. The goal is to win a World Series, and I think we got a great clubhouse to go do that, and I'm pumped to be a part of it. Can't wait to continue to get better as a player and just continue to grow as a person as well.
Hard to believe this kid is 19. Granted, next month he does turn 20. He's already married. He's already set financially for generations. It's just a wild scenario, and I think he is going to be everything that he has been, as he had been advertised as. I think he's going to be that good. And that player of the game is brought to you by Pellman Electric, cutting-edge electrical contractors covering the tri-state. Insurance run of the game. Unfortunately, the insurance runs were all made on the other side of things. And that is presented by NGM Insurance. NGM, no jingles or mascots, just great insurance. And unfortunately, just like the no jingles or mascots, there were no insurance runs today for the Pirates. They used them all up last night. They got a boatload of insurance runs last night as they beat the Padres 7-1. Unfortunately for the Bucs, they have now lost 13 of the last 15 against San Diego. As far as protecting the lead, no lead to protect today, but if there had been, it would have been sponsored by Guardian Protection, your hometown security company. When we come back, we'll take a look ahead to what's ahead for the Pirates as they have the day off tomorrow. They're already traveling to Chicago. And as The Rock said, Chicago in April is okay. Nothing like it is in the summer, though, because it's the Windy City and it's a little chilly in Chicago up until probably middle of June, unfortunately. So it will be the Cubs 4-3 for the Bucks, and they will play Friday right here on KDKA. We'll be back with more of the Og, Murphy, and Prokosky reaction show presented by Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration. Og, Murphy, and Prokosky, we're all in, and we'll be right back on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Pittsburgh's very own board-certified and licensed hypnotherapist Dan Vitchoff of the PA Hypnosis Center is here to help you. He has helped train U.S. Olympic team members control their brains, stay relaxed, focused, and in control, giving them the edge for the gold. He's recognized by many organizations around the world as one of the top hypnotherapists anywhere. He has gotten over 3,000 people to give up cigarettes for good in the last 22 years. He's helped folks even who've tried gastric bypass to lose weight. He can help you and give you a 98% success guarantee. Call 724-934-8446. That's Dan Vitchoff, the PA Hypnosis Center. Mention KDKA and get $50 off any program. But call for a free consultation today, 724-934-8446. The PA Hypnosis Center with Dan Vitchoff. Make that call today, 724-934-8446.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. On top of home and auto, Progressive protects your boat, RV, and motorcycle so you can explore the unknown.
Actually, we just take the RV to the same campground every year.
Well, maybe you can catch your own dinner on your boat.
Oh, we can actually get pizza delivered there from this brick oven place we love.
Will you at least try a new topping?
Honestly, probably not. We kind of have a go-to order.
Fine. Just bundle home or auto insurance with your outdoor vehicles with Progressive and stay protected when you go, I guess, where you've gone before. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Not available in all states or situations.
Catastrophic injuries bring emotional strain, physical pain, and financial stress. You don't have to face it alone. Og, Murphy, and Prokosky will fight to get you the compensation you deserve. Call 412-391-FIRM today. Og, Murphy, Prokosky, the firm. We're all in.
Ms. Fernandez, what are those tiny things?
Those are what we call amoebas. You can only see them through a microscope.
Wow.
Today's students are tomorrow's great thinkers and innovators. But right now, there's a funding crisis in public schools. Millions of kids go to schools that don't have funding for books, computers, and so much more just because of where they live. You can help change that. Donors Choose is a nonprofit that lets you support students and teachers in your community and beyond. You choose which supplies to support. You could provide first graders with pencils and paper, or other students with their first chapter books, help a music class get a guitar.
You could even supply a classroom like mine with a science project. But what you're really giving is the moment that sparks a brighter tomorrow.
To learn more, please visit DonorsChoose.org. That's DonorsChoose.org. Choose students. Shape the future.
Hey guys, thanks for taking my call.
You're listening to the Og Murphy and Prokowski Fan Reaction Show on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Welcome back. Paul Alexander with you just for a couple more minutes. The Colin Dunlap Show is waiting in the wings. Or should we say on deck? I guess we should. Pirates on the day, 2 runs, 6 hits, 3 errors. It was a sloppy one, folks. They did not play their best ball game of the year. There's no question about that. San Diego, 8 runs on 10 hits and no errors. And one of the great stories in baseball, of course, every great story in this great country of ours, if you can't find a Pittsburgh connection, you're just not trying hard enough because there's always one. And Mason Miller is that story for the Padres. A Bethel Park native. Was a good high school player. I mean, obviously not out of this world great, but he ends up at Waynesburg. A lot of the folks that work here, the majority of our Waynesburg alum are over on the Fan, and a lot of them knew, and some even played with Mason while they were in college. And he was a good player, not a great player. Then he went to Gardner-Webb, and he got his diabetes under control, which allowed him to really blossom physically. He had been fighting that awful problem for a good while, not successfully, and then he figured out, I guess, the right medication and everything else, and now he's just blowing people away at the major league level. Got the final 3 outs today. Not a save situation, obviously, but as John Wayner was saying to us just a few moments ago, he hits 104 on the gun, but John Wayner says his fastball's not the problem, it's the slider. And could you just imagine that? And of all the things, and I've dabbled in all things athletic, all sports, and it's hard. Sports is hard. But I've obviously never faced major league pitching, but I have to think of all the things you try to do. I mean, maybe covering some of these unbelievable, wide receivers. And I mean, there's so many things at that level, at the elite level of athletics are next to impossible. But I can't imagine trying to hit a 104-mile-an-hour fastball or a 96-mile-an-hour slider. I just can't fathom that, and I'm so happy for Mason and his family and the success he's having. And he is a huge weapon, and that is a huge asset for the San Diego Padres. Bucks lose by the score of 8-2. We'll put a little bow on this baby in just a moment right here on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. On top of home and auto, Progressive protects your boat, RV, and motorcycle so you can explore the unknown.
Actually, we just take the RV to the same campground every year.
Well, maybe you can catch your own dinner on your boat.
Oh, we can actually get pizza delivered there from this brick oven place we love.
Will you at least try a new topping?
Honestly, probably not. We kind of have a go-to order.
Fine. Just bundle home or auto insurance with your outdoor vehicles with Progressive and stay protected when you go, I guess, where you've gone before. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations.
You served behind the desk.
You served in combat.
You did 4 years and got out.
You were drafted.
You gave 20 years.
You gave exactly what your country needed.
And so did you.
When you raised your hand and swore an oath to your country, when you put your name on a dotted line, you became part of only 1% of Americans who did the same. You are a veteran.
You are a veteran.
You are a veteran. Because no matter when, where, or how you served, you made a sacrifice for your country, and you deserve support.
If you're struggling with life after service, don't wait. Reach out.
Reach out to a loved one, to a fellow veteran, to VA.
Find resources at va.gov/reach.
Brought to you by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs and the Ad Council.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL or visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell & Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
Now back to the Og Murphy and Prikoski Fan Reaction Show on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Welcome back. Paul Alexander with you on this gorgeous Wednesday afternoon. We'll be back with you for another game on Friday as the Bucs head to Chicago. 3-game series Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. They have the day off tomorrow. 6 of the Pirates' 7 games at Wrigley in 2025 were decided by 1 run. They won a 2-1 10-inning game on June the 13th, as well as a 3-2 victory on August the 15th. The Pirates will then return to Chicago for a 6-game trip out there. They'll double up against Chicago teams. The White Sox, September 8th through the 10th, and that would be the Cubs, September 11th through the 13th. Let's really hope, let's dare to dream that those games in Chicago in September are crucial. Crucial. Or, maybe better yet, maybe that they already have things wrapped up. They already have a wild card at the very least or something like that. Yeah, dare to dream. Why not get a little crazy optimistic? And, oh, by the way, looking ahead to that next game, that's brought to you by Pella Windows and Doors. A look ahead. Now, it's supposed to be tomorrow's game. We don't have a game tomorrow, so we're looking ahead to the series in Chicago. That'll be Friday through Sunday, and I will have pre- and post-game shows for you coming up on Friday. Looking forward to that as well. It's an absolutely gorgeous day out there right now. I'm sorry if the game itself today, if you're headed home right now, kind of was a bit of a damper after the unbelievable news and the very inspiring press conference by the 19-year-old phenom Connor Griffin and his family. His mom and dad were there. His younger brother was there. His wife, that's right, he's married at the ripe old age of 19. And I just can't imagine that feeling of having $140 million guaranteed. Traffic is coming straight up along with Colin Dunlap.
This Odyssey Sports broadcast has been brought to you by Geico. Switch and save. Get more with Geico.
I wasn't kidding, was I? From the P.J. Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, it's KDKA AAA traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Here's Margot.
All right, thanks, Paul. Taking a look at the major roadways, just seeing a few brake lights on the Parkway East outbound. That is starting from Technology Drive as you make your way towards the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. The Parkway West outbound is also giving you a few delays starting from 2nd Avenue as you head towards the lower level of the Fort Pitt Bridge, and 28 outbound, that's giving you a few brake lights as well. Starting from the city as you head up towards the 31st Street Bridge. Also a few brake lights a little bit after the 40th Street Bridge as you make your way towards the Etna Bypass, but nothing too bad. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rental on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Listen to Colin Dunlap on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. On top of home and auto, Progressive protects your boat, RV, and motorcycle so you can explore the unknown.
Actually, we just take the RV to the same campground every year.
Well, maybe you can catch your own dinner on your boat.
Oh, we can actually get pizza delivered there from this brick oven place we love.
Will you at least try a new topping?
Honestly, probably not. We kind of have a go-to order.
Fine. Just bundle home or auto insurance with your outdoor vehicles with Progressive and stay protected when you go, I guess, where you've gone before. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations.
Hey, it's Pony for my friends at Comer & Cross. Does your garage floor have cracked and stained concrete? Mine did. Maybe your garage floor had a bad epoxy or paint job. A new Comer & Cross garage floor is going to transform your whole garage, and all it's going to take is one day. I love mine, and you'll love yours. If you call them right now, and you should do it, don't waste another second. They'll take 50% off your installation. So here's that number. 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. A Comer & Cross garage floor is the gold standard. It is guaranteed to never chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever. And just like they did for me, they will make it so easy for you. Stuff in your garage, they'll take it out. Cracks and pits, they'll fix them perfectly. Look just like new. And they're going to put their proprietary Comer & Cross finish on it. So I want you to call them now and get that 50% off installation. The number is 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. 800-NEW-FLOOR. Or go to COMERcross.com. It's Comer & Cross Premium Concrete Coatings.
The amount of compensation received from a lung cancer or mesothelioma lawsuit varies. But at Pittsburgh-based Goldberg, Persky & White, the goal is simple. Maximize your recovery and ensure you receive the full compensation you deserve. Asbestos manufacturers spent decades concealing the dangers of asbestos exposure, and today, many suffering from lung cancer or mesothelioma are fighting back. You are not alone in this fight. Call GPW today at 1-800-COMPLEX to learn more.
Make 380 Auction of Murraysville your next stop for name brand furniture. Stop in and compare their quality and pricing and save. 380 Auction has name brand furniture for less. Before you buy, shop 380 and save on your next furniture purchase. 380 Auction is open Tuesday through Sunday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Call 724-339-3132. That's 724-339-3132. Or log on to shop380.com and save.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. A wave of optimism is really sweeping through global markets today after the U.S. and Iran reached that ceasefire deal. It's lifting stocks and bonds while driving oil toward what is really its biggest plunge in just about 6 years. All this is easing concern about an energy crisis that could have fueled inflation, and it's reviving bets the Federal Reserve could cut interest rates this year. You know, last year, U.S. electric vehicle demand stalled as the Trump administration yanked some tax breaks and other incentives. But this year, it's really been a different story on demand. The Iran war's big shock to gas prices, showing signs of renewing consumer interest in electric vehicles. And that has charging networks racing to catch up. EV industry tracker Perrin forecasts the fast charging infrastructure will expand 8% in the U.S. this year, even amid last fall's slip in EV sales, which many in the industry now think was temporary. Denise Pellegrini, Bloomberg Radio.
It's a match made in heaven. Your drive home and Colin Dunlap. Only on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, we got to do this fast. We're behind a little bit. Pirate game ran long, is what it is. NASCO Roofing, instant access to all our shows just a click away. Email us. Instant access, KDKA-radio.com. So there is that. Also, listen for That Drive at 5. The story's driving the news every single day at 5. It's brought to you by Service Master Greater Pittsburgh. Demand the yellow van. And at 5, Chris DeLuzio will join. He's got something crazy going on in the sports world. And you know what? It's not crazy, actually. It's something that makes a lot of sense. And it feels like he's kind of hacked off about it. And I agree with him. Oh, before we advance, the dear Margot, Paul Alexander was mortified in a way. he said to me, he goes, "Oh, my gosh." I said, "What, Paul?" And it was like an emergent situation. And I looked at him, and he looked at me, and in total sincerity, 100% so, he said, "I forgot to thank Margot before I went off the air. When you go on the air, will you please thank Margot for the job that she did with Pirates today?" So there's your thanks, Margot. Paul Alexander did not want to go home without thanking you. So there is that. 866-391-1020 is the number. That's 866-391-1020. So much happening today. The big story, you may have woken up and were met by this.
A big day for world peace. Iran wants it to happen. They've had enough.
During a Pentagon briefing, Hegseth said Iran's military has been rendered ineffective for years to come, though he warned Iran could still fire off a few shots.
But that would be very, very unwise.
Hegseth said the military stands ready to make sure Iran sticks to the deal.
There will be no Iranian nuclear weapons. Period. Full stop. Other presidents said it. President Trump did it.
Michael Wallace, CBS News.
Oh, why, thank you, Michael. There's also this from Tel Aviv.
Iranians who had been hoping that this war might help get rid of a regime that they just despise, the people that you saw in the streets in January, many of whom were killed, now fear that the regime is going to come out of these negotiations strengthened and even more brutal.
This is interesting. 2-week ceasefire has been reached to end the bombing in Iran and open the Strait of Hormuz. So, how will this all play out? Yesterday at this time, we were sitting here on pins and needles, right? We were wondering what was going to happen. We were waiting to see 8 o'clock. Well, you saw how that all turned out. And something really strange happened last evening. Something super strange happened last evening. And I didn't understand it at all. So I didn't get it. After harsh threats and words, frankly, I wouldn't have used, but President Trump did because that's who he is. After harsh threats, the president negotiated a temporary ceasefire. And some, particularly on the left, were screaming, "Taco!" Trump always chickens out. So did those who were screaming that want more annihilation? Did they want widespread bombing so that they could cheer, "I told you so"? I don't get it. That's the part I don't understand. So here we are today. And I said yesterday it was going to be the art of negotiation. It was never going to full-scale bomb, never going to wipe out innocent people. That wasn't in the cards. And now here we are. 2-week ceasefire, 11th hour deal, headed off Donald Trump's threats, however hollow I think they were, to unleash a bombing campaign that would destroy Iranian civilization, which was never going to happen. Hours after that announcement, Iran and Gulf Arab countries reported new attacks, though it was not clear if the strikes would scuttle the deal. So all sides have presented vastly different versions of these terms. Iran said the deal would allow it to formalize its new practice of charging ships passing through the strait. Trump said the U.S. would work with Iran to remove buried, enriched uranium. Where does it go from here? That's the question, and that's where we start. 866-391-1020. That's 866-391-1020. I will take your calls next, but I will say this. There was no way in the world at 8 o'clock last night there was going to be widespread bombing of civilians. It just wasn't ever going to happen. So as you see this, as you're here right now, are you happy? Are you sad? Do you have any sort of opinion on it? We'll talk next. By the way, ticket drops for the night before featuring Jason Aldean, John Morgan, and Shane Prof at Rivers Casino. They happen April 9th. That's tomorrow. Pella Windows and Doors, Warrendale. That's from 3 to 4, so get there. Let's hit traffic now. PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, thanks, Colin. Getting a report for an accident on Reed Street and Kirkpatrick Street in the city. Looking at the other major roadways, seeing brake lights on the Parkway West outbound starting from the county jail. As you head towards the lower level of the Fort Pitt Bridge, also continuing to see some traffic build on 28 outbound from the city and the inbound side from the 40th Street Bridge. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Nothing makes a gathering great like Eggland's Best Eggs. They're just so delicious with better nutrition, too. It's eggs any style, as long as they're the best. Eggland's Best.
Hey, folks, my friends at NASCO Roofing take pride in exceeding customer expectations. Scott from Aspinwall was amazed at NASCO's quality, honesty, work ethic, and superior craftsmanship. Scott loved working with NASCO and appreciated that NASCO doesn't use high-pressure sales tactics like other companies. NASCO has satisfied thousands like Scott. Get NASCO on your roof. Call NASCO Roofing, 412-373-2000, 412-373-2000. Most jobs done in a day. Special financing available. NASCO Roofing, NASCO.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-960-3377. That's 800-960-3377. 800-960-3377.
Hey, folks, it's Marty Griffin. You're going to get help here. What's stopping people from filing bankruptcy? My friend Harold Shepley has the answer.
So many times people, they want to pick up the phone. They know they need help, but they're afraid of losing their car, afraid of losing their house. They're worried about their credit, or they're just simply embarrassed. And bankruptcy helps you keep those things. We can get your credit back in just a few short months. And believe it or not, about half of your friends have already filed bankruptcy.
Check them out at ShepleyLaw.com.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done. There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 59 degrees under sunny skies at Pittsburgh International. I'm Pat Septak. The news is brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick. For your home's windows, siding, doors, and bath, trust PJ.com. And by the Outer Law Attorneys of Julian Gray Associates. Safeguard your assets and ensure your wishes are honored. There was a bit of a scare on the city's north side earlier today. Just before noon, officials from Zone 1 and the city's bomb squad responded to reports of a bomb threat in the 500 block of East Ohio Street. After the area was evacuated, investigators determined that the device found on a porch was an inert training grenade and was not live, and therefore posed no risk to the public. Those evacuated were allowed back inside a short time later, and the investigation is ongoing. The Pittsburgh Republican Committee is speaking out after City Council approved that ordinance that prohibits city employees from cooperating with ICE. News Radio KDKA's David Bollerado has more.
doing is causing unnecessary chaos.
GOP Chairman Todd McCollum says council's move blurs the lines between the legislative and executive branches of city government, adding the Home Rule Charter puts law enforcement explicitly under the control of the mayor. And he says this takes away from bigger issues facing the city.
It does deflect away from the fact that there's still a sealed search warrant on the city of Pittsburgh. Well, that has nothing. I believe in that it has nothing to do with the city of Pittsburgh or the current administration and the budget problems it have.
McCollum recently filed a complaint with the Office of Disciplinary Counsel regarding the county solicitor after county council okayed its non-cooperation agreement. He says they'll meet to consider a similar move here. David Colorado, News Radio, KDKA.
On Wall Street, the Dow closed up 1,325 points. The NASDAQ closed up 617 points. And the S&P 500 closed up 165 points. KDKA Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. Call NASCO Roofing at 412-373-2000. Earlier today on KDKA.
Line drive left field coming over and diving catch made by Laureano. But a sacrifice fly for Connor Griffin on the 1-2 pitch. Gets the Bucks on the board. York scores. Gonzalez holds at second. It's 4-1. Wow.
Yeah, unfortunately, that was not enough as the Pirates fell to San Diego with a final score of 8-2. The Padres take 2 of 3 in that series at PNC Park. The Buccos are now 7-5. They have a day off tomorrow, and they look to get back on the winning track on Friday as they travel to the Windy City to face the Chicago Cubs. KDKA Radio News Time is 4:32. Time to call Dina Schmidt and Michael Coleman at One Health Benefits at 724-799-8873 for the right health insurance plan that can save you thousands. Our next update at 5 o'clock. I'm Pat Septak on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Tickets are on sale now for the upcoming season of the Pittsburgh Speakers Series at Heinz Hall, presented by University of Pittsburgh, with Anderson Cooper, former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson, historian Anne Applebaum, financial journalist Andrew Ross Sorkin, former NASA Administrator Charles Bolden, and acclaimed war photographer Lindsay Addario. For information and tickets, go to pittsburghspeakers.org. Sponsored by News Radio KDKA and the Spanos Group of Raymond James.
You've probably heard all those ads for life insurance. Just a few dollars a day, apply online in minutes, no medical exam. Simple, easy, and cheap, right? Now you're thinking, maybe I should get a quote. Well, smart thinking. Everyone should have life insurance. But here's what they don't tell you. Those few dollars a day rates, they're for young people in perfect health. That's why everyone calls Big Lou the 50 to 60-year-old not-so-perfect candidate. Like you. You take prescription meds and you're overweight. Winner, winner, fried chicken dinner. Well, Big Lou works with life insurance companies that want people like you with no surprises after you apply. In fact, if you're a 50-year-old guy with a few health glitches, Lou could probably find you $1 million of term life coverage for about $200 a month. So, yeah, you need life insurance. But unless you're young and healthy, you gotta call Big Lou because he's like you, older, heavier, and on meds, too. Get a quote right now at 800-200-1966, 800-200-1966, or biglou.com.
Pittsburgh's very own board-certified and licensed hypnotherapist Dan Vitchoff of the PA Hypnosis Center is here to help you. He has helped train U.S. Olympic team members control their brains, stay relaxed, focused, and in control, giving them the edge for the gold. He's recognized by many organizations around the world as one of the top hypnotherapists anywhere. He has gotten over 3,000 people to give up cigarettes for good in the last 22 years. He's helped folks even who've tried gastric bypass to lose weight. He can help you and give you a 98% success guarantee. Call 724-934-8446. That's Dan Vitchoff, the PA Hypnosis Center. Mention KDKA and get $50 off any program. But call for a free consultation today, 724-934-8446. The PA Hypnosis Center with Dan Vitchoff. Make that call today, 724-934-8446.
Margot's got you covered with traffic. PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. KDKA AAA traffic, it's all powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Hello, Margot.
Hey, Colin. Getting a report of an accident on 5th Avenue right off of Crooked Run Road in North Versailles Township. And crews continue to clean up an accident on Reed Street and Kirkpatrick Street in the city. The other major roadways are stacked with rush hour delays. 28 inbound looks slowed down around the 40th Street Bridge as you head towards the city. Both the Parkway West and East are jammed as you make your way towards the Fort Pitt and Squirrel Hill tunnels, and looking at some congestion on the Parkway West inbound, starting from Green Tree Hill as you head towards the city. With AAA traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
We will have a mix of sun and clouds through the rest of this afternoon, a high around 60. A mainly clear sky tonight, down to 39 for an overnight low. Then mostly sunny with a warmer afternoon tomorrow, high 74. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. On top of home and auto, Progressive protects your boat, RV, and motorcycle so you can explore the unknown.
Actually, we just take the RV to the same campground every year.
Well, maybe you can catch your own dinner on your boat.
Oh, we can actually get pizza delivered there from this brick oven place we love.
Will you at least try a new topping?
Honestly, probably not. We kind of have a go-to order.
Fine. Just bundle home or auto insurance with your outdoor vehicles with Progressive and stay protected when you go, I guess, where you've gone before. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at KennyRoss.com.
Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join us tomorrow on the Big K Morning Show, 5:30 until 10. We'll keep you posted on everything going on in and around town and around the world, plus how you can win tickets to see country music superstar Jason Aldean.
All right. Do you know someone in your community who's done something extraordinary in the past year? We'll nominate them right now. KDKRadio.com to be honored at this year's Larry's Hometown Heroes event. Again, Chris DeLuzio. Chris DeLuzio's not happy with something. And honestly, this doesn't have a whole lot to deal with politics. It has a lot to do with logic and about giving people a fair chance. I don't agree with Chris on everything. I don't. I agree with him 100% on this. And I'm going to talk to him coming up at 5. That's the drive at 5. The story's driving the news every single day at 5. It's all brought to you by ServiceMaster Greater Pittsburgh. You go ahead and demand that yellow van. All right, so I heard Pat Septak play this in the news update, which seems like 45 minutes ago, but it was just a little bit ago on the other side of all those spots. And it was a story from David Bolorado. And now I need to infuse something that I found out. I'm not a reporter. I'm somebody who comes on the air for 4 hours a day, or if there's a Pirate game, like an hour and a half. But I'm somebody who comes on and I find things out, but I largely opine, right? I largely give you my opinion, and then we have a nice discussion about it at 866-391-1020. But Pat played a piece of audio that was a David Bolorado report that went like this.
And all this is doing is causing unnecessary chaos.
GOP Chairman Todd McCollum says council's move blurs the lines between the legislative and executive branches of city government, adding the Home Rule Charter puts law enforcement explicitly under the control of the mayor. And he says this takes away from bigger issues facing the city.
It does deflect away from the fact that there's still a sealed search warrant on the city of Pittsburgh. Well, that has nothing, I believe in that it has nothing to do with the city of Pittsburgh or the current administration and the budget problems it have.
McCollum recently filed a complaint with the Office of Disciplinary Counsel regarding the county solicitor after county council okayed its non-cooperation agreement. He says they'll meet to consider a similar move here. David Bolorado, News Radio, KDKA.
Why, thank you, David, for that report. Now, I didn't necessarily do a bit of reporting today, but I was just talking to people for structure to the show for fact-finding, right? Not for reporting. I leave that to the people in the newsroom. If I find something out, like some bonehead had a grenade on East Ohio Street, I give it to our newsroom. And that's kind of the function. That's how I operate. That's how it works. So, anyhow, here's what I found out today. Okay? Here is what I found out. So, 4 City of Pittsburgh police officers I spoke to. That's how it worked today. And that was before 12:30 or so. Well, actually, one of them I only communicated with via text. 3 of them I spoke to voice to voice on the phone. All 4 officers told me this impacts them 0. City Council prohibiting cooperation with ICE yesterday. You know why? They told me they all said this in varying degrees of different ways, but all made it clear. They have cooperated with ICE before, and they will continue to cooperate with ICE. So those were 4 people before 12:30 or so. Then, at about 3 o'clock today, another officer reached out to me and said, make it 5, because I had tweeted that out, and many more. Our mandates at roll call is to always assist ICE. If there are repercussions, you're following supervisor's orders. There's 0 gray area. Another officer, initially this morning, was quoted as saying this to me. They don't have the to punish an officer for keeping people safe. So go ahead and try it. So this is where we are now. This is where we are. We have the people on Grant Street, which I've said all along, are doing this for pandering reasons, are doing this for effect, are doing this to try to get voters to look at them, right? And there is this pep rally. Yay! 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 Which one of my 9 million flags am I going to wave today? Where's the No Kings rally? Yay, I'm voting for you. Yay, I'm voting for you. And then you got Barb Warwick hammering her gavel somewhere, trying to act important on Grant Street, and saying, we're going to pass legislation right after I'm done with the bike lane. We're going to pass legislation. Our officers will not, under any circumstances, cooperate with ICE. All the yays, yay! All the nays. Motion passes. Woo! Standing ovation in Grant Street. And you know what the officers do? They laugh at her, not with her. That's what's been going on. That's what's going to continue to go on. And Earth to Barb and people like that, Deb Gross and all those people, they've already cooperated with ICE 1 million times. And they're going to continue to. That's why, for me, this topic's almost dead. I got reassurance today by 5 different officers that they're laughing in your face, Barb. They're not listening to you. They don't care what you have to say. And you know what? If you live in the city, this is actually a really good thing. The public safety servants are looking out for the citizens, not just in the city, because there's not some force field where these bad people have to stay in the city. They can go commit crimes in Ross Township or in Bethel Park or somewhere. If you are a citizen, you should feel wonderful that people who are charged with the duty of keeping you safe are looking at lunatics like Barb Warwick and going, yeah, nice, have your pep rally. We're over here actually doing the work, and we're talking to ICE. So that's how it works. And that was not just affirmed, but it was reaffirmed times 4 to me today. So if I was a city resident, and I am a resident of this region, it makes me feel great the way that the Pittsburgh police are operating. 866-391-1020. That's 866-391-1020. PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. KDKA AAA Traffic. Powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Thanks, Colin. Looking at heavy delays all throughout those major roadways. 28 inbound looks at brake lights starting from the 40th Street Bridge. The Parkway West inbound will slow you down a bit through Robinson Town Center, then a little bit further down as you head towards the city from Green Tree Hill, and also looking at some bumper-to-bumper traffic on the Parkway West outbound starting from the county jail. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Here at 93.7 The Fan, we know a thing or two about winning an award, so I've got to congratulate my friends at Precision Pointing for winning the Best of the Best award from the Trib as the top masonry company in the region. I've known this for a while and have been telling you as much, but now everyone knows. So as you get on your spring to-do list with tax rebate season right around the corner, get to the long-delayed masonry projects on your home. The schedule, it's filling up fast. Chimneys, retaining walls, brick pointing, they do it all at Precision Pointing. BrickPointingPittsburgh.net.
Hi, this is elder law attorney Carl Zachariah with the elder law firm of Zachariah Brown. You know, every day I get a call from somebody because they have a loved one in the nursing home, they lost their house, they lost all their money, and they are in trouble, and that's when they call. Why do they call us? Because we can help. The better call to make, though, is to call ahead of time. As soon as you have a loved one going into a nursing facility, call us immediately, and we'll help take care of you. Zachariah Brown, 724-942-6200 or PittsburghElderLaw.com.
Take a break and come out with us tonight.
Not tonight, man.
Come on. You deserve a night out. You're going to miss out.
Miss out on what?
While you stayed home, they won big. They celebrated. They got the suite, stayed up all night, and made memories. And you weren't there. Some nights are too good to sit out. Rivers Casino. Don't miss the moment.
I suffered with plantar fasciitis for almost 20 years. I would try drugstore insoles and supports.
If you suffer with plantar fasciitis, we know the search for pain relief can feel like a hopeless ordeal.
I thought foot pain was going to be with me for the rest of my life. I've been through surgeries, foot injections.
At the Good Feet store, we hear stories every day of all kinds of cheap inserts, expensive shoes, and other failed remedies people have tried that just didn't work.
I was trying all different things. Not a single one worked. And then I was driving past the Good Feet store, and I thought, why not? Give it a try. They wanted to make sure that they gave me the right arch support for my feet. Then it was like, okay, this is different. These make a difference.
Don't lose hope. Give the Good Feet store a try.
I'm so glad I met Good Feet. It changed my life.
Now open in the waterfront across from Yankee Candle next to Panera, or visit us in Robinson Town Center in Cranberry Township or in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center.
Thanks to the Good Feet store. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Covered by JP Roofing and Siding. Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company.
Hey, Colin Dunlap for Schultz Ford. Listen here, gonna be warm before you know it. Get that ride for summertime. How about that convertible, that Mustang? Yep. Or you may be going on a trip. You need that Expedition. You need that Explorer. You need that room. You sure do. So, Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin, Schultz Ford in Wheeling. Get there. Get that ride for your summer vacation. It'll be here before you know it. Or go to schultzford.com.
At Petite Kitchen and Bath Design Center, we love to exceed our customers' expectations. It's what we've been doing for over 50 years.
Our kitchens are a combination of quality materials and master craftsmanship. And through each step of custom creation to expert installation, it's all about taking care of the details.
With a focus on the details, we make sure that the design meets your needs and that the materials and construction ensure that your kitchen will stand the test of time.
All while managing the scheduling so that your life has as little disruption as possible and your kitchen is completed without surprises.
Exceeding expectations. We'll deliver more kitchen than you expected for less money than you expect to pay.
Visit our showroom or call us at 412-279-2222.
That's 412-279-2222.
Haven't you waited long enough?
PA 625.
Pat Septek has you covered today. Goldberg, Persky, and White pioneers in asbestos litigation news desk. Here's what he's talking about. Hi, Pat.
Hey, Colin. A Wilkinsburg man finds out his fate after pleading guilty to stealing from a fellow passenger on a Pittsburgh-bound flight. Details coming up at 5 p.m. on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
If you're thinking it, he's saying it. Colin Dunlap on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Oh, I got some numbers for you, and then I'll grab a call or two. But this is in a totally different realm. And by the way, we have Chris DeLuzio, top of the hour. Not talking about this or even Donald Trump or something local that a lot of parents are going to go, wow, he's fighting for me, no matter what side of the operation or coin that you're on. So give a listen to these numbers. I heard these today, this story. It blew me away. It's staggering. It's almost a fib, but apparently it's not.
You have to enjoy a hot dog at a baseball game, right? The Toronto Blue Jays offered 77-cent hot dogs during Tuesday's game against the Los Angeles Dodgers to celebrate the team's inaugural 1977 season. Many fans certainly got their money's worth. The team sold more than 100,000 hot dogs by the seventh inning.
More than 100,000 hot dogs by the seventh inning. Now, I do wonder what the topping of choice is in Toronto. Toronto's a metropolitan city. It's big. It's not that far from here. It's still Canadian. I was thinking about this not all day, but since I heard this, is there a bigger mayonnaise influence on the hot dog because it's Canadian / not far from, French Canada, French Canadian kind of people? Do they have to stock more mayonnaise than we would in America? I don't know, but more than 100,000 hot dogs. Oh, speaking of the dog world, Margot, put the earphones on. I have a big announcement to make, and it involves you in a big way. Are you ready for this, Margot?
Yeah.
I have been told, now this is not all the way firm, but it's enough to tell people a little bit, to be looking out for potentially early August. Do you know what's making a comeback, Margot?
I think I can guess.
Wiener 100.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Are you in again?
Hopefully.
What?
I would. That was fun last year. It was a lot of fun.
I thought it was like one of your favorite days.
It was.
All right. Well, you're in on site if we make this happen.
Okay, good.
Because I thought you were spectacular. Like, that was your coming out party. You were the star of the show. I was standing there wanting to talk to these dogs and the owners and whatever, and people were like, step aside, ugly man. Where's Margot? And every time you saw one of the dogs, you know what you did? Aww.
Yeah, they're so
Aww.
cute. Wiener dogs are by far one of the cutest dog breeds.
So apparently, look for it we got a long time. It's only April 8th or whatever. So, but apparently there may be the Wiener 100 making its second annual run. We're just figuring it all out.
That's great to hear.
It is great. That was such a fun day. It was too hot where we sat, though. We're going to have to change that up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it was easily 139 degrees. Anthony in Oakland. Anthony, these people in City Hall, and I saw you at a city council meeting, by the way, on the simulcast, but these people are going to set up their officers for a terrible situation, and it was enlightening for me to hear, Anthony, that 5 of them, and I bet if I got in touch with more of them would say, we're just not listening to them. That's where we are with this, Anthony.
Well, what they have figured out, like all of us who still have our brains, is this was nothing but performative acting for the lunatic fringe. They want to feel included, like their brethren around the country who are resisting all of this, because we don't have an immigration problem legally or illegally here in Pittsburgh. It's minuscule, but they feel left out, and they want to, involve themselves like they're crazy partners around the country, and so they just inserted themselves in this, and they had willing participants on city council who are willing to do anything that's a lunatic measure.
You're right about that. And they also, here's where it's, and thank you for the call, here's where it's toxic now. Not toxic, but the officers now have told me, I dare you to discipline me. How's that going to play in the public? And go ahead and try it. I dare you to discipline me whenever I cooperate with ICE. They're thumbing their nose at these people. And those people are going to cower. Watch. We'll talk to Chris DeLuzio, top of the hour. You know what? This is totally bipartisan. Something that he is trying to get done is trying to help every parent who's involved in sports. And I think it's fantastic. We'll talk to him in just a little bit. Talk to Margot right now. Traffic time, and she's going to report on it. PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic. It's all powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Hey, Margot.
Hey, Colin. Taking a look at those major roadways, not seeing too many changes as you will be backed up pretty heavily on most of them with some bumper-to-bumper traffic on the Parkway West outbound from the county jail. The Parkway East outbound slows you down around Technology Drive. And seeing brake lights on 28 outbound from the 31st Street Bridge as you head towards the 40th Street Bridge. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Renzel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's the little things. The information you need. People you know. The little things that make a big difference. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
It's spring. That means birthdays, anniversaries, graduations, Mother's Day, and fresh, colorful spring flowers from OliverFlowers.com. Family-owned Oliver Flowers, celebrating spring for 96 years. Order online for free delivery in their service area. OliverFlowers.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Brian Schlaba here from the Home Buyers of Pittsburgh. Born and raised right here. Since 2015, we've helped over 1,000 Pittsburgh homeowners sell their houses quickly and without the stress. No repairs, cleanouts, inspections, or appraisals. We give fast and fair cash offers, buy your home as is, and you choose the closing day. Visit homebuyersoftpittsburgh.com or call 412-500-9057. That's 412-500-9057.
Pittsburgh's local trusted home buyer since 2015.
Are you turning 65 and have questions about Medicare? Aetna has Medicare Advantage plans that include prescription drug coverage in Pennsylvania with a $0 monthly plan premium. Plus, the plans include benefits like dental, vision, and hearing. You may also qualify for a monthly credit toward your Part B premium. Call Aetna today at 1-888-76-AETNA to learn more.
Aetna Medicare is an HMO PPO plan with a Medicare contract. Our D-SNPs also have contracts with state Medicaid programs. Enrollment in our plans depends on contract renewal. Plan features and availability may vary by service area.
Did you feel that drafty breeze from your windows this winter? Yikes, it was scary cold. But just as scary is that you now know that your windows will let in that hot, humid air all summer. Let PJ Fitzpatrick help reduce your utility bills with custom-made, double-insulated replacement windows. PJ provides peace of mind with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. Plus, PJ Fitzpatrick has a variety of financing packages that work with any budget. You can have it all. Visit trustpj.com today for your new windows. That's trustpj.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 60 degrees under sunny skies at Pittsburgh International at 5 o'clock. I'm Pat Septak. A Wilkinsburg man is facing the consequences after pleading guilty to stealing from a fellow passenger on a Pittsburgh-bound flight last year. News Radio KDKA's Tamara Rush has the details.
Jamir Farrell, 23 of Wilkinsburg, was sentenced after pleading guilty to stealing from a passenger on a flight from Los Angeles to Pittsburgh last April. Court records show Farrell went through other passengers' bags while vaping on board. He was arrested when the plane landed at Pittsburgh International Airport with a backpack containing a wallet and credit cards that weren't his. Farrell will serve a year of supervised release, including 90 days of home detention, and pay a $250 fine. Tamara Rush, News Radio KDKA.
Meanwhile, a Chicago woman is facing charges after police in Westmoreland County say she stole a check from an assisted living facility, altered it, and then cashed it. Greensburg police, along with county detectives, launched an investigation after being contacted by Redstone Highlands in January about a stolen check in the amount of $5,400. Tamika Johnson is now facing charges of theft and receiving stolen property. The Trump administration says it's ready for the next step forward, peace with Iran, following the 2-week ceasefire agreement. CBS's Linda Kenyon reports from the White House.
White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt defended President Trump's threat that, quote, a whole civilization will die if Iran failed to agree to a 2-week ceasefire. So now comes the next step.
The president is dispatching his negotiating team.
And Leavitt says those talks in Islamabad this weekend come with this condition.
So long as the Strait of Hormuz remains open, with no limitations or delays.
The fragile nature of the ceasefire has already been displayed as Iran closed the Strait of Hormuz following Israeli strikes in Lebanon. Linda Kenyon, CBS News, the White House.
A state senator says property taxes are driving people out of their homes, and something has to be done about it. On the Big K Morning Show, Senator Camara Bartolotta, representing Washington and Greene counties, says she's proposing a constitutional amendment that would eliminate property taxes. As for what would take its place, she recommends
an increased sales tax that would impact all consumer. A consumer tax would be palatable for some folks. I don't know all the numbers of that. I don't know if that would fill that hole that we have to fill for our public education, but we have to stop chasing seniors out of their homes.
She says other states have gotten rid of their property taxes, so there's no reason why Pennsylvania can't do the same. With all the talk about the draft, you may be wondering what the host team has planned for the hundreds of thousands of people expected to be here for it. News Radio KDKA's David Ballarado has more.
The team announced details this morning of their 12,000-square-foot Steelers Country interactive space. Among the things you'll find there, a display that's designed to give you the feel of a die-hard Steelers fan's basement back in the 1970s. Plus, there will be a display featuring the team's 6 Super Bowl rings, a terrible towel art piece, yard games, and more. It will all be free to attend during draft hours. David Ballarado, News Radio KDKA.
On Wall Street, the Dow closed up 1,325 points. The Nasdaq closed up 617 points, and the S&P closed up 165. KDKA Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. Call NASCO Roofing at 412-373-2000. The Pirates lose their series against the San Diego Padres at PNC Park. The Padres won today's game 8-2, taking 2 out of 3 games in that series. The big excitement for Pirate fans didn't come during the game, but before the first pitch today, when it became official that 19-year-old Connor Griffin had been extended 9 years in a reported $140 million deal. Griffin says he's pumped to be a Pirate.
I'm pumped to go compete. The goal is to win. The goal is to win a World Series, and I think we got a great clubhouse to go do that, and I'm pumped to be a part of it. Can't wait to continue to get better as a player and just continue to grow as a person as well.
Next up for the Bucks, after a day off tomorrow, they'll try to get back on the winning path as they travel to Chicago to face the Cubbies. KDKA Radio News Time is 5:04. It is sunny and 60 degrees in Pittsburgh. KDKA AAA traffic and the AccuWeather forecast next.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I own a coffee shop, and I wanted to label everything with our logo.
That's ambitious.
Cups, boxes, bags.
Ooh, that'll add up.
Not at all, because right now, Staples prints custom labels for 30% off.
30% off? That's shockingly affordable branding.
Yep. Now our logo and URL are seen all over town.
Brand your business for less at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in-store, online, or in the app by 4/18 to unlock. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
I've been burned before.
I was just repeating the same patterns. It turns out I had a type.
Workplaces everywhere are looking for love. And by love, we mean the easy way to order food at work. Easy Cater.
I thought ordering from great restaurants at work had to be complicated, but then I met Easy Cater. So many options, so flexible, and when I ordered for 50 gluten-free vegans without going over budget, I knew I'd found the platform I wanted to do life and lunch with.
Fall in love with Easy Cater. Start an order at easycater.com.
All right, Chris DeLuzio next. First, traffic real quick with Margot. PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic. It's all powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Hey, Margot.
All right. Hey, Colin. Looking at the major roadways, getting a report for an accident on 79 northbound. That's right around the exit towards PA 50, so this is causing a traffic disruption. The other major roadways are looking at their normal rush hour delays with heavy brake lights all over. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
It will stay mainly clear into tonight, a low of 39. A much warmer day heading into tomorrow with a mostly sunny sky, a high of 74. Partly cloudy for tomorrow night, a low of 51. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Spring storms can cause havoc. When water gets in, ServiceMaster Greater Pittsburgh, they get to work. 412-RECOVER, the best call to make in the worst situation.
Man, the yellow van, call ServiceMaster. The Drive at 5. The stories driving today's headlines. Brought to you by ServiceMaster of Greater Pittsburgh. When disaster strikes, demand the yellow van. On 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, sports is the most bipartisan thing ever, I think. I think we're still that way. Let me welcome in Congressman Chris DeLuzio right now because he's working on something, and he had a forum yesterday about sports. And there are more sports teams than ever for your kids to play on. Unfortunately, people are capitalizing on them more than ever. Good afternoon, Chris. How are you?
Hey, Colin. Thanks for having me on, man.
This is something that so many parents feel the pinch. There's so many more opportunities, but there are so many more opportunists. Why don't you explain what's going on here?
I think you got right to it. Youth sports matter a lot. I learned a lot as a kid on the ball field, playing basketball and more. And here's what's happening. There are players in our economy, in corporate America, you name it, and they have turned youth sports into a luxury item. I mean, kids are priced out of this stuff. What we think of maybe from growing up in the 80s or 90s of the rec league sponsored by the HVAC business or the volunteer firefighters, it's really different out there now. And I saw some data. The average sports family is spending more than $1,000 a year, and those numbers go up if you're doing travel sports or expensive sports like hockey or even cheerleading. It's really pricing people out. It's a problem, something we got to take on.
Yeah, I agree. We used to sign up and then maybe sell a couple raffle tickets here and there, and then bang, it was free and clear, and then we signed up next year. That's kind of how it worked for all the sports. But now, whether it's the facilities, whether it's the uniforms, whether it's just somebody that charges you for organized sports, it's far, far too much to participate. So what is this movement, and what do you hope to accomplish, and whose ear do you hope to get?
Yeah, look, parents are mad about this. You and I are both parents. You know, we see this. And you're right about some of the stuff we're seeing. There's groups, private equity-backed groups so often that are buying up ice rinks. Oftentimes in different sports, they'll control the tournaments, and those might cost them in the thousands to participate. You have to wear the right gear. They may charge you even to stream a game if you can't make it for your kid. So I'm a part of this Monopoly Busters caucus. We're trying to get testimony, work on legislation to get the worst actors out of youth sports and try to get it back to more of a community-focused model where every kid from every walk of life can play. That's what this is about, that kids can play. Again, I come back to we learned a lot on the field. You learn a lot in sports about hard work, about discipline, about teamwork. And it's, to me, something pretty special about who we are in Western Pennsylvania.
Chris DeLuzio joining for a couple more minutes here. What forced this model? Was it opportunity? Was it if you can make money, you go out and make it? Was it parents that are willing to pay all this? Is it a combination of all those things? Like, why are we here?
Yeah, it may be a little bit of everything. I mean, private equity and the bad actors in private equity really seem to have gotten into youth sports because they saw opportunity. Look, they know that parents and kids really want to play, and parents are desperate to give their kids a shot, and they're squeezing money out of families that so many just can't afford it. And I heard data and heard some stats at this field hearing I hosted yesterday about poorer and working class kids are just much less likely to be able to play now because it's gotten so expensive. To me, that's a bad trend. That means this is becoming more of a luxury good. And so these bad actors, and I think it's vulture conduct, to be honest, they're just pricing people out. They've been buying up ice rinks as one example, 3 of them in our region, this one group, Black Bear Sports Group. And we've seen lesson prices going up. We've seen families getting charged even to stream their own kids' hockey games. So, when these guys get involved, they then find every way they can to nickel and dime you. And the people who are paying for this, yes, it's parents, but it's the kids who can't afford to play.
I saw that Gino Palmasino was part of your group, the basketball coach at Moon. He's an accomplished basketball coach around here and a super, super great guy. And he's also in that AAU basketball world. Kids will pay to play, and then their parents show up, and it's $30 to get in and watch your kid play after they've already signed up and paid a bunch of money for an entry fee. That seems exorbitant, Chris.
Yeah, and look, Gino talked about it. Great coach. He's an alum of Canavan, as I am. And he talked about, look, I want to give my kids a chance. Some of these kids may get to play in college. And these tournaments, we're sometimes looking at several hundred to $1,000+ just to put my kids in front of those coaches and those scouts to give those kids a shot to play at the next level. And it's just at every step, the stakes become higher and higher, and it seems like the dollar signs are there where bad actors know they can squeeze families. I just don't think it's right. And again, I come back to the community kind of model that when I was a kid coming up, not that long ago, your local small businesses would sponsor teams. Kids could come in and play and have a shot and not be priced out if they wanted to, go to that next level. So I think that's what and you started this segment, Colin, with sports are pretty bipartisan. And I'm hopeful, I'm not naive, but I know that Friday Night Lights matter in places beyond Western Pennsylvania. I'm sure there are some Republicans in Texas who want to work with a Democrat like me to get this fixed. So I got some hope in this that we can turn this around for kids.
Is the first step going to Harrisburg and getting people to join in here, or is this a national initiative right off the bat?
Well, look, for me, we had this field hearing in Greentree yesterday. My caucus is in Washington. I'm going to try to work on federal legislation. I'm working on partners in the U.S. Senate. I'm going to try to get Republicans to work with me, too, because I think this is a national problem. And if I have partners who will work on this in Harrisburg, I'm game. I think we got to get this right for kids.
Is there any onus on the schools at all, or is this just strictly a sort of a non-school endeavor? Because I know now there are activity fees at schools, which are very strange to me, that you pay taxes and then they ask you for an activity fee for your kid to play on a team.
Look, I think you get to a problem that this is kind of every level of government. I'm talking about this from the congressional level. I had Representative Dan Deasy, who serves in the State House, with me there yesterday, too, and making the point that, look, this is about good funding for our schools, whether that's the local property taxes or what the state does to help out our school districts. Because, when the school districts are under pressure, the first things they look to cut are those extracurriculars. And I think kids really benefit from sports and the arts and programs beyond the reading and writing and math they've got to learn. So it's everything. It's why funding for our schools really matters. Again, because I don't want to see families priced out, whether you're talking high school or community or rec league sports. I want this to be something that every kid can do at different levels and different skill levels.
And last thing for you, right on cue today, there was a big study about how kids attend school more regularly, kids get better grades who are involved in all of these sports. So it's just a win-win all the way around for kids who are involved in these extracurriculars.
Look, I know the data says that. I know my own experience, and I heard some powerful stuff from Coach Paul Messina about what he sees with these adolescent and teenage and young men who he's coached and what it means to have the teamwork and discipline instilled. I think sports are a great thing. It's not for everybody at every level, but I think letting kids have a chance to play something we ought to do. And it may seem small in the grand scheme of things, but I really think this issue matters to kids and the parents, and we got to get this fixed.
Fantastic stuff. Bipartisan for everybody, and it's about participation. It's about doing it the right way and not charging people an arm and a leg. We'll talk again soon, Chris. I appreciate it as always. Thanks again, man.
Yes, sir. Thanks, Colin.
Absolutely. Good stuff. He's right. Talk to people whose kids are involved in competitive cheer or hockey or AU basketball or, wrestling's not terrible. It doesn't cost a ton because you don't have to really buy equipment. You just got to show up with a headgear and a pair of shoes. So at my house, it's not a ton. But some of the entry fees are exorbitant. But you get into sports with a lot of equipment, and then they throw on those entry fees. And it's just kind of whatever they feel like charging, and it's just too much. It is. And he's dead right. It prices some families and some kids out of being able to participate. And there needs to be a bit of a governor on all of this. 866-391-1020 is that number. That's 866-391-1020. As always, you can listen to us, 100.1 FM AM 1020 KDKA, or on that Odyssey app. Metropolitan Window Company brings it all to you. Go to our radio.com app and go to radio.com, and click on Watch KDK Radio's live stream. I love our YouTube page. That's fantastic. I also love Margot doing this traffic report. She's going to bring you up to date, minute by minute, live and on the spot. PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDK AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, thanks, Colin. Looking at heavy congestion all throughout those major roadways. The Parkway West inbound is looking at some very slow-moving traffic starting from Carnegie as you make your way towards the Fort Pitt Tunnel. Also, the Parkway West on the outbound side slows you down around the county jail. Same story for the Parkway East outbound as you head towards the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. And continuing to look at a few brake lights on 28 outbound from the city. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Did you know that the only cause of mesothelioma is exposure to asbestos? Did you know that many local area tradesmen were exposed to asbestos and didn't even know it? The sad reality is asbestos-related diseases are often fatal, yet entirely preventable. Pittsburgh-based Goldberg, Persky, and White understands the complexities of asbestos exposure and are dedicated to fighting for the compensation you deserve. GPW can't change the past, but we'll work to transform your future. Call 1-800-COMPLEX to learn more.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
If you're only good to your new friends, you're not going to have any old ones. Straight Talk gets it. That's why new and existing customers get free 5G phones on Verizon's 5G network. Pretty simple, really. You keep good people by being good people.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
April's the perfect time to refresh your home with beautiful custom window treatments from Lachina Drapery and Blind Factory. Lachina makes custom products in their own Pittsburgh factory. 60 years of quality craftsmanship, draperies, blinds, shades, shutters, and upholstery. Low factory direct prices. Go to lachinadrapery.com, shop Lachina's pre-shop at home service. Visit their showrooms or call 412-665-4900. Lachina Drapery and Blind Factory. Quality you deserve, prices you'll appreciate.
Hey, it's Pony for my friends at Comer and Cross. Does your garage floor have cracked and stained concrete? Mine did. Maybe your garage floor had a bad epoxy or paint job. A new Comer and Cross garage floor is going to transform your whole garage, and all it's going to take is one day. I love mine, and you'll love yours. If you call them right now, and you should do it, don't waste another second. They'll take 50% off your installation. So here's that number, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. A Comer and Cross garage floor is the gold standard. It is guaranteed to never chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever. And just like they did for me, they will make it so easy for you. Stuff in your garage, they'll take it out. Cracks and pits, they'll fix them perfectly. Look just like new. And they're going to put their proprietary Comer and Cross finish on it. So I want you to call them now and get that 50% off installation. The number is 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. 800-NEW-FLOOR. Or go to COMERcross.com. It's Comer and Cross Premium Concrete Coating.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-948-7878. That's 800-948-7878.
Pat Septak's at the ready. He's going to bring you a preview of what he's working on for about 10 minutes from now in that update. It's brought to you by Goldberg, Persky, and White, Pioneers in Asbestos Litigation News Desk. That's where he is, and he tells you now.
Yeah, Colin, we have a story coming up that really raised my eyebrows. A new study linking being single with developing cancer. Details coming up at 5:30 on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. A jump in extremely well-timed bets from anonymous, newly opened accounts on the predictions market site Polymarket over the timing of that agreed-upon 2-week ceasefire between the U.S. and Iran involving more than $170 million in winnings, is raising a lot of questions about whether bettors are trading on inside information. Meantime, on Wall Street today, that ceasefire deal and an agreement to hold peace talks sent stocks soaring, even though Israel continued its attacks on militia groups in Lebanon, and Kuwait says it was fighting off intense Iranian drone attacks on its oil, power, and water desalination facilities all day. But optimism for peace ruled the day on Wall Street. At the close, all the major averages up nearly 3%. The Dow shot up 1,325 points. The Nasdaq up 617, and the S&P added 166. And it's still April, but Home Depot today unveiling this year's big Halloween decorations. Tom Busby, Bloomberg Radio.
It's Colin Dunlap on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
I am going to yield because I had that same exact story queued up for right now, but I don't want to ruin Pat's tease. It is that good of a story, and it does make you think. But I don't want to ruin Pat's tease because he did a superb job with it. So in about 7.5 minutes from right now, you're going to hear a link between something good, I think, and something bad. Well, no, you're just going to hear a link that you didn't know existed. And man, it made me think today. All right, answer me this, and we'll get into, I'll tell you what, we'll get into in a couple minutes, though. When you try to tell me the Democratic Party isn't fractured into two, I am going to deliver to you proof that it is two separate parties. There is no greater proof you'll ever find than what I'm about to give you at about 5:36 or so today. I'm going to give you proof. When you go, no, it's one solidified party. This is the proof. And that's coming up in just a little bit. And before we're out of here today, look, the Pirates lost today. They looked terrible. It looked like they were going through the motions, but that was secondary. They signed Connor Griffin to a gazillion-dollar 9-year extension. That said, we're going to hear from him. He's 19 years old. We'll hear from him before we get out of here today. I do have a question. I take allergy medicine, okay? Claritin. And I take it kind of as needed. Sometimes I'll take it 3 days in a row. Sometimes I'll take it once a month. And I luckily got a prescription for it, I don't know, about 6 months ago. So I don't have to go to the CVS or whatever, the drugstore, and it's harder to buy prescription medication that is for allergies. Harder to buy that than it is to buy a gun. They put you through this big test, and they act like you're going to make meth. But anyway, is the pollen worse than it's been in the past couple days, than it's been like in a long time? my kids normally, or our kids, they're not just mine, they're mine and my wife's. So our kids generally aren't affected all that much. They just got hit with it pretty hard. And I wonder if anybody else is feeling like this. Like you could see it. And I kind of felt bad. So they're on the allergy medicine because they're the same way. Seasonal. And I had to, dive into it a little bit earlier than I thought, as it's April 8th. But it really got me, but it really got them. I just wonder, is it like something in our house? I don't think it is. It feels like the pollen or the allergies or whatever the allergen is right now is pretty tough. Because a lot of people, well, I don't know if a lot of people are. I know our house got hit with it pretty good because I was worried something bigger was coming. Then I'm like, nah, it's just allergies. Okay, Democratic Party. It's clearly two parties. No question about it. There's a fracture. There's a splinter. And I'm going to give you a huge example coming up in just a couple minutes. But first, demand the yellow van. Service Master Greater Pittsburgh. When disaster strikes, you demand that yellow van. Spring storms in Pittsburgh can cause serious damage fast. Water, get through your roof, your windows, even your basement. Once it does, spreads quickly. Service Master Greater Pittsburgh, trusted local team for fast water extraction, drying, and full restoration, home or business. So when water gets in, they get to work. Call them. Simple. 412-RECOVER. Demand that yellow van. Number, again, simple. 412-RECOVER. The best call to make in the worst situation possible. Demand that yellow van. Service Master of Greater Pittsburgh. All right, Margot, give us a good traffic report, why don't you? From the P.J. Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Thanks, Colin. PennDOT is reporting that there is an accident on 79 northbound right before the exit 60A towards Crafton and Moon Run. This is causing a lane restriction, so it might start to create some heavy congestion from the 79 interchange on the Parkway West. The other major roadways are looking at some very heavy delays as you try to make your commute home. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Renzel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
This report brought to you by NJM Insurance.
If you dread dealing with your insurance more than getting stuck in an elevator with an overshare,
bean burrito for lunch.
you have Insuranoia. You should have NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
What is life-changing medicine? The discovery of cancer at the earliest possible stage, challenging limits and transforming the impossible into reality, or connecting people to doctors and specialists when they need it most. At UPMC, we believe life-changing medicine is all those things. Our goal is to change the world of medicine and the lives of those around us. UPMC, changing healthcare, changing lives. Life-changing medicine.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-948-7878. That's 800-948-7878.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At Audion Hearing, our mission is simple: to make better hearing affordable for everyone. We're proud to offer high-quality, rechargeable hearing aids starting at just $98. Clear, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. And here's a study worth hearing. Research shows that wearing hearing aids can reduce your risk of dementia by up to 61%. Join over 1 million happy customers and hear the difference today by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. If you or someone you care about is facing a family law issue, let us set up a 1-hour Cordell consult. The Cordell Cordell Consult is a meeting with a local attorney who will give you clear guidance about your options, whether it's a separation, a postnuptial agreement, divorce, or custody. CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell. Licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 60 degrees under sunny skies at Pittsburgh International at 5:30. I'm Pat Septak. The news is brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick. Need a new roof or just want to repair a small leak? Trust PJ.com. Big news for food lovers here in Pittsburgh. The Michelin Guide is expanding into the Great Lakes, and our city is officially on the map. News Radio KDKA's Tamara Rush has the details.
The Michelin Guide is shining a spotlight on the city's chefs and growing foodie scene. Perry Ivory of Visit Pittsburgh calls it a milestone for the city.
Recognition from the Michelin Guide will encourage visitors to stay longer, explore more neighborhoods, and experience more of Pittsburgh's restaurants, bakeries, and markets.
The new American Great Lakes edition will also cover Cleveland, Detroit, Indianapolis, Milwaukee, and Minneapolis. Inspectors are already scouting restaurants with the full list set for 2027. Tamara Rush, News Radio KDKA.
New numbers are out regarding roadway crashes over the Easter weekend. State police say they investigated 532 vehicle crashes over the holiday weekend. That's up 5 from last year. These stats only involve highways patrolled by the state police and not those handled by municipal police departments. Of the cases handled by state police, impaired driving was a factor in 42 accidents, 2 of which were fatal. Well, CBS News correspondent Jim Krasula reports on another indication of the possible benefits of being married.
Adults who have never been married have a much higher risk of developing cancer than those who have been married. That's the finding of researchers at the University of Miami Miller School of Medicine, who studied more than 4 million cancer cases. The increased risk spans nearly every major cancer type and is especially pronounced for preventable cancers like those linked to smoking.
Now, that same study shows that married individuals often, but not always, have stronger support systems and greater economic stability as well. On Wall Street, the Dow closed up 1,325 points. The NASDAQ closed up 617 points, and the S&P 500 closed up 165. KDKA Sports brought to you by NASCAR Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. Call NASCAR Roofing at 412-373-2000. In sports, earlier today on KDKA.
Line drive left field, coming over, and diving catch made by Laureano. But a sacrifice fly for Connor Griffin on the 1-2 pitch. Gets the Bucks on the board. York scores. Gonzalez holds at second. It's 4-1. Wow.
Yeah, unfortunately, that was not enough as the Pirates fell to San Diego with a final score of 8-2. The Padres take 2 of 3 in that series at PNC Park. The Buccos are now 7-5. They have a day off tomorrow, and they look to get back on the winning track on Friday as they travel to the Windy City to face the Chicago Cubs. KDKA Radio News Time is 5:33. Time to call American Back Centers for your free evaluation. At American Back Centers in Wexford, you have nothing to lose but the pain. Our next update at 6 o'clock. I'm Pat Septak on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Shopping for replacement windows? Metropolitan Window Company elevates your shopping experience.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you'll experience personalized knowledge, expertise, and professionalism from our first visit to your home until our craftsmen complete your installation.
We're the window company that people want in their homes, and our exclusive Infinity by Marvin 100% fiberglass windows are the windows people love.
They're built for life. They are the strongest, longest-lasting windows you can buy.
And we have a great selection of colors and finishes. Experience Metropolitan Window Company. Stop by our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
I'm Piera Palazzolo,
VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEB-NOW1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
All right, traffic, here we go. PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic. It's all powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Hey, Margo.
All right, hey, Colin. Still looking at that accident on 79 North. However, it is just closing a shoulder down right before the exit towards Crafton and Moon Run. Looking at the other major roadways, still looking at some heavy brake lights. The Parkway West outbound slows you down from the county jail as you try to make your way towards the Fort Pitt Tunnel. Some bumper-to-bumper traffic on the Parkway West inbound from Carnegie, and the outbound side of the Parkway East also giving you a problem. That is from Technology Drive as you make your way towards the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margo Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Under a mainly clear sky tonight, we'll get down to 39 for an overnight low. It's going to be warmer tomorrow with a good deal of sunshine, high 74. Then warm Friday with increasing clouds and a high of 73. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Timely, Colin McNichol at large. Bold, Colin McNichol at large. Spot on, Colin McNichol at large. Thought-provoking, Colin McNichol at large. Every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, Colin McNichol tackles the breaking public policy news of the day in a concise and forthright fashion. Tired of commentaries that say everything but nothing at all? Weary of weasel-worded opinions? Here's your breath of fresh air, Colin McNichol at large, and only at AlleghenyInstitute.org.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at KennyRoss.com.
Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join us tomorrow on the Big K Morning Show, 5:30 until 10. We'll keep you posted on everything going on in and around town and around the world, plus how you can win tickets to see country music superstar Jason Aldean.
All right, here we go. So, before we're out of here today, we'll hear from Connor Griffin, who is very rich, very young, and is going to make a ton of money for playing baseball, which is not an easy endeavor. And you need to maximize your wealth and your income because you can't play it forever, but he'll be okay money-wise. He signed a big contract today, and there's all kind of buzz in Pirateville. So there's that. All right, we need to talk. 866-391-1020, 866-391-1020. Oh, by the way, tomorrow at 5:05, Dan Grisbeck, who is Allegheny County Council person, he wants to come on the show. And I said, sure. He can't stand ICE. He's somebody who has voted against them. He's somebody who cheered whenever the county came to an agreement to not cooperate with ICE. I think it's a bozo-rific decision. He disagrees vehemently, and we're going to talk about all of that. And it could get fiery. That's going to happen tomorrow at 5:05. All right, Democratic Party. I often say it's two parties. And here is some proof, I think, or justification as to my opinion. So the Pittsburgh chapter of the Democratic Socialists of America is advertising, and they started advertising on their social media platforms last week for an event tomorrow at an undisclosed location. You need to register. They need to make sure you're part of them. And then they send you an RSVP and also the location of this event. Okay? And they're holding a discussion group, they call it. Now, this is what it's all about. Next Thursday, meaning tomorrow, because this was last week they put this out, join us for the inaugural meeting of our reading and discussion group for Vicky Osterwell's In Defense of Looting. Using the book as a reference point, we will discuss looting, rioting, and other violent or extreme revolutionary tactics that have been used historically, and whether they can be valid and effective in our present-day struggle. They're struggling. These socialists are struggling. In this first meeting, we will discuss the introductory chapter and determine a schedule for our future meetings. RSVP at the link in our bio for the Zoom. Now, some people, I put this out on social media, they said, well, they're just discussing if. Okay, if I don't want to, if I know something is not going to be used, I don't have to have a discussion about it. Like, I know I'm never going to, drive my car off the cliff. You know what I don't have to have a discussion about? The merits of driving my car off a cliff. Because I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to employ that tactic. So I'd be wasting my time. To the book, which is written by Vicky Osterwell. In Defense of Looting by Vicky Osterwell argues that looting is a powerful, historically significant tactic for social change, wealth redistribution, and dismantling white supremacy, not just criminal behavior. Published in 2020, the book reframes rioting and property destruction as a direct challenge to capitalism and an effective tool for the working class, drawing on historical examples from slave revolts to modern movement like Black Lives Matter. Osterwell contends that condemning looting often reinforces racist ideologies by creating a false dichotomy between good protesters and bad looters, thereby undermining the radical potential of uprisings. Okay? Now, this is a meeting of the domestic terrorists. This is domestic terrorism. The FBI should be made aware of these people meeting somewhere. And if they were so okay with it, why are they not disclosing their location? Let me get back to this. And let me also let you know, the group sponsoring this, the Pittsburgh Democratic Socialists of America, they have endorsed Sarah Innamorato, they have endorsed Bethany Hallam, and they have endorsed Pittsburgh Council member Deb Gross in the past. They have endorsed those candidates, telling you we want you to vote for them. So keep that in mind for a base level of this discussion. Now we get into, this is precisely where the Democratic Party has two parties. What middle-of-the-road, logical Democrat looks at this and says, that's my party? What person who is a blue-collar, hard worker, churchgoer, our grandparents' Democrat, old lady lives in Bloomfield or Lawrenceville or Brookline or Beachview, looks at these people and goes, yep, they are in my party. When you use violence and criminal activity to get your way, that's domestic terrorism. That's what these people are pushing forward. So again, when I say that the Democratic Party is two separate parties, this is the biggest proof right here. But here's something else that needs to happen, and something else I never hear happen. Why aren't the logical, sane, rational, and there are, so don't come at me. There are logical, sane, rational Democrats in this world. There just are. I'm friends with some of them. I'm independent. I left the party because of people like this. But why don't they speak up and tell these people they're lunatics? Why do you never hear that? That's what's problematic. You know who you hear it from? Fetterman. And he gets ostracized. He gets threatened. He gets told he's a turncoat. This is wild to me. You have people on social media telling you we're having a meeting to tell you, if you're selected and invited, how we condone looting. And we don't see it as criminal behavior, but it's a tactic for social change, wealth redistribution, and dismantling white supremacy. Thus, we justify it. How does the whole world that sees this, and I just brought it to light, but how do you not say, stop? These people are crazy. And you know what else? If you do 3 clicks on their site to Democratic Socialists of America, who's hosting this talk, you see a picture of Sarah Innamorato as part of this group. What are we doing here? What are we doing here? You wonder why I talk about this stuff so much? It's time for sane people on both sides of this to grow a backbone and tell these people enough. Out. We're not handling this anymore. We're not dealing with it anymore. You folks are Looney Tunes. And it's time for people to roll up their sleeves and fight back against these people. We can't continue to let these people run roughshod over our government, over our neighborhoods, over our society. Honestly, this is ludicrous. Just is. From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Thanks, Colin. Looking at brake lights, continue to back up the Parkway West outbound from the county jail as you head towards the lower level of the Fort Pitt Bridge. The Parkway West on the inbound side also giving you some problems from Carnegie as you head towards the city. And the Parkway East outbound with its normal rush hour delays, heavily backing you up from the Oakland on-ramp. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Listen to Colin Dunlap on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
We're talking with Joe Sabulis from Highwood Cemetery. Joe, I read a story recently about a local cemetery that had run out of funds and was struggling to pay for its upkeep. How did this happen?
Some cemeteries eventually become full and can no longer sell grave sites to generate income. How will those cemeteries pay for their continued care? The cemetery may or may not have a fund for this purpose. In the story you mentioned, that cemetery is no longer selling property and its care fund is almost depleted. Now they're struggling to pay for upkeep.
How can families be assured that their grave sites are being cared for now and in the future?
Highwood Cemetery exists to serve the public rather than make a profit. Our $1 million perpetual care fund is managed by a fiduciary to ensure that the care of the cemetery will be as it is today for generations to come.
And you can learn more about Highwood Cemetery by calling 412-766-6600.
This is Greg Trzynski of the Original Mattress Factory. I recently had 2 sets of customers who had vastly different stories. One had purchased elsewhere 3 years ago and spent $5,000. And the other had purchased from OMF 12 years ago and spent $1,000. The difference? Our customer's mattress lasted 4 times longer and cost them 5 times less. Don't waste money on overpriced, overhyped mattresses. Visit the Original Mattress Factory for unbeatable quality and value. Sleep better, longer, for less.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It seems like just yesterday when I captured my son's first steps or when we recorded his soccer games on VHS tapes. Those moments are gone. But the old home movies and pictures don't need to be. That's why my son created Legacy Box.
That's right, Mom. Over 1 million families have used Legacy Box to digitally preserve their old home movies and photos.
Simply fill Legacy Box with your old camcorder tapes, film, and photos. They will professionally digitize and send them back on DVDs,
thumb drive, or the cloud.
With Mother's Day around the corner, it's the perfect time to get your legacy box and save your family's history. After all, few things are as important as protecting your precious memories. Give your mom a Mother's Day present she'll never forget. Take advantage of our Mother's Day sale, which starts now. It's our best deal of the year. Save up to 60% off. Visit legacybox.com/radio and for a limited time, get an incredible 60% off your order. That's legacybox.com/radio for 60% off. legacybox.com/radio.
My friends at NASCO Roofing take pride in exceeding customer expectations. Stephanie from Murraysville used NASCO for minor roof repairs. When a storm created substantial roof damage, she called NASCO. NASCO worked with Stephanie's insurance company and installed a beautiful brand new roof. NASCO has satisfied thousands like Stephanie. Get NASCO on your roof. Call NASCO Roofing, 412-373-2000, 412-373-2000. Most jobs done in a day. Special financing available. NASCO Roofing, NASCO.
Goldberg, Persky, White, pioneers in asbestos litigation. News desk, a look at what's happening. Pat Septak. Hi, Pat.
Hey, Colin. A big scare on the north side earlier today when the city's bomb squad was called out to investigate a grenade. And we're going to hear from the Pittsburgh Republican Committee about what they think about that new ordinance that prohibits city employees from cooperating with ICE. Those stories and more at 6 on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Reacting to the stories you're talking about. Colin Dunlap, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
9 years, $140 million. Connor Griffin, he's just 19, had a press conference after signing today, said this.
KG, when you had told Ben one of your big concerns coming in was what is my team going to think? When you look around this room today and see the amount of support that poured in for you, how much of a relief is it to know that these guys have your back on and off the field right now?
Yeah, it's amazing seeing the guys back there. Like they've made me so comfortable in this clubhouse, and it's been nothing but great. And I'm thankful for the relationships I've been able to build with them. And now that I think back on it, like it might have been a silly comment, but I really do care about being a better teammate more than anything, and I'm going to continue to do that.
Connor, obviously there's been a lot of reporting on the whole extension process. I'm sure that's a lot for you to kind of compartmentalize as it's going on. How difficult was that to kind of play through, and how happy are you now to just be able to focus on baseball?
Yeah, it was a fun process. Definitely a lot going on, and you know, I'm so glad that I can just go be the baseball player now. I can kind of put this behind me. I'm super excited about everything. Glad it's finalized, and now I get to go play ball.
Alex, this has been speculated for a while about if this could happen. In your eyes, when did this start to seem like a realistic possibility?
Yeah, I mean, there were talks through spring. I mean, my agency, they did a great job behind the scenes, kind of letting me, you know, prepare in spring training, be able to go do my thing on the field and just take care of the business behind closed doors. And you know, I saw a real chance in spring that this could be a big opportunity for me, and this is a place that I want to be for a long time. And it finally got done here the past few days, and just super glad to be a part of this organization for a long time now.
Jeff in the front. Connor, to that point, after a few years, you would have had options. Why 9 years? What really stuck out to you about this commitment?
Yeah, like I said, this is where I see a winning organization. Like we're gonna do a lot of great things with the players that we have, and you know, I want to be a part of it for 9 years. I want to continue to be a part of the build of winning playoff baseball. And this is a great place for me, a great place for my family, and couldn't be more proud.
Some of the realities of small market baseball is, you know, fans have to say goodbye to players they get close to. What does it mean to you that you're the guy that fans can now buy your jersey, and they know they're going to be able to wear it for 9 years, and they're going to be able to show up every day and see Connor Griffin play?
Yeah, I saw it on opening day. The fans are amazing. I can't wait to see the stadium packed like that for a long time, for 9 years, and that's why I want to be here. I want to win for the city. I want to do it for them, and because they deserve it. They deserve a winning team.
What does it mean to you that an organization sees so much talent and potential in you that they're willing to commit to you for that amount of time?
They've believed in me for a long time. For 2 years, they've, allowed me to progress through the minor leagues and just let me become the player that I am. And just to be a part of this organization has been a blessing to me, and thankful to be able to be here for another 9 years. Stability is really important to me and my family, and this is a great opportunity for that.
Sure is. Great opportunity to make a ton of money and get locked in when you're young. I couldn't imagine. Having that kind of money. Good on him, though. That's just fantastic news. I'll be back tomorrow, full show, and we'll rip it from the P.J. Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Thanks, Colin. Still looking at bumper-to-bumper traffic on the Parkway West outbound. That is starting around the county jail as you make your way towards the lower level of the Fort Pitt Bridge. Also seeing some heavy congestion on the inbound or southbound side of the Parkway North as you also try to head towards the lower level of the Fort Pitt Bridge. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
We're only 15 days until the draft. Everything you need to know surrounding the draft is right here. It's brought to you by Bill Few Associates Wealth Management, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
I'm back to doing what I love and more, thanks to the Good Feet store.
Don't let bad feet stop you from being active and getting healthy. Trade in your bad feet for good feet at the Good Feet store.
The amount of compensation received from a lung cancer or mesothelioma lawsuit varies. But at Pittsburgh-based Goldberg, Persky & White, the goal is simple. Maximize your recovery and ensure you receive the full compensation you deserve. Asbestos manufacturers spent decades concealing the dangers of asbestos exposure, and today, many suffering from lung cancer or mesothelioma are fighting back. You are not alone in this fight. Call GPW today at 1-800-COMPLEX to learn more.
Hey, want to do dinner with us tonight?
I don't know. The kids just left. I think we're just going to stay in tonight.
Oh, come on. Don't miss out again.
Miss out on what?
Catching up with friends. The sounds of winning. Celebrations. Endless laughs. And memories they'll never forget. Don't just hear about the fun. Time moves fast, so go have it. Rivers Casino. Don't miss the moment.
You've probably heard all those ads for life insurance. Just a few dollars a day, apply online in minutes, no medical exam. Simple, easy, and cheap, right? Now you're thinking, maybe I should get a quote. Well, smart thinking. Everyone should have life insurance. But here's what they don't tell you. Those few dollars a day rates, they're for young people in perfect health. That's why everyone calls Big Lou the 50 to 60-year-old not-so-perfect candidate. Like you. You take prescription meds and you're overweight. Winner, winner, fried chicken dinner. Well, Big Lou works with life insurance companies that want people like you with no surprises after you apply. In fact, if you're a 50-year-old guy with a few health glitches, Lou could probably find you $1 million of term life coverage for about $200 a month. So, yeah, you need life insurance. But unless you're young and healthy, you gotta call Big Lou because he's like you, older, heavier, and on meds, too. Get a quote right now at 800-200-1966, 800-200-1966, or biglou.com.
Hey, I'm Sam.
And I'm Calvin.
With Cousins Roofing, Siding, and Decks. You ever wait way too long for a haircut and finally get one and think, why didn't I do that months ago?
Oh, yeah. Suddenly you're walking taller, smiling bigger, and feeling like a new person.
That's exactly what it feels like when you finally replace that old roof or deck. You don't realize how bad it looked or how much better it could be until it's done.
And when it is, your whole house feels fresh again.
Give your home that clean-cut confidence with a new deck, roof, or siding project.
Call the Cousins.
Call the Cousins.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin. And that means everything.
Nothing is everything.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Y108 presents Odyssey, The Night Before, powered by Bowser Chevrolet, starring Jason Aldean.
Oh my goodness, let's go! Don't let me down, don't sell me out, don't blow my cover, don't fall apart, yeah, come on, heart, don't tell me now.
You can't buy a ticket to this show. You can only win your way in. Full details at Y108.com. Presented by Miller Lite and brought to you by Giant Eagle, Pool City, True Green, and Broken Bow Records.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 61 degrees under sunny skies at 6 o'clock. I'm Pat Septak. The news is brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick. 45 years of experience and thousands of 5-star reviews. Trust PJ.com. There was a bit of a scare on the city's north side earlier today. Just before noon, officials from Zone 1 and the city's bomb squad responded to reports of a bomb threat in the 500 block of East Ohio Street. After that area was evacuated, investigators determined that the device found on a porch was an inert training grenade and was not live, and therefore was found to be no risk to the public. Those evacuated were allowed back inside a short time later, and the investigation is ongoing. The Pittsburgh Republican Committee is speaking out after City Council approved that ordinance that prohibits city employees from cooperating with ICE. News Radio KDKA's David Bollorado has more.
And all this is doing is causing unnecessary chaos.
GOP Chairman Todd McCollum says council's move blurs the lines between the legislative and executive branches of city government, adding the Home Rule Charter puts law enforcement explicitly under the control of the mayor. And he says this takes away from bigger issues facing the city.
It does deflect away from the fact that there's still a sealed search warrant on the city of Pittsburgh. Well, that has nothing. I believe in that it has nothing to do with the city of Pittsburgh or the current administration and the budget problems it have.
McCollum recently filed a complaint with the Office of Disciplinary Counsel regarding the county solicitor after county council okayed its non-cooperation agreement. He says they'll meet to consider a similar move here. David Bollorado, News Radio KDKA.
Talks between the U.S. and Iran are set for this weekend in Pakistan. CBS's Linda Kenyon reports from the White House.
White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt says securing Iran's enriched uranium will be a primary focus.
This is on the top of the priority list for the president and his negotiating team.
Another priority is ensuring the long-term reopening of the Strait of Hormuz.
This ceasefire is subject to the free, safe, and immediate reopening of the Strait of Hormuz. That's very plain language, and it should be taken at face value.
Iran has been imposing tolls on ships passing through the strait.
It's an idea the president has floated.
Leavitt also says Vice President Vance will lead the negotiating team. Linda Kenyon, CBS News, the White House.
The farther you travel west, the more Sheetz locations you're going to see. The home of the MTO announced today that it's expanding into the state of Indiana. The company says it plans to build 100 locations across the Hoosier state over the next decade, a $1 billion investment that should create over 3,000 jobs. On Wall Street, the Dow gained 1,325 points. The NASDAQ closed at 617 points, and the S&P 500 closed at 165 points. KDKA Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. Call NASCO Roofing at 412-373-2000. The Pirates lost to San Diego 8-2 at PNC Park today. The Padres taking 2 of 3 games in that series. The big excitement for Pirate fans didn't come during the game, but before the first pitch today, when it became official that 19-year-old Connor Griffin had been extended 9 years in a reported $140 million deal. Griffin says he's pumped to be a Pirate.
I'm pumped to go compete. The goal is to win. The goal is to win a World Series, and I think we got a great clubhouse to go do that, and I'm pumped to be a part of it. Can't wait to continue to get better as a player and just continue to grow as a person as well.
Next up for the Bucks, after a day off tomorrow, they'll try to get back on the winning path as they travel to Chicago to face the Cubbies. KDKA Radio News Time is 6:04. Time to call Dina Schmidt and Michael Coleman at One Health Benefits at 724-799-8873 for the right health insurance plan that can save you thousands. It's sunny and 61 degrees in Pittsburgh. KDKA AAA traffic and the AccuWeather forecast next.
When navigating the many twists and turns of life, it's important to have a trusted financial guide to help you make the journey smoother and more rewarding. At Bill Few Associates, they've helped thousands of people navigate comfortably through the many milestones of life. They offer a variety of financial planning services tailored to suit each client's needs. Bill Few Associates Wealth Management. Find out more. Call 412-630-6000 or visit billfew.com.
KDKA traffic on the 5s.
All right, it is 6:05 from the P.J. Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Here is Margot Rensel. Margot?
All right, thanks, Rob. Taking a look at the major roadways, still seeing some heavy congestion as you try to make your way around the city. Looking at some heavy bumper-to-bumper traffic, continue to back up the Parkway West outbound as you head towards the Fort Pitt Tunnel. So if you wanted to, your USPS Ground Advantage reliable route would be to take an earlier exit and an alternative route. With AAA traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
It will stay mainly clear into tonight, a low of 39. A much warmer day heading into tomorrow with a mostly sunny sky, a high of 74. Partly cloudy for tomorrow night, a low of 51. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's spring. That means birthdays, anniversaries, graduations, Mother's Day, and fresh, colorful spring flowers from OliverFlowers.com. Family-owned Oliver Flowers, celebrating spring for 96 years. Order online for free delivery in their service area. OliverFlowers.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Everything you need, every time you listen. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, your Pratt Pack. It is a midweek Wednesday. We have a lot to get to, but we begin with the big story once again. Iran closing Straits of Hormuz again today in response to Israeli attacks against Hezbollah militant groups in Lebanon, casting doubt over whether an already very precocious ceasefire to end more than a month of that war on hold will last. The United States and Iran both claimed victory after reaching the agreement, and world leaders expressed relief even as more drones and missiles hit Iran and Gulf Arab countries. Israel also intensified its attacks in Lebanon, hitting several commercial and residential areas in Beirut without warning. At least 112 people were killed and hundreds were wounded in one of the deadliest days in the latest Israel-Hezbollah war. I will always stand with Israel. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, look, you cannot take your foot off the gas pedal when you're dealing with evil. And Iran can claim victory all they want. But if you look at any of the history since 1979, when that dreaded individual was running the show, the Ayatollah Khomeini, never, ever have they backed down. Never. And if they have, in the darkness of night, they have taken piles of cash and given it to terrorist groups like Hezbollah and Hamas to commit evil acts. You notice that these so-called leaders always want to speak loudly about their accomplishments. But in reality, if they had no money and they had no oil, no one would even know that they exist. They would be nothing but a pebble in the ocean. And if they keep doing what they're doing, they will be nothing but an ocean, because the president will follow through and do irreparable damage, sadly, to Iran. And why I say sadly, not because of them. I will never lose sleep over anything that happens to that regime because of the torture and murderous ways that they have been handling their own people, some 90 million plus, for close to a half a century. I will always pray for the people of Iran who just want an opportunity to get a life out of living, something that we in this country sometimes take for granted. We have forgotten about the people who have come before us to give us the opportunities that we have in this country every day. So just keep pushing your luck, Iran. Keep being, well, bragging, if you will, about your accomplishments. But sooner or later, it'll be put up or shut up time, and I don't think you have the wherewithal to even come close to taking on the most powerful free nation in the world, led by someone who truly checks all the boxes when it comes to strength. And behind that desk is where he sits, the Oval Office, Pennsylvania Avenue, Washington, D.C. His home, the White House. All right, Pat had this story on moments ago, and I decided to change the course of this broadcast. He talked about sheets going into Indiana. They're in Michigan now, too, and they continue to grow up and down the East Coast. But I have a very special place in my heart for sheets. I'm in one of their locations just about every day, and I'm anticipating the one that is being remodeled in Rochester, Pennsylvania, where I spent every day, 2 or 3 times a day, for a very long time. Steve Sheets and I were very close friends, so much so that I actually had his number, could text him, pick up the phone and call him, and he would respond. And let me tell you how we met decades upon decades ago. And there are moments in my broadcasting career that I will take with me when I step to the retirement podium and bring up because they were that important to me. But one time on this very radio station, I had Stan, Lou, and Steve with me on the air at one time. Brother Joe, sadly no longer here, but his son has matriculated through the company. Names like Lance have matriculated through the company, and they do carry on because of the grit that was started many years ago by this incredible family from nearby Altoona. One day, in between 1,000 times being on the air, behind a play-by-play microphone, doing television, I went into the Sheets convenience store in Rochester, and I loved it. But there was a little sign that they always had posted, if something, well, you're curious about, give us a call. And there was something I was curious about. And it was a toll-free number. It was 3 in the morning. I thought, hey, why not? And no sooner did I do that within a couple of days, I got a return phone call by none other than the man who was running the show at the time, Steve Sheets. And because of our love of NASCAR and golf and the grocery industry, that convenience store, MTO Food, that would later be the hit of the East Coast, we became lifelong friends. I miss Steve. I wish I could see him and tell him how excited I am about all this news and how they're growing the brand. Others may come and others may go, but my heart will always be with Sheets, not just because of those brothers and their story, but because they do deliver like that MTO Food to go. Anything you could ever want, and their help, second to none. And I've seen people matriculate in that company to go on to hold very high positions. But the greatest time in this whole relationship was one day, many, many years ago, when I brought my other father, Joe Dentisi, and Steve Sheets together for a historic meeting. Joe, of course, behind Coons Market, and Steve, we know that brand. And there wasn't a time when Joe and I were together and we would pass a Sheets convenience store that somehow, some way, Joe would always say, a great businessman in his own right, those Sheets brothers, they did it right. And they're still doing it right to this day. So congratulations, and I just wish my buddy Steve was here so I could shoot him a quick text. But he knows because that's just what they do at Sheets. And the thing that I love about it, it's one of our own. And every time I see a Pittsburgh Pirate baseball player with that Sheets logo on their sleeve or that Sheets logo on a wall in an outfield, some baseball park, anywhere, anytime, any place, it makes me smile. And I did figure out one day I probably have eaten more meals from Sheets than I have in my own kitchen. Because the great thing about Sheets convenience stores, it makes me feel as though I'm home. Congratulations to a friend, an incredible business entity here in this part of the world, and someone I'm sure, like all of you, that we are very proud to promote. Because Sheets is like coming home. Love that brand. All right, listen, as always, you can listen to us at 100.1 FM, AM 1020, KDK, or on the Odyssey app, AUDACY, but you can also watch us online with our KDK video stream presented by Metropolitan Window Company. Just go to KDKRadio.com and click on Watch KDK Radio Livestream, or now you can just go to our KDK Radio YouTube page and watch everything that we are doing in the studio. Don't forget, you're going to be calling in tonight at 866-391-1020, but you can also visit me via NASCO Roofing Instant Access to our shows. A click away. Email us at instantacces@kdkradio.com. And I do want to remind you, one of my favorite events each and every year, if you know someone in your community who has done something extraordinary in the past year, nominate them now, kdkradio.com, to be honored at this year's Larry's Hometown Heroes event. All right, just booked a couple of extra guests in the last hour. Coming up shortly at the bottom of the hour, State Senator Devlin Robinson on why natural gas, the footprint, is now more important than ever, especially with what's been happening in the Middle East with oil. Also, Connor Griffin, his skill set. Is he worth that kind of money? You bet, long term. We'll talk to a guy who knows baseball. You know him from the Coons Market Black and Gold Sunday Show. Former Pitt Panther baseball coach, now at the very prestigious IMG Academy. Joe Giordano drops by for a rare primetime Wednesday edition right after local news at 7. And then the chair of the Republican Party, and he wants to be your lieutenant governor. The chair, of course, here in Allegheny County. He grew up in Beaver County. He's Jason Ritchie. He'll join me after local news at 8. Lots of things to get to, lots of things to discuss, so stay with me. Your Pratt Pack tonight on KDKA. 6:15 from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDK AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Here's Margot.
All right, thanks, Rob. Looking at the major roadways, still seeing some heavy congestion on the Parkway West outbound. That's starting from the county jail as you make your way towards the Fort Pitt Tunnel. The Parkway East outbound is also bumper to bumper as you try to make your way towards the Squirrel Hill Tunnel, and continuing to see brake lights back you up on the inbound side of the Parkway West from Carnegie. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast.
Pump up the volume.
When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
I have questions for you. Do you think any of us grow up wanting to be fat and unhealthy? Do you think any of us want to be put on more meds? Do you think any of us want to keep buying bigger clothes year after year? How about feeling tired all the time and not feeling good? I think not. This is Dr. Shufo from the Weight Loss and Wellness Center. Many of these issues are positively changed with our diet. You don't know what to put in your mouth? You don't have the willpower? That's why you deal with me. Call me at 1-800-900-THIN. We can make great things happen in a short period of time.
Barry and Steve Aronich from Petite Kitchen and Bath Design Center. You know, getting something new creates excitement. For instance, on a scale of 1 to 10, a new TV might be a 3.
A new car might be a 7. But getting a brand new kitchen or bathroom, that is a 10. Few things equal the exhilaration and joy of finding just the right design for the kitchen or bath of your dreams.
And then there's the anticipation you feel as Petite's expert craftsmen transform your dream into a reality. From custom creation to expert installation, our family-owned business has been making people happy for almost 60 years.
Let us help you experience the one-of-a-kind joy you'll get from a brand new kitchen or bathroom from Petite. Visit us on Route 50 just off the Carnegie exit. Call 412-279-2222 or click PATETE kitchens.com. Haven't you waited long enough? PA 625.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Make 380 Auction of Murraysville your next stop for all your spring needs. Great prices on vegetable and flower flats. The fresh produce comes in weekly. 380 Auction has name brand furniture, tools, automotive supplies, pet supplies, lawn and garden, toys, food, and new items arriving daily. 380 Auction is open Tuesday through Sunday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Call 724-339-3132. That's 724-339-3132. Or log on to shop380.com and save.
A doctor's mistake can turn your world upside down. Massa Law Group has recovered millions for families across our Pittsburgh region. We're here with real compassion and real results. Call 412-338-1800 for your free case review today.
All right, 20 inside the hour of 6 from the Goldberg, Persky, and White Pioneers and Asbestos Litigation News Desk. Here's Pat Septak. Pat?
Yeah, Rob, a man who was arrested after he was caught going through other passengers' bags while vaping on a Pittsburgh-bound plane learns his sentence. We'll have that story at 6:30 on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Bloomberg Money Minute time, Bloomberg Radio, KDKA Radio.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. It's the heart of the U.S. spring housing season, but mortgage applications declined last week as average mortgage rates jumped to nearly 6.4%, according to Freddie Mac. That's on jitters about the war against Iran. But today, with the U.S. and Iran agreeing to a 2-week ceasefire and to peace talks to begin later this week, Wall Street rallied and oil prices fell sharply lower. The Dow today soaring 1,325 points higher. The Nasdaq up 617. The S&P up 166. Those are gains of more than 2.5% across the board. Oil closing about 16% lower, under $95 a barrel. That is still over $30 a barrel more than oil was before the war began in late February. And iSeeCars.com is out with its list of the most and least recalled car brands. Ford has 5 of the top 10 most recalled vehicles, with the Lincoln Aviator SUV at the top. Mercedes-Benz, 9 of the 10 least recalled models. Tom Busby, Bloomberg Radio.
All right, so I saw this story in the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette, and it kind of got the hair on the back of the neck standing up and, you know, the pulse beating a little bit faster. It's campaign funding. Look, I'm all for it. I love it. I love the ads. I love the print media. I love everything. Billboards. It just kind of keeps you thinking about the election cycle and process, and that's what people need to be doing when it comes to this governor's race. And we're going to talk to Jason Ritchie about this tonight and why he wants to be lieutenant governor. Look, I'm not choosing sides here, but I am going to choose the side when it comes to money, not campaign money, because I saw this story about how Stacey Garrity, who's been with us on the radio many times, she, of course, the Pennsylvania State Treasurer, and you've heard Governor Shapiro many times on KDKA, too, that she's raised $1 million, and he's, like, outgaining her right now. He's got, like, $10 million. All right. Okay, fine. It's a headline. It's a story, and that is a big difference, right? $10 million to $1 million. But here's what this whole thing is about. It's about cash, not for campaigns, but jobs first, jobs last. Enough of the nonsense about who's raising more, and don't use that $10 million or $1 million to mudsling one another. Talk about what matters, issues, and I follow both of them on social media, and they both know about manufacturing. But I must tell you, Stacey Garrity, the Honorable Treasurer of the state of Pennsylvania, has been combing Pennsylvania all over PA, going to any manufacturing site, new or old or wannabe, that simply needs a little PR. She'll cut the ribbon. She'll basically walk the entire plant. She'll talk to the rank and file and the powers to be, because she understands, and she said it on this radio station, the only way Pennsylvania gets back to where we need to be is by job creation. We have 2 data centers that are going up, one in Indiana County, one in Beaver County. We had a 8 that turned out to be a $12 billion project with Royal Dutch Shell, which natural gas is the future. So we'll talk about that throughout the night, because what's been going on in the Middle East is another indication of how we, the American people and others, have been held hostage when it comes to oil. Listen, I want this regime out, but you know as well as I do, a kinder, gentler world is going to convince the president to let them stay and let them go back to their way of life. They're not hurting anyone. And I probably won't be here in 30 years when they finally are able to launch something at us, and they do it. Sadly, I want all of you, if it ever gets down to gut check time, to remember what I'm telling you tonight. They need to be wiped off the face of the earth, the government, the regime, not the Iranian people. Listen to me what I'm saying, because they will do it again. But because we live in this kinder, gentler world, we're going to let them probably go back to, well, continue their dastardly deeds. But what we must do, we must buy into natural gas now more than ever. We must put our foot down and demand manufacturing. And I think Stacey Garrity gets that. It may be her military background. I don't know. But she's plowing through Pennsylvania talking manufacturing and energy. She's been all over it. Nothing else matters. If you want better meds and eds, you want stronger roads and bridges, you want a Main Street that actually has some boards off the windows and people walking up and down the sidewalks, you got to create jobs. And we are standing on liquid gold, 24-karat gold, Marcellus Shale, Utica Shale. Drill, baby, drill. And once the rest of the world realizes what they went through, even those cowards at NATO who didn't do anything to help us, they're in trouble with energy. They don't even know how to do anything other than what Iran and other countries who have oil tell them to do. But if they're smart, they'll start making the transition to natural gas and start doing business with us, because they know they can trust us. Coming up in a moment to talk about energy and what's going on in the Middle East, the Marine, he is State Senator Devlin Robinson. Moments away with your Pratt Pack tonight. KDKA. Pat's next.
Springfest is happening now at Lowe's. Keep the spotlight on your yard with Stay Green Premium 2 cubic foot mulch, 5 bags for $10. Plus, when you want more help indoors, get up to 40% off select major appliances that help you supercharge your chores. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid to 4/22 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for details. Mulch offer excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
When you're handling an estate or an inherited home, the decisions can feel overwhelming. At Home Buyers of Pittsburgh, we help families through this every single week. We make a quick, fair cash offer on the home, coordinate any cleanouts, help you through the process, and we'll buy it in its current condition. No pressure, no surprises. Visit homebuyersoftpittsburgh.com or call 412-500-9057 for help selling today. That's 412-500-9057 for help selling today.
Home Buyers of Pittsburgh, Pittsburgh's local trusted home buyer since 2015.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
The Colorectal Cancer Alliance wants you to know a lot of things in life are preventable.
Ooh, gas station sushi.
That's preventable. And even colon cancer can be preventable if you get screened. If you're 45 or older, talk to your doctor. Go to colorectalcancer.org to learn more.
From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 60 degrees under sunny skies at Pittsburgh International at 6:30. I'm Pat Septak. A Wilkinsburg man is facing the consequences after pleading guilty to stealing from a fellow passenger on a Pittsburgh-bound flight last year. News Radio KDKA's Tamara Rush has the details.
Jamir Farrell, 23 of Wilkinsburg, was sentenced after pleading guilty to stealing from a passenger on a flight from Los Angeles to Pittsburgh last April. Court records show Farrell went through other passengers' bags while vaping on board. He was arrested when the plane landed at Pittsburgh International Airport with a backpack containing a wallet and credit cards that weren't his. Farrell will serve a year of supervised release, including 90 days of home detention, and pay a $250 fine. Tamara Rush, News Radio KDKA.
A Chicago woman is facing charges after police in Westmoreland County say she stole a check from an assisted living facility, altered it, and cashed it. Greensburg police, along with county detectives, launched an investigation after being contacted by Redstone Highlands in January about a stolen check in the amount of $5,400. Tamika Johnson is now facing charges of theft and receiving stolen property. A state senator says property taxes are driving people out of their homes, and something has to be done about it. On the Big K Morning Show, Senator Camara Bartolotta, who represents Washington and Greene counties, says she's proposing a constitutional amendment that would eliminate property taxes. As for what would take its place, she recommends
an increased sales tax that would impact all consumer. A consumer tax would be palatable for some folks. I don't know all the numbers of that. I don't know if that would fill that hole that we have to fill for our public education, but we have to stop chasing seniors out of their homes.
She says other states have gotten rid of their property taxes, so there's no reason why Pennsylvania can't do the same. On Wall Street, the Dow closed up 1,325 points, the NASDAQ closed up 617 points, and the S&P 500 closed up 165. KDKA Sports brought to you by NASCA Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. Call NASCA Roofing at 412-373-2000. Earlier today on KDKA.
Line drive left field coming over and diving catch made by Laureano. But a sacrifice fly for Connor Griffin on the 1-2 pitch. Gets the Bucks on the board. York scores. Gonzalez holds at second. It's 4-1. Wow.
Yeah, unfortunately, that was not enough as the Pirates fell to San Diego with a final score of 8-2. The Padres take 2 of 3 in that series at PNC Park. The Buccos are now 7-5. They have a day off tomorrow, and they look to get back on the winning track on Friday as they travel to the Windy City to face the Chicago Cubs. KDKA Radio News Time is 6:32. Our next update at 7 o'clock. I'm Pat Septak on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Time now for today's Spotlight on Tech, sponsored by Ethos.
Apple is adding 4 new partners to its U.S. manufacturing expansion plans. Bosch, Cirrus Logic, TDK, and Qnity Electronics will manufacture essential materials and components in the U.S. for Apple products, with the iPhone maker investing $400 million in the companies through 2030. Apple says it's part of the company's $600 billion 4-year commitment to U.S. manufacturing and innovation. I'm Jason Brooks.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. On top of home and auto, Progressive protects your boat, RV, and motorcycle so you can explore the unknown.
Actually, we just take the RV to the same campground every year.
Well, maybe you can catch your own dinner on your boat.
Oh, we can actually get pizza delivered there from this brick oven place we love.
Will you at least try a new topping?
Honestly, probably not. We kind of have a go-to order.
Fine. Just bundle home or auto insurance with your outdoor vehicles with Progressive and stay protected when you go, I guess, where you've gone before. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations.
KDKA traffic on the 5.
All right, before we get to State Senator Devlin Robinson, it is 6:35 from the P.J. Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Here's Margot Renzel.
All right, thanks, Rob. Still looking at a few delays on those major roadways. That is on the Parkway West inbound from Green Tree Hill and the Parkway West outbound from 2nd Avenue. The rest of the major roadways are starting to die down just a bit. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Renzel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Under a mainly clear sky tonight, we'll get down to 39 for an overnight low. It's going to be warmer tomorrow with a good deal of sunshine, high 74. Then warm Friday with increasing clouds and a high of 73. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
This report brought to you by Gravely Zero-Turn Commercial Mowers. Your reputation matters. That's why so many landscape professionals choose Gravely. You can save up to 20% on Gravely commercial mowers during the Gravely Mow the Distance sales event starting April 9th. Visit your local Gravely dealer today.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join us tomorrow on the Big K Morning Show, 5:30 until 10. We'll keep you posted on everything going on in and around town and around the world, plus how you can win tickets to see country music superstar Jason Aldean.
All right, let me get back to the show, and State Senator Devlin Robinson joins us right now. Once a Marine, always a Marine. So let's begin with the military and what's going on in the Middle East from someone who knows a little bit about what it's all about when it comes to the men and women of our military. Go ahead, Senator. Let's talk about what's happening and why I think it's necessary what the President and the administration has been doing along with our military. Go ahead, please.
Well, thank you for that introduction. I'd like to say hoorah and Semper Fi. Love the Marine Corps. I think that it was about time that Iran finally got dealt with. For 47 years, they've been a thorn in everyone's side in the Middle East, and finally somebody stepped up and actually did something. For those past couple decades, it has been just kind of a game where we've been delaying those negotiations. And Iran was taking advantage of them while they were building and enriching uranium. under those negotiations. So finally, somebody went in and said, okay, enough is enough.
All right, now let's talk about something else near and dear to my heart, building trades, manufacturing, and we will be at the Eastern Atlantic States Regional Council of Carpenters broadcasting my entire Saturday show on May the 2nd, where you and I first met not that long ago. The data centers, obviously the petrochemical plant, all the things that are happening in the nuclear energy world. Energy is the future. Natural gas could be as big a commodity as oil is to the Middle East. One of the things that we have learned because of the Straits of Hormuz, the price of oil, people complaining, even though it's starting to come down now under $100 a barrel, and it will continue to get better, we need to start really making the most of our natural gas footprint. Would you not agree, Senator?
That's right. I agree 100%. We have some of the richest natural gas in the world, and especially in the United States. We're the second largest producer of natural gas in the United States, right behind Texas. If we were our own country, we would actually be fourth in production of natural gas.
It's staggering to think. And what will happen, these other countries, including NATO, who basically turned away and walked away when we asked for their help, and I think that should be a big discussion moving forward. But they're all going to need some sort of energy, and I believe Iran is going to change forever once this regime hopefully is out of there and the Iranian people get a chance to control the trillions in oil. But for them to get natural gas in other parts of the world, they're going to have to come to us. We have to find a way to start being able to export this commodity. This could cause such a boom when it comes to employment that we may finally see generational wealth paychecks for young people graduating from high school, men and women who simply want to go to work and make a paycheck. But we also have to continue to invest in the carpenters, electricians, and plumbers because they're going to be the key component to help make all this happen. Senator.
That's right. Regardless, there's technicians that are going to extract the natural gas out of the ground, but we need people to go out there in the field and build those pads that can extract the natural gas safely and efficiently. So those are going to be our building trades employees, and this is the perfect region to get those employees trained and out on the job site and working, like you said, for a very good paycheck with benefits.
Last thing for State Senator Devlin Robinson, a lot being made about the gubernatorial race. A big splash on the PG front page today. 1 million she has raised. Stacey Garrity, he has raised 10. I just said moments ago, this is not about campaign funding. It's about getting jobs and people getting paychecks that can help them fund their lifestyle. Nothing against Governor Shapiro. He understands manufacturing. I don't know if it's her military background, but I've never seen someone on the campaign trail so early visiting every manufacturing site possible. The state treasurer, Stacey Garrity, is all in on manufacturing, is she not?
That's right. Treasurer Garrity, she has 30 years in the United States Army. She has 3 tours in Iraq under her belt, and she's got a lot of experience in business. And she's been the treasurer for the 5th largest state in the union for the last 6 years. I would say that her resume speaks for itself. So she's just getting started. So, just saying that she's only raised $1 million isn't painting the proper picture. It's still early in the campaign.
Well, in closing, one person who knows a little bit about campaign finance, he actually got elected by using social media in 2016 and continues to use it every day, Truth Social Media, and he has won this state twice that gave him a chance to go into the office for the first time and to go back there again. Donald Trump, he's already thrown his support behind her, and once things settle down in the Middle East, I'm sure he'll be out there on the campaign trail promoting her. Wouldn't you agree?
Well, absolutely. He knows that Pennsylvania is a battleground state, and it's really the battleground state. They always used to say, so goes Ohio, so goes the nation. Now it's Pennsylvania. All eyes are on Pennsylvania in 2026.
Short notice, but always grateful and appreciative of you, State Senator Devlin Robinson. And if not beforehand, I'll see you at the Eastern Atlantic States Regional Council of Carpenters Open House May 2nd, okay?
That's right. Thanks, Rob.
All right, listen, that's a great opportunity, too, for you parents out there. If you have children who like to build things and they're getting ready to graduate, or you're thinking career change, you got to get to the open house May 2nd. It's an incredible time, right just a few miles from where I sit along 376 at the Carpenters Union. Hey, here it is. Here's some ticket drop information for the night before, featuring Jason Aldean, John Morgan, Shane Prophet at Rivers Casino, April 22nd. Now, coming up tomorrow, 3 to 4, Pella Windows and Doors Showroom, Warrendale. And then it'll be Cohen's Markets, 5281 Library Road, Bethel Park. That's April the 10th. April the 11th from 11 a.m. to noon, Township of Pine, Giant Eagle Market District Supermarket, Town Center Drive, Wexford. And April the 12th from 12 to 1, Rally House, North Shore, 684 West General Robinson Street, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. And if you need the zip, 15212. All right, some draft news now with Pat Septak. Pat.
Time now for an update from the KDKA Draft Information Desk, powered by Bowser Chevrolet and brought to you by Generator Supercenter of Pittsburgh.
Well, even the Heinz History Center is getting involved with the draft. Last week, the museum announced some very special plans happening during draft week. The museum's chief historian, Ann Mataratz, shared details with the BK Morning Show.
You're going to come to the History Center and you're going to see the jerseys from our 6 quarterbacks from Western Pennsylvania that are all in the Hall of Fame. I also picked up draft cards. You know, the moment when that pick is announced and those players for the first time are introduced to the world as professionals. The Hall of Fame has all the draft cards from 1997 to the present. So we're going to have all those Steelers first-round picks.
Yeah, and she says they're going to open up the special draft section of the museum the Friday before the draft on the 17th of April and run it through the Monday after so that people who come early or who want to stay in town after the draft will have a chance to see it as well. You can go online at HeinzHistoryCenter.org/draft to get more details. From the KDKA Draft Information Desk, I'm Pat Septak.
All right, 645 from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Here's Margot.
All right, thanks, Rob. Looking like most of the major roadways are clear. Just a few leftover brake lights around the Banksville interchange on the inbound side of the Parkway West and on the outbound side of the Parkway East, right before the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Hey, it's Pony for my friends at Comer and Cross. Does your garage floor have cracked and stained concrete? Mine did. Maybe your garage floor had a bad epoxy or paint job. A new Comer & Cross garage floor is going to transform your whole garage, and all it's going to take is one day. I love mine, and you'll love yours. If you call them right now, and you should do it, don't waste another second. They'll take 50% off your installation. So here's that number, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. A Comer & Cross garage floor is the gold standard. It is guaranteed to never chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever. And just like they did for me, they will make it so easy for you. Stuff in your garage, they'll take it out. Cracks and pits, they'll fix them perfectly. Look just like new. And they're going to put their proprietary Comer & Cross finish on it. So I want you to call them now and get that 50% off installation. The number is 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. 800-NEW-FLOOR. Or go to COMERcross.com. It's Comer & Cross Premium Concrete Coating.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. If you or someone you care about is facing a family law issue, let us set up a 1-hour Cordell Consult. The Cordell Consult is a meeting with a local attorney who will give you clear guidance about your options, whether it's a separation, a postnuptial agreement, divorce, or custody. CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
Join Beth Andrews for the Net Worth Financial Hour Saturdays at 1 to get the news and information you need to make your retirement dream a reality. That's the Net Worth Financial Hour with Beth Andrews, Saturdays at 1. Net Worth Advisors, LLC is a registered investment advisor.
Hey, it's Marty. Are you tired of pain or fear of falling that's holding you back, struggling with balance, neuropathy, or joint pain? At Monroeville Physical, spelled F-Y-Z-I-C-A-L, physical therapy is done differently because you are different. Folks, this place is amazing. I've seen it firsthand. Shoulder pain, knee pain, balance issues. They attack it and work it, and it works. Call today. Monroeville Physical, FYZICAL, 412-457-8200.
Crowded waiting rooms, 5 rushed minutes with the doctor. No real answers, just solutions that mask symptoms. For so many, that's what healthcare has become. In and out, no time, no connection. Just another appointment on the schedule. At Pittsburgh Sinus Centers, it's different. They take the time to listen, explain, and design a plan built around you. Because real relief starts with understanding what's really going on, not just treating the surface. From allergy testing to in-office sinus and nasal procedures, their experienced team uses the latest technology and a personal touch to help you breathe, sleep, and live better. Here, you're not just another number. You're the reason they do what they do. Discover a better way to feel better, one that's built around you. Pittsburgh Sinus Centers. Schedule a consultation today. Call Pittsburgh Sinus Centers, 878-231-4950. 878-231-4950. That's 878-231-4950.
Hello, KDKA listeners. This is Carlos, owner of Greater Pitt Tree Service. If you have any concerns about any trees on your property, call Greater Pitt Tree Service, 412-884-TREE. We have an A-plus rating on the Better Business Bureau. To serve your needs best, we have an ISA-certified arborist on staff. We have 32 years experience, 412-884-TREE. We will be your best choice for tree work. Greater Pitt Tree Service, 412-884-TREE. And remember, we did your neighbor's tree.
At Audion Hearing, our mission is simple: to make better hearing affordable for everyone. We're proud to offer high-quality, rechargeable hearing aids starting at just $98. Clear, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. And here's a study worth hearing. Research shows that wearing hearing aids can reduce your risk of dementia by up to 61%. Join over 1 million happy customers and hear the difference today by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
From the Goldberg, Persky, and White Pioneers in Asbestos Litigation News Desk, here's KDK Radio News anchor Pat Septak. Pat?
Yeah, Rob, attention all food lovers. Pittsburgh is being put on the map for its growing foodie scene. Details coming up at 7 on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Money matters to everyone, so that's why we bring you Bloomberg Money Minute Report, Bloomberg Radio, KDKA Radio.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. A massive relief rally on Wall Street today and at markets around the world after the U.S. and Iran agreed to a 2-week ceasefire and to hold peace talks starting this Friday in Pakistan. Now, despite reports of continued fighting in the Middle East, most of that Israeli strikes against Hezbollah militants in Lebanon, which is threatening to derail that fragile truce, stocks roared higher at the close. The Dow was up 1,325 points. The Nasdaq up 617. The S&P up 166. Those were gains of more than 2.5% across the board. And with oil falling to under $95 a barrel today, shares of airlines and cruise ship operators all ended higher on expectations of paying a lot less for fuel. Shares of Carnival Cruise Lines up more than 11%. And people love the Swedish meatballs at IKEA's cafeteria. Now the Sweden-based furniture retailer is adding fish balls made from haddock a little later this month. Tom Busby, Bloomberg Radio.
Where Pittsburgh comes to talk. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, I know a little bit about haddock. That's a wise choice. That's a mighty good fish, is it not? Pretty cool stuff. All right, listen, here's what I want to talk about, getting ready for my guest after Pat gets you caught up at 7. You know, we normally save the sports stuff for the Coons Market Black and Gold Sunday show or when I'm out and not here doing my social media thing. And by the way, we're going to be doing a lot of special things leading up to the draft. And if you don't follow me on social media across the brand that is X and, of course, tied into KDK, all of this, and Odyssey, my YouTube page, page. Subscribe. All sorts of good stuff there, just like our YouTube page at KDKA. And, of course, Instagram, both places, and TikTok as well, and Facebook. We are really got some things in the works now to really kind of get you up close and personal and talk about some things you may not be aware of. But tomorrow night, I'll be live a little after 4 on my social media platform. We're going to be talking about some of the biggest drafts the Steelers have had as far as that have really paid dividends for them, some of the great players who've gone into the Hall of Fame. We're also going to be talking about some of the players that the Steelers should be leaning in towards, and I think you'll find some of the names and what they do and who they are rather fascinating. So if you can spend a little time with me tomorrow night, Facebook Live, across my platform that is social media, a little after 4, feel free. My buddy Dale Brellock and I are going to be talking all sorts of things. We're going to be at the Coons Market in Hopewell. So if you want to stop out and spend some time with us, get some food and hang out, we'd love to see you there. And then later that night, going to do a doubleheader tomorrow, going to be in Beaver Falls on 7th Avenue at that Hall of Achievement for the coach, the magical coach, Larry Bruno, who was the head coach of Joe Namath, who won Super Bowl III. And as a matter of fact, I heard an interview today with the great Ernie Accorsi, who many years in the front office of people like the New York Giants, one of my all-time favorites, talked about that Super Bowl III, and I didn't realize this, and we'll talk about this tomorrow night with Steve Higgins, who was one of the many people responsible for this incredible place that's full of all sorts of memorabilia, not just Joe Namath, but a lot of Joe stuff is there for sure. But they were a 17-point underdog going into that game against another guy from this part of the world, Johnny Unitas, who grew up right here in Pittsburgh. So we're going to do that. We're going to talk about the draft in general and kind of talk about the brand and why it's grown and who they are. And as a matter of fact, the NFL has really reached out to this incredible Hall of Achievement because they're going to be coming there and doing some features to tie into their draft coverage. And we're going to show you some of that place. But also, they're going to be having a big draft party, that Hall of Achievement, under that Larry Bruno, Joe Namath headline at the Carnegie Library in Beaver Falls on 7th Avenue the Wednesday night before. So this thing is epic. It's not just in the city of Pittsburgh. It's everywhere. And I know people are going to be stocking up on groceries and having like these draft parties at home. I mean, really, it's kind of like the big game, the Super Bowl, more than one day. And if you're in the business of any type of business in downtown Pittsburgh, it's going to be cha-ching time. So it's going to be huge. And, of course, the Coons Market Black and Gold Sunday Show will continue to get you caught up. Odyssey, Radio Row, the Big K Morning Show throughout the day, KDKA, Y108, Star 100.7, and 93.7 The Fan. So I haven't anticipated anything like this in a long time. And as far as the city is concerned, and maybe even the region, in my 40-plus years of broadcasting in all medias, I don't know if I've ever covered anything this big. So we're going to be doing a lot of unique things as we move forward, and we're going to be having some fun, too. So I hope that you'll stay with me along the way. And also on the Coons Market Black and Gold Sunday Show, the head football coach at Seneca Valley, former Green Bay Packer. He is Coach Barkley. He'll be dropping by every Sunday through the draft at noon. And we have everything that you need when it comes to the National Football League and the draft coming to Pittsburgh. The fountain is on, the city is revved up, and we are ready to rock and roll. And it all starts 14 days or so from right now. I can't wait. All right, stay with us. Joe Giordano, former Pitt baseball coach and member of that great prestigious staff at IMG Academy, talks about the skill set and why Connor Griffin was one of the smartest things this organization has ever done, and how they might just be more than competitive, but maybe even a pennant-winning or World Series champion team within the next few years. Stay with us. That's next. Your Pratt Pack, KDKA.
Every Tuesday morning at 7:20, listen for Inside Independence Health, a look at all things healthcare with the experts from Independence Health System. It's brought to you by Independence Health System. Expert care here. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, covered by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company.
You've probably heard all those ads for life insurance. Just a few dollars a day, apply online in minutes, no medical exam. Simple, easy, and cheap, right? Now you're thinking, maybe I should get a quote. Well, smart thinking. Everyone should have life insurance. But here's what they don't tell you. Those few dollars a day rates, they're for young people in perfect health. That's why everyone calls Big Lou the 50 to 60-year-old not-so-perfect candidate. Like you. You take prescription meds, and you're overweight. Winner, fried chicken dinner. Well, Big Lou works with life insurance companies that want people like you, with no surprises after you apply. In fact, if you're a 50-year-old guy with a few health glitches, Lou could probably find you $1 million of term life coverage for about $200 a month. So, yeah, you need life insurance. But unless you're young and healthy, you gotta call Big Lou, because he's like you, older, heavier, and on meds, too. Get a quote right now at 800-200-1966, 800-200-1966, or biglou.com.
I never thought of myself as the type to settle down. Never knew where the team's next lunch was coming from. But then I met you, Easy Cater.
Workplaces everywhere are saying, I do want delicious food at work, and they're ordering from beloved restaurants with Easy Cater.
You were reliable. You had great options for every budget, even when marketing ops did keto again. We got through that together. With you, it's just so easy. Easy Cater, will you keep showing up at my workplace forever?
Find love at first lunch. Order at easycater.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 60 degrees under sunny skies at Pittsburgh International at 7 o'clock. I'm Pat Septak. The news is brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick with their famous lifetime warranty on materials and labor. Trust PJ.com. Iran, the U.S., and Israel have agreed to a 2-week ceasefire, although each side has presented different terms. Iran says that the deal would allow it to formalize the charging of ships passing through the strait. Vice President J.D. Vance, speaking to reporters before leaving for Hungary, said that there are a lot of agreements, but that ceasefires are always messy.
The president's talked about sanctions relief. The president's talked about economic partnerships and things like that. That's not going to happen unless the Iranians make a firm commitment to stop anything close to the development of a nuclear weapon.
Locally, new numbers are out regarding roadway crashes over the Easter weekend. State police say they investigated 532 vehicle crashes over the holiday weekend. That's up 5 from last year. These stats only involve highways patrolled by the state police and not those handled by municipal police departments. Of the cases handled by state police, impaired driving was a factor in 42 accidents, 2 of which were fatal. Well, with all the talk about the draft, you may be wondering what the host team has planned for the hundreds of thousands of people expected to be here for it. News Radio KDKA's David Bollerado has more on that.
The team announced details this morning of their 12,000-square-foot Steelers Country interactive space. Among the things you'll find there, a display that's designed to give you the feel of a die-hard Steelers fan's basement back in the 1970s. Plus, there will be a display featuring the team's 6 Super Bowl rings, a terrible towel art piece, yard games, and more. It will all be free to attend during draft hours. David Bollerado, News Radio KDKA.
And we have big news for food lovers here in Pittsburgh. The Michelin Guide is expanding into the Great Lakes, and our city is officially on the map. News Radio KDKA's Tamara Rush has the details.
The Michelin Guide is shining a spotlight on the city's chefs and growing foodie scene. Perry Ivory of Visit Pittsburgh calls it a milestone for the city.
Recognition from the Michelin Guide will encourage visitors to stay longer, explore more neighborhoods, and experience more of Pittsburgh's restaurants, bakeries, and markets.
The new American Great Lakes edition will also cover Cleveland, Detroit, Indianapolis, Milwaukee, and Minneapolis. Inspectors are already scouting restaurants with the full list set for 2027. Tamira Rush, News Radio KDKA.
KDKA Sports. The Pirates lost to San Diego 8-2 at PNC Park today. The Padres taking 2 of 3 games in that series. The big excitement for Pirate fans didn't come during the game, but before the first pitch today, when it became official that 19-year-old Connor Griffin had been extended 9 years and a reported $140 million deal. Griffin says he's pumped to be a Pirate.
I'm pumped to go compete. The goal is to win. The goal is to win a World Series, and I think we got a great clubhouse to go do that, and I'm pumped to be a part of it. Can't wait to continue to get better as a player and just continue to grow as a person as well.
Next up for the Bucks, after a day off tomorrow, they'll try to get back on the winning path as they travel to Chicago to face the Cubbies. KDKA radio news time is 7:03. It's 60 degrees under sunny skies in Pittsburgh. I'm Pat Septak. Our next update at 7:30 on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio KDKA.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-284-1238. 800-284-1238. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-284-1238.
Embark on an unforgettable journey through Japan and South Korea with AAA, April 3rd through the 12th, 2027. Sail 9 incredible nights aboard the boutique luxury ship Azamara Pursuit. Enjoy immersive overnights and extended time in port. Experience samurai towns, bonsai gardens, and incredible cuisine. Relax with fine dining, premium beverages, and shipboard gratuities included. Club Veranda staterooms start at $4,569 per person, double occupancy. Visit your local AAA branch or call 1-800-354-8761 today.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
It will stay mainly clear into tonight, a low of 39. A much warmer day heading into tomorrow with a mostly sunny sky, a high of 74. Partly cloudy for tomorrow night, a low of 51. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Ready to start thinking like Wall Street without leaving Main Street? Tune in Sunday mornings at 6:30 for a slice of advice with Kelton Burgess. Right here on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Well, everybody's talking about the deal, Connor Griffin. And when it comes to Pirate baseball, he is our go-to guy. He is the leadoff batter on the Coons Market Black and Gold Sunday show every week. Right after that 11 a.m. news, you know him from his days as the Pitt Panther baseball coach, now with that very prestigious brand, IMG Academy. He joins us now, Metropolitan Window video screen, where you can hear and see this interview stream live. Joe Giordano. Hey, Skip, how are you?
Doing great. How you doing?
Listen, well, when we were doing this show Sunday, I was on the ropes. I felt like Joe Frazier hit me with a left hook. I ended up needing a root canal. So what I want to do before we go any further, I love Pitt. Pitt is known for a lot of incredible things. The Cathedral of Learning, meds and eds, and yes, there's sports teams. But let's not forget the Pitt Dental School, where Dr. Bill Zamorella, who's been my dentist forever, and his son Will, now working side by side with him. They got me off the bench and back into the game, so thank you to that boy wonder and his incredible father, because I'm feeling much better right now. So no more pain in the jaw. I want to talk about something that's all about pure joy, and that is Connor Griffin getting $140 million. This wipes away free agency. This keeps him with the team through 2034. But what I want you to do is to talk about his skill set and why he is such a bargain at this price, even though he's only played a handful of games in the major leagues. Go ahead.
Well, there's no question that when you look at the physicality, the strength, the hands, the defense, everything that he brings to the table is exactly what you want in a type of franchise player. And at age 19, a lot of people, I think that doesn't sink in yet. I'm thinking of kids that I work with every day that are 18, 19 years old, and to put them in a position where they're in a big league lineup, that is a huge, monumental responsibility, and he's handling it so well. And the fact that he's now locked down, I think you're right. I think you're right, Rob. It's a bargain because those numbers, as he continues to grow, are going to become pretty aggressive in the future if they waited.
One of the things that I like to do, I'm a baseball historian. I'm an enthusiast. I love it. We lost Davey Lopes today at the age of 80, former infielder with the Dodgers. And Tommy Lasorda, who actually one time was so nice to join me on the Coons Market Black and Gold Sunday show, an interview that I'll never forget. I've always loved the Dodger blue. And I think about Russell. I think about Say. I think about Garvey. He was meaning Davey Lopes, all-star, won himself a championship, managed for a little bit in the league. Lifetime hitter like 275, 280, but he had an incredible skill set. So fast forward, if a Davey Lopes is playing today, he's probably making $15 to $20 million a year. So what I'm saying, even though $140 million is nothing to sneeze at, if this young man develops even to half of what we think he can do, it's going to be a bargain for this organization, correct?
I completely agree with you. I mean, again, you look, the last time we talked, we were talking about kind of that developing a player and then jumping into free agency. And in Division I, it's developing a player to mid-major and then jumping into the portal. It's really the same thing. And the Pirates have eliminated that with signing him to this long-term deal. Because every arrow points straight up with this guy, and deservingly so. And it's pretty cool that we'll be able to watch him grow into the player that I believe everybody feels he's going to be.
For some reason, people...
And he's pretty good now. Let me put it that way.
Absolutely. 2 big hits yesterday, no doubt. Here's the thing. A lot of people push back because he's 6'4", too tall, too muscular. Well, look, A-Rod did okay there, and I think O'Neal Cruz had a lot of hope there as well, but we'll see where he eventually ends up defensively, but he's been really great hitting the baseball. Talk about why shortstop is such an important position and why he has the tools to star at it and get a lot of gold gloves during his career moving forward. Him at shortstop, Connor Griffin. Go ahead, Skip.
Well, I just look at it. You think of every team, and 9 out of 10 had a great shortstop. And look at Jeter. I mean, you look at guys that Cal Ripken. I mean, Bert Campaneris. We're going back a few years there, but you look at all of those great players that could handle the glove, and they're the guy that's working the infield, working with the outfield. They're kind of a general out there, and that's why teams always say they want to be strong up the middle. Your catcher, your second baseman, your shortstop, and your center fielder. That's where everything happens. When you look at spray charts, etc., that's the area of maximum action. Is up the gut, right center, left center. So that's where you want to be strong. And that play he made a couple of days ago, I mean, that's huge and that's exciting. And the height and that type of thing, I don't go for that. I'm a guy that just looks at a player and how he's playing the game, and that's what's most important to me. And here's a kid that loves the game of baseball. I watched the press conference today. He's fired up about being in Pittsburgh. You saw the majority of the clubhouse joining the session, and that shows how close this team is. And they're just like we talked about, Rob. They're playing baseball. It's like a group of guys just getting together and going out there and playing baseball. They took it on the chin tonight, but guess what? They're fired up. go get them tomorrow in Chicago.
Yeah, that'll be the weekend series, and we'll be talking to Joe about it this Sunday, and he's going to join us whenever his schedule can permit, and we're so fortunate to have him in the starting lineup throughout the baseball season. Jeff Passan, who I consider the future as far as columnists and reporters, had a nice interview with him. Now ESPN, of course, part of the MLB network. Big fan of them. Watch him on a regular basis. Look, everybody is looking at this young man as a great player even now. So let me ask you this. You've coached them all. Is it sometimes just divine intervention where God has said you will be a baseball player? Can you really teach all of that to a 19-year-old, or how much of that is just raw talent, Skip?
Well, believe me, there's a lot of things that you can teach. Obviously, you can't teach size. You can do things to improve speed, but the guys that are just gifted, that are really fast, you can improve it, but the ones that are blessed, that it's a God-given talent. I mean, when you're throwing the ball across the diamond that hard, or you have an arm like Clemente or the Cobra, Judge, you look at those arms that are so strong, and you're saying, yeah, you can do a lot of drill work. You can do long toss. You can do strength and conditioning. But those guys are blessed with something that they were born with. And then his maturity, that's what I'm just amazed. You put a microphone in front of him, and it seems like he's Rob Pratt. He's a veteran.
Well, listen.
It's unbelievable.
I've seen it only a few times before, but it's usually on the ice because these young men leave their homes when they're 15, 16 and play junior league hockey. I saw it with Crosby. I saw it with Lemieux once he, managed the English language and became good at that as he was as far as his native tongue. So I just love the whole package. But here's the final question and the big question and why you're here tonight. With what the organization has done, and I couldn't be more excited for Ben Cherington and the entire organization led by Mr. Nutting, who did, as a smart businessman, know when to get out the pen and put it to paper on that checkbook. What you're seeing right now, and obviously the Cardinals are down, the Cubs will always be the Cubs, and Milwaukee always had the bats and now a little bit of pitching, but I still think we have better pitching, and Jared Jones is on the mend. He'll be back in a little while. The bullpen is stronger, but the thing the Pirates finally have, O'Hearn, Cruz, Reynolds, they can hit the ball. Horowitz. I think this team, especially with what they have in the minor leagues, will be competitive and maybe a pennant or even World Series champion within the next 10 years. Do you see that as a possibility now, Coach?
Oh, definitely. And, again, what I was excited about is, in that the win yesterday, you had a couple of hits at the bottom of that lineup. I think 4 hits. Connor had 2. And then there were Davis, I believe, had 2. We talked about how to construct that lineup. And one of the strengths going into the season, I thought, was each level of that lineup had somebody potentially. Now, we didn't know that Connor Griffin was going to get called up, but now with him implanted there, we saw the productivity. There's 4 hits in the 8 and 9 spot that turns that lineup over. And you had some RBIs and some big hits in the middle of the lineup, which you expect. But I mean, when you see that balance, Rob, that is, I think, the sign of a good offensive team. And if the pitching stays where we believe it's going to stay, it's going to be fun to watch.
It is. And when you think of power, you think of O'Hearn. Obviously, you think of Cruz. You think of Connor. They've got power now. Reynolds. Up and down that lineup, something that can keep you in a game, but more importantly, get you to have the opportunity to get back in the game or run away with the game. Power always is a good recipe for success in the bigs. Skip, we'll talk to you on Sunday. Thanks for the late call tonight and the last-minute notice. You came through, and I appreciate it, okay?
Always great to be with you, Rob. Have a great night.
The great Joe Giordano, former Pitt Panther baseball coach, now our leadoff batter every week on the Coons Market Black and Gold Sunday Show. Lots of insight from that guy. Bottom line, the Pirates did something today that could pay dividends for many generations to come. And here's the thing. It gives young people a chance to call a player their own, like I had growing up with Clemente and Stargell and Mazeroski, and they can grow with this player as they become fans, as we did of the Pittsburgh Pirates and still are today. This is a really good story, so that's why I wanted to set aside a little bit of time to spend with the skipper tonight. All right, we'll get to some of the headlines, and there's a lot to talk about when we come back, and a chance for you to phone in as well. 866-391-1020. It's your Pratt Pack on a Wednesday night, KDKA.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I opened a restaurant and needed everything. Menus, signage, catering brochures.
Everything and then some.
I went to Staples. They printed it all and even suggested takeout menus.
One money pit with a side of fries.
But now at Staples, you get up to $125 off custom print orders.
$125 off. Now you're cooking. Brand your business in a big way at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in-store, online, or in the app by 4/18 to unlock. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Ryan Shalaba here from the Home Buyers of Pittsburgh. More than 1,000 local homeowners have trusted us to sell their home the simple way. No hassles or fees, just a fair and easy sale. Visit homebuyersoftpittsburgh.com or call 412-500-9057 for a cash offer today. That's 412-500-9057.
Make 380 Auction of Murraysville your next stop for all your spring needs. Great prices on vegetable and flower flats. The fresh produce comes in weekly. 380 Auction has name brand furniture, tools, automotive supplies, pet supplies, lawn and garden, toys, food, and new items arriving daily. 380 Auction is open Tuesday through Sunday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Call 724-339-3132. That's 724-339-3132. Or log on to shop380.com and save.
Don't delay in getting that plumbing repair done. Call Palucci Plumbing today for all of your plumbing needs. From trenchless sewer repair and waterline repairs and replacement, hot water tanks, sewer camera inspections, to Pittsburgh potty repairs, no job is too small for Palucci Plumbing. Owners Amy and Nick Palucci have been in business for 26 years, so give them a call for your next plumbing repair or replacement. Palucci Plumbing, 412-782-5050. That's 412-782-5050.
Independence Health System has joined the Center for Organ Recovery, CORE, in celebrating National Donate Life Month and is encouraging people to register to become organ and tissue donors. A single donor could save 8 lives and positively impact hundreds more. Nationally, more than 100,000 people are waiting for an organ transplant, including 7,000 in Pennsylvania and over 500 in West Virginia. This April will help Independence Health System and CORE save lives. Sign up to become an organ, tissue, and cornea donor at core.org/register.
Hi, this is elder law attorney Carl Zachariah. Betty called me last week because her mother's in a nursing home and had given her $30,000 2 years ago. I told her that 5-year look back will not apply. We can get it fixed. Call Zachariah Brown at 724-942-6200 or visit PittsburghElderLaw.com.
The 50,000-watt voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
You believe that regime in Iran saying that they won? I mean, how do you win when you can't hold a military parade because you have no military? I mean, this is absolutely incredible. I mean, it's incredible. And sadly, they continue to try to lash out at Israel. I mean, do you understand you're not going to win that battle? Israel has done nothing but fight since they became that state in the late 40s. Everything Israel has, they went out and did it the old-fashioned way by earning it. I cannot believe, for the life of me, that this little dog that is a puppy compared to the rest of the world continues to snap and attempt to bite the rest of the world. If you want any chance to be able to go to wherever, any nook and cranny around the globe and have any semblance of life, to the current regime of Iran, back down, stand down, sit down, get away, go away. And if you do not listen to what President Trump has told you to do, shame on you. Here's what I can't understand. Why have we let 40 plus years of manufacturing disintegrate from this country? Why is it that we let private equity companies from China come and buy rich agriculture, land that could be used to produce crops for people in this wonderful country? How is it that the United States of America has working class poor, where they can't even feed their family and they're working multiple jobs? So today, doing a little research from the home studio, I love Wall Street Journal. I follow their video page, everything about them. And I saw this really interesting story that we touched on last night, but I got the full video today and the full story with some economists as well chiming in. The middle class, meaning upper echelon, is on the rise in America. On the rise. And guess, and I said last night, I did, 70 to 100,000 is a middle class income. If you want to be able to take care of your family in any way, husband, wife, partners, relationships, a few children to boot, however you're living, wherever you're living in this country, you got to make between 70 and 100,000. And that's the cold hard facts. But now in this Wall Street Journal report that I highly urge you to Google and check it out for yourself, they say that the middle class income, to be considered upper middle class, where the numbers are growing rapidly, anywhere from $133,000 to $250. Now, that's a great paycheck if you can get it. But I can tell you right now, if you become a carpenter, electrician, a plumber, you go to the building trades, USW, Teamsters, you become a card-carrying member, you will make six figures very soon. And you will have a pension, you will have health care, you will have benefits, and you will have a life well lived. You will look back on a constructive, very productive life. But the only problem is we need people in public office to start talking about jobs. And right now, when you look at what the most important issue in the world is and why everybody is fighting, whether it be in Ukraine or the Middle East, they want the resources that power countries and the world. Oil and gas. That's it. Gas and oil. Those are the two commodities. And we started the oil industry until we basically sold off to the highest bidder, which eventually became OPEC, right? But now, natural gas, no one even comes close to us. We have an abundance of it. We are standing on it. Everywhere you are, even in the home, you're standing in right now, preparing something in the kitchen. More times than not, you're standing on gold. So we have to get going and get producing and generating. And more importantly, we have to become energy independent in this country. No more talk, no more sidestepping it. Let's get going. And let's start educating our young people, getting them into the building trades, getting them into manufacturing. It's time. And we will never, ever in my lifetime or any of you listening right now and your children and grandchildren included will never have to be held hostage by some ragtag dictatorship known as the government of Iran. 866-391-1020. We'll be back.
I'm with Joe Potocznik, JP Roofing and Siding, with an exciting opportunity.
Normally, Larry, we offer $500 off any complete roofing and siding replacements. For our spring promotion, we're offering an additional $500 off.
Joe, that's $1,000.
That's right, Larry.
You better call today. The roofing experts, JP Roofing and Siding, 412-829-7711, 412-829-7711. Thanks, Joe.
Thank you, Larry.
Take a break and come out with us tonight.
Not tonight, man.
Come on. You deserve a night out. You're going to miss out.
Miss out on what?
While you stayed home, they won big. They celebrated. They got the suite, stayed up all night, and made memories. And you weren't there. Some nights are too good to sit out. Rivers Casino. Don't miss the moment.
Are you an adult with uncontrolled moderate to severe Crohn's disease symptoms and still packing a backup bag of clothes? Just in case, Skyrizi Risankizumab Riza can help you take control of your Crohn's. Feel significant symptom relief, including less abdominal pain and fewer bowel movements at 4 weeks. Plus, Skyrizi is proven to help people achieve remission and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Individual results may vary. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's. Ready to take control of your Crohn's? Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's disease.
Control is everything to me.
Learn more at skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI.
Hey folks, it's Marty. Turning 65? Are you overwhelmed by Medicare options? With over 60 plans to choose from, it's easy to get confused. MediConnect is hosting free in-person workshops across Pittsburgh for answers you need. No obligation, just advice. Whether you have questions about coverage, prescriptions, retirement goals, MediConnect's team will assist in finding the right plan for you. Call 888-818-6334. 888-818-6334. Medicare made simple.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 59 degrees under sunny skies at Pittsburgh International at 7:30. I'm Pat Septak. Well, there was a bit of a scare on the city's north side earlier today, just before noon. Officials from Zone 1 and the city's bomb squad responded to reports of a bomb threat in the 500 block of East Ohio Street. After that area was evacuated, investigators determined that the device found on a porch was an inert training grenade and was not live. Therefore, there was no risk to the public. Those evacuated were allowed back inside a short time later, and the investigation is ongoing.
And all this is doing is causing unnecessary chaos.
The Pittsburgh Republican Committee is speaking out after City Council approved that ordinance. The ordinance that prohibits city employees from cooperating with ICE. We have this report from News Radio KDKA's David Botterato, who spoke with the GOP chairman, Todd McCollum.
City of Pittsburgh, the current administration, and the budget problems it have.
McCollum recently filed a complaint with the Office of Disciplinary Counsel regarding the county solicitor after county council okayed its non-cooperation agreement. He says they'll meet to consider a similar move here. David Botterato, News Radio KDKA.
Well, the farther you travel west, the more Sheetz locations you're going to see. The home of the MTO announced Wednesday that it is expanding into the state of Indiana. The company says it plans to build 100 locations across the state over the next decade, a $1 billion investment that should create over 3,000 jobs. In sports, earlier today on KDKA.
Line drive left field coming over and diving catch made by Laureano, but a sacrifice fly for Connor Griffin on the 1-2 pitch. Gets the Bucks on the board. York scores. Gonzalez holds at second. It's 4-1. Wow. Man.
Unfortunately, that was not enough as the Pirates fell to San Diego with a final score of 8-2. The Padres take 2 of 3 in that series at PNC Park. The Buccos are now 7-5. They have a day off tomorrow, and they look to get back on the winning track on Friday as they travel to the Windy City to face the Chicago Cubs. KDKA Radio News Time is 7:32. Our next update at 8 o'clock. I'm Pat Septak on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Aetna was there for me as I was going through a rough medical patch this year. I had peace of mind, which helped with my healing.
Those words from a real Aetna Medicare Advantage member speak to why U.S. News & World Report named us a best Medicare Advantage company. Because we show up on calls with members and doctors' offices when requested. We show up with the latest in online tools for easier access to healthcare. We show up for you. Because that's how healthier happens together. Member feedback has been edited for length and clarity.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. On top of home and auto, Progressive protects your boat, RV, and motorcycle so you can explore the unknown.
Actually, we just take the RV to the same campground every year.
Well, maybe you can catch your own dinner on your boat.
Oh, we can actually get pizza delivered there from this brick oven place we love.
Will you at least try a new topping?
Honestly, probably not. We kind of have a go-to order.
Fine. Just bundle home or auto insurance with your outdoor vehicles with Progressive and stay protected when you go, I guess, where you've gone before. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations.
I suffered with plantar fasciitis for almost 20 years. I would try drugstore insoles and supports.
If you suffer with plantar fasciitis, we know the search for pain relief can feel like a hopeless ordeal.
I thought foot pain was going to be with me for the rest of my life. I've been through surgeries, foot injections.
At the Good Feet store, we hear stories every day of all kinds of cheap inserts, expensive shoes, and other failed remedies people have tried that just didn't work.
I was trying all different things. Not a single one worked. And then I was driving past the Good Feet store, and I thought, why not? Give it a try. They wanted to make sure that they gave me the right arch support for my feet. Then it was like, okay, this is different. These make a difference.
Don't lose hope. Give the Good Feet store a try.
I'm so glad I met Good Feet. It changed my life.
Now open in the waterfront across from Yankee Candle next to Panera, or visit us in Robinson Town Center in Cranberry Township or in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
When the power goes out, your life is disrupted. Heat, air conditioning, refrigeration, phones, all gone. Be prepared for the next outage with a Generac home standby generator. After sensing a power outage, a Generac generator automatically restores your home's power, whether you're home or away. Power your life with a Generac home standby generator.
Generator Supercenter of Pittsburgh clients have electricity. Visit Generator Supercenter of Pittsburgh, 1519 West Liberty Avenue. Call 412-947-4472.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Under a mainly clear sky tonight, we'll get down to 39 for an overnight low. It's going to be warmer tomorrow with a good deal of sunshine, high 74. Then warm Friday with increasing clouds and a high of 73. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast.
Pump up the volume.
When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at KennyRoss.com.
Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join us tomorrow on the Big K Morning Show, 5:30 until 10. We'll keep you posted on everything going on in and around town and around the world, plus how you can win tickets to see country music superstar Jason Aldean.
Yeah, I'm going to be there that night. We're going to kick up our heels at the incredibly beautiful Rivers Casino. Honestly, if I could go anywhere for the draft, and this is just me, and I had a hotel, place to work out, do my videos, maybe a radio thing here or there, I'd go to Rivers Casino. Landings Hotel. I'd park it there, leave it there, would never leave there. I'd watch all of it on TV. I'd listen to The Fan, listen to KDKA, Star 100.7, Y108, and I would get lost in the draft. What better place to be? You can place a legal sportsbook bet. You can get a thick, juicy steak, an ice-cold Miller Lite, kick back, and just feel the juice. And the great thing about the draft, and this is what's going to happen, because I've covered things like this before, maybe not as big, G20. I mean, I've covered some stuff that overtake the city. The great thing about the casino industry, you never know what time of day it is, right? So you don't get tired. You get the juice, the bells, the whistles. No one's going to sleep that weekend. I mean, from the 23rd to the 25th, there's going to be people in Pittsburgh 24/7. Listen, I think it would be so cool to be in a bar like the Wyndham Grand at like midnight. The people you're going to see, the people you're going to meet. And I've always been a fan of after midnight. And I know people say nothing ever good's happened. I'm a night owl, okay? And I've done that morning shift a lot in my career. You know that, filling in or my thing on the weekends. I do it, but back in the day, I just would stay up and go straight to work. I love the action, the neon. And Pittsburgh is going to come to life like never before. It's going to be like Las Vegas. It's going to be incredible. But this is what I want to say before I get into some other stuff that I think you're going to find very interesting, and that is nobody, do not desecrate, destroy, litter, whatever, this great city after this administration and all the people that have gotten together and are working so hard to red it up, as now the son of the great Bob O'Connor is carrying on his father's mission. They have done so much. I've driven through town. They are sweeping up, redding up, cleaning up, fresh coat of paint. Don't be an idiot. Don't be a fool. Pick your trash up, take it to a basket, and dump it. Don't do anything stupid, and no graffiti, no nothing. Because I'm telling you right now, we may never get an opportunity to have a facelift like this ever again. Do you realize this is money well spent? And that's why I'm going to give the O'Connor administration credit, Rachel Heisler, city controller, council, all of you. I'll even go as far, throw in Summer Lee, I'll throw in Sarah Innamorato, Allegheny County as well, because it really is going to be one big party, okay? This is going to pay dividends for future generations. People my children's age, in their 20s, early 30s, my grandchildren. Why? Because Pittsburgh, just when the fountain started again, it was like, voila, it was magical. I probably watched that over and over on X here at Odyssey KDKA because that fountain is such a beautiful thing to see. You heard the mayor talking about it. When you come through the tunnels, and I have done it, I can't even count, thousands upon thousands upon thousands of times. One of the things that I do on the weekends after I pull that marathon Saturday or Sunday and I need something to kind of wake me up and I've had enough coffee for the day, instead of going 376 past the airport, down and getting off that Monaca exit, I leave Green Tree and go straight through the Fort Pitt tunnels. And there is not a better sight to behold than that fountain. I missed it. And then, of course, in the summertime, the 250 birthday, the fireworks, the boats. Pittsburgh is in the midst of going to be, a 6-month run that's going to go right into the holidays next year. That's incredible. You know, AAA, 800-354-8761. Let me give a shameless plug to them. They've got this thing for it's under $2,000 for some nights in a hotel. And here's the big ticket item. The late, great John Conley, who always provided the best room in the house with the Gateway Clipper fleet, one of my favorite things of Pittsburgh. You call AAA, you be a part of this draft package they have. I've been trying to tell everyone. It may even be sold out by now. Andrea Benacki was here on Saturday. Alicia Mazel will be here this week. I'm telling you, This is the way to go because you get a great hotel, you get all sorts of little perks, but you get to have dinner and a cruise on the Gateway Clipper Fleet. Can you imagine rolling down the river in the middle of the draft? And then we had the great people, Mr. Corona from the Best View in Pittsburgh, the Lamont. He was here this past week. They're doing all sorts of incredible things for the draft. And if you don't really want to come into the city, but you want to feel that ambiance, you can come in the back door because it will be open. You come to Mount Washington, up Sycamore Street, you go there and you hang out and you get a good dinner and you get to watch the city sparkle. And I'm sure somebody will have the availability there to watch the screen, the television, to hear it, to experience it. Everybody's got a phone. So you could be at the Lamont for dinner when Roger Goodell says, and with the first pick in the NFL draft from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, the Las Vegas Raiders choose. And by the way, Mendoza, who's going to be the first player taken overall, I got to get this off my chest. He says he's going to stay in Miami to be with his family. I get it. But listen, you're going to make some cha-ching. You're going to make some money off Mark Davis and Tom Brady and all those folks in Vegas. Come to Pittsburgh. I'll buy you an Iron City beer. I'll buy you a Permane Brothers sandwich. And Iron City's got this new Iron City draft in a can. My 27-year-old son said it's off the charts. Yeah, dear old dad bought it from Shewalk Distributing for his son. So what you need to do, you need to get to Pittsburgh. And there are plenty of ways to get around the crowd, but this is once in a lifetime. And the reason Mount Washington and the Lamont is going to be off the charts, it's kind of like the 4th of July. And how many of us didn't take that first date that we were dating around 4th of July to Mount Washington to watch the fireworks? And you can get out of Dodge. You don't get swallowed up in the traffic. But imagine being at the Lamont having dinner as the draft unfolds that week. And you never know. There's been so many famous people who have eaten there. And Mr. Corona was telling me about people like Wayne Gretzky, Mario Lemieux, so many others. And you got to believe that some of that star power is going to go to the Lamont. I mean, it's the room with a view, right? So I had to get that off my chest. I'm excited about the draft. It's coming up, 2 weeks from tonight. I got to put my dancing shoes on. Anyway, we'll take a short break. Now we're going to talk about some stuff that's going to get you all fired up. So stay with me. It's your Pratt Pack tonight for a Wednesday on KDKA.
When you need to know, depend on the news leader. At home, in your car, or at work. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM, AM 1020, and KDKA-radio.com.
Warmer weather rolling in. Heavy rain, strong winds, and sudden damage. ServiceMaster Greater Pittsburgh responds immediately, 24/7, 365. Demand the yellow van.
The yellow van. Call ServiceMaster.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Pittsburgh's very own board-certified and licensed hypnotherapist Dan Bitchoff of the PA Hypnosis Center is here to help you. He has helped train U.S. Olympic team members control their brains, stay relaxed, focused, and in control, giving them the edge for the gold. He's recognized by many organizations around the world as one of the top hypnotherapists anywhere. He has gotten over 3,000 people to give up cigarettes for good in the last 22 years. He's helped folks even who've tried gastric bypass to lose weight. He can help you and give you a 98% success guarantee. Call 724-934-8446. That's Dan Bitchoff, the PA Hypnosis Center. Mention KDKA and get $50 off any program. But call for a free consultation today, 724-934-8446. The PA Hypnosis Center with Dan Bitchoff. Make that call today, 724-934-8446.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-284-1238. 800-284-1238. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-284-1238.
April showers bring great savings to Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. In our meat department, all natural whole pork tenderloins are $2.99 a pound. In the produce department, Fresh Express Caesar salad kits, 9.8 to 10.75 ounce bags, 2 for $7. In the deli department, 3-pack street taco meals, $5.99 each. Additional savings, selected varieties of Folgers coffee, 9.6 ounce cans or 10-count K-cups, $6.99 each.
At Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
The smartest way to spend your money is not to. Straight Talk offers free 5G phones for new and existing customers on Verizon's 5G network. So the refund money I don't spend on that free phone is the refund money I get to keep for my family. Smart.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
Why would you ask a financial advisor permission to spend your own retirement money? There's something wrong with this system. Tune in for a different kind of retirement show with Greg Ayler. Now at a new time, Saturdays at 5 on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Pittsburgh's 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, he is the Republican chair in Allegheny County and also running for lieutenant governor. Jason Ritchie will be here in just a couple of moments. And, you know, I was talking earlier about this campaign situation as far as $1 million by Stacey Garrity being raised and $10 million by the gubernatorial candidate that is the incumbent governor, Josh Shapiro. But I'm going to say this again. Forget about those numbers, okay? The real numbers are the employees and employers of hopefully many more Pennsylvanians in the coming years because of manufacturing coming back. And I know Josh Shapiro has been at some ribbon-cutting ceremonies, and he's all for creating jobs, but I just see a clearer path with the state treasurer, Stacey Garrity. So I'm going to talk to Jason Ritchie. Something he said a couple of months back on my show, that he believes the Republican Party is the party of the working class. So maybe there is some truth to that. One of the reasons why Stacey Garrity is going out visiting all of these sites and why many people in the building trades and those who are card-carrying union members in manufacturing, Teamsters, steel workers, coal miners, are starting to look towards Stacey Garrity. And he, who grew up in Aliquippa, the height of the steel industry and then the bottom of the steel industry, knows all too well why manufacturing is the best way to build back Pennsylvania. You know, recent census numbers have shown us that more and more people continue to exit Pennsylvania as opposed to staying in Pennsylvania. And let me give you an idea. As much as I'm willing to give credit where credit is due to leaders who are now a part of Allegheny County, I'm also quick to say it's not just because of the current regime, but it has been others who have served Allegheny County that haven't carried out that mission as far as job creation and manufacturing. Listen, when I was growing up as a kid, there were 225,000 steelworker jobs, card-carrying U.S. steelworkers in and around this region. Well, now that number is about 25,000, which is good, and I think upon U.S. Steel that number will grow. But Allegheny County was always the big dog on the block. It was the heartbeat. It was the pulse. It was the clanging, the banging, the smokestacks, and it was a lot of revenue being pumped into this community we call home. Well, if you think about where we have started to have trouble in Western Pennsylvania when it comes to job creation, it's very simple. It's manufacturing. And manufacturing has pretty much disappeared in Allegheny County. One of the reasons why Washington County, and let it be known, the very first natural gas drilling site, history will always know it to be Washington County. Listen, we've had Larry Maggi on many times, the county commissioner of Washington, who has said over and over that they are booming. My oldest son lives down there in Peters Township. I get it. I see what's happening, and the reason it's happening is because of job creation, agriculture, natural gas, and you can still have all the bells and whistles, meaning Main Street, that come with it. Little communities like Washington, PA, are finding a bit of rebirth right now. Had a chance to talk to the mayor of that community at the Eastern Atlantic States Regional Council of Carpenters open house last year, and I'm sure I will run into him this year when we broadcast my Saturday show. It's an entire broadcast from 5 o'clock in the morning until 1 in the afternoon, May 2nd, the Carpenters open house. And I'll say it again, if you have a young person who's getting ready to graduate from high school, or you have graduated from college and you like to build things and you can't find a career in your chosen degree, lean in on this open house. Bring the entire family. Lots of good information, lots of demonstrations. But more importantly, you're going to see, as I like to say, the future of Pennsylvania is under that hard hat, or the person wearing the work boots or wearing a tool belt. The men and women of Pennsylvania for the future, it's the building trades. And we have these 2 data centers that are going to employ thousands of members of the building trades, and you're going to have thousands of people connected and directly and indirectly making a living because of it. And because of giant commitments from people like Zuckerberg and Facebook and Beaver County signing 20-year deals to get that power to generate all of their data, this is the start of something so big that it could actually add as many as 500,000 jobs. That's right, 500,000 good-paying jobs in the building trades or working on-site at these locations in the next 25 to 30 years. And what was I talking earlier about the Wall Street Journal and upper middle class? 133,000 to 250, and that's precisely what they said. Not a little over 130, but 133,000 to 250. Now, I know if you're not even close and you're a young person, you're saying, that'll never happen. But I've seen it happen. I've seen people get out of high school, become a carpenter, start a business on the side, work a full day with the carpenters, and are making well over 6 figures, and are homeowners in their 20s, knowing that in the next 30 years they keep their nose clean and stay the course. They're going to get a pension. They're going to get great health care. That's what we're talking about in America right now. And I get so upset because so many people say, well, unions and Democrats go hand in hand, and Republicans and unions don't. That's malarkey. It should be about an individual who is out promoting, whether you be a Democrat, like I've seen with Jay Costa, or you be a Republican like State Senator Devlin Robinson. They both promote the building trades. They understand the significance of it. I'm a Democrat, will be till the last breath I take on this earth. But I know to make America great, if you will, or even better than great, you got to have a healthy union. You got to have the carpenters, electricians, and plumbers. But more importantly, they're always looking for recruits, but they deliver. You get an opportunity to get paid while you learn. You don't get out of college with 10 to 15 years of student loan debt. And the other thing that the building trades do, when you create jobs and you bring more of a tax base into public schools, school districts grow. They get healthy. They get wealthy. They get wise. They build better roads and bridges. You have a healthier Main Street, and people are making a good paycheck. So what can they do? They can educate their children. You see, one of the things that this Wall Street Journal report said today that was staggering, if you are that family making between $70,000 and $100,000 a year, that's a good wage. It's a great wage. But the problem, because of so many of these amazing places of higher learning having to charge more because numbers going down, to basically send your child to a above average school, it's going to cost you $100,000 if you want to help them. Or they're going to be in debt $100,000 before they get that first job or sign that very first paycheck. You don't want to see it that way. But when you have more of a middle class, whether it be 70 to 100,000 or that upper middle class, which they say has been growing over the last 3 years between 133 and 250,000, you'll be able to educate your children. You'll be able to have more work out there for people from all walks of life who basically have a certain skill set that they're getting paid more than a livable wage, a wage that they can afford all of the things that a good life is about. A home, a car, a vacation, groceries, being a part of your community, helping the tax base of the place you call home, adding census numbers as opposed to subtracting. Look, I was never a whiz at math. I used to panic whenever they would say, here's the chalk, work the problem out on the board. But one thing I do know, when you add good paying jobs, working class, hard hat jobs, it helps everyone grow. We're going to talk to Jason Ritchie. He wants to be your lieutenant governor next on Rob Pratt Wednesday night, KDKA.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
Pittsburgh Mayor Corey O'Connor, very atypical with the NFL draft and all the things that are going on.
We're all excited. You know, it's coming fast. But we also want Pittsburghers, and I say this wherever I go, this is also your city, this is your draft. We're going to have hundreds of thousands of people coming from across the country, but we want Pittsburghers to be ambassadors.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
File with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They help you get your biggest refund, and then they help you do more with it. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
No use denying it. Old Man Winter's been hard on our homes. If it's drafty windows, overflowing gutters, rotted trim, or that dreaded leaking roof, PJ Fitzpatrick can take care of your home repair project before it turns into costly structural damage. Don't keep putting it off. This is the best time to call the repair experts at PJ Fitzpatrick. No job too big or too small. They'll fix it right the first time. Visit trustpj.com.
Make 380 Auction of Murraysville your next stop for name brand furniture. Stop in and compare their quality and pricing and save. 380 Auction has name brand furniture for less. Before you buy, shop 380 and save on your next furniture purchase. 380 Auction is open Tuesday through Sunday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Call 724-339-3132. That's 724-339-3132 or log on to shop380.com and save.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 59 degrees under clear skies at Pittsburgh International at 8 o'clock. I'm Pat Septak. A Wilkinsburg man is facing the consequences after pleading guilty to stealing from a fellow passenger on a Pittsburgh-bound flight last year. News Radio KDKA's Tamara Rush has the details.
Jamir Farrell, 23 of Wilkinsburg, was sentenced after pleading guilty to stealing from a passenger on a flight from Los Angeles to Pittsburgh last April. Court records show Farrell went through other passengers' bags while vaping on board. He was arrested when the plane landed at Pittsburgh International Airport with a backpack containing a wallet and credit cards that weren't his. Farrell will serve a year of supervised release, including 90 days of home detention, and pay a $250 fine. Tamara Rush, News Radio KDKA.
A Chicago woman is facing charges after police in Westmoreland County says she stole a check from an assisted living facility, altered it, and then cashed it. Greensburg police, along with county detectives, launched an investigation after being contacted by Redstone Highlands in Chicago in January about a stolen check in the amount of $5,400. Tamika Johnson is now facing charges of theft and receiving stolen property. A state senator says property taxes are driving people out of their homes, and something has to be done about it. On the BK Morning Show, Senator Camara Bartolotta, who represents Washington and Greene counties, says she's proposing a constitutional amendment that would eliminate property taxes. As for what would take its place, she recommends
an increased sales tax that would impact all a consumer tax
would be palatable for some folks. I don't know all the numbers of that. I don't know if that would fill that hole that we have to fill for our public education, but we have to stop chasing seniors out of their homes.
She says other states have gotten rid of their property taxes, so there's no reason why Pennsylvania can't do the same. The vice president is now front and center in this moment, making the case for diplomacy, even as some in his own party push for military action. The president appears to be giving him room to prove that approach can work, but the stakes could not be higher. CBS News senior White House and political correspondent Ed O'Keefe reports.
Should that not work, obviously the president could go back to military action or try some other means. And there were a handful of Republicans, most notably Lindsey Graham, who of course has been supportive of whatever the president decides to do, but had been pushing for military action, now saying, okay, let's give diplomacy a chance, but let's also have the vice president come explain to Congress what it is he thinks he's going to be able to get out of these negotiations. So that may happen once Congress is back next week, once the talks have been held.
There's a debate about the citizenship of a baby born on a plane in the skies above New York City. CBS News correspondent Allison Keyes reports.
Caribbean Airlines ended up with a new passenger on its flight from Kingston, Jamaica to JFK International Airport Saturday when a pregnant passenger gave birth in the air. Air traffic control had a conversation with the pilots.
Is it out yet? Yes, sir. All right, tell her she's got to name it Kennedy.
But experts are debating the citizenship of the newborn, with some saying if the baby was born within 12 nautical miles of the U.S. coastline, the child would automatically qualify for birthright citizenship. Allison Keyes, CBS News.
KDKA Sports, the Pirates lost to San Diego 8-2 at PNC Park today. The Padres taking 2 of 3 games in that series. The big excitement for Pirate fans didn't come during the game, but before the first pitch, when it became official that 19-year-old Connor Griffin had been extended 9 years in a reported $140 million deal. Griffin says he's pumped to be a Pirate.
I'm pumped to go compete. The goal is to win. The goal is to win a World Series, and I think we got a great clubhouse to go do that, and I'm pumped to be a part of it. Can't wait to continue to get better as a player and just continue to grow as a person as well.
Next up for the Bucks, after a day off tomorrow, they'll try to get back on the winning path as they travel to Chicago to face the Cubbies. We have clear skies and 59 degrees in Pittsburgh. I'm Pat Septak. Our next update at 8:30, right here on News Radio KDKA.
The Temptations. And the Four Tops. Saturday, April 11th, 7:30 p.m., the Benedum Center. The Temptations. And the Four Tops. On sale at trustarts.org and 412-456-6666.
This is Dr. Shufo from the Weight Loss and Wellness Center. You know that little voice in your head that keeps whispering, I wish I was thin. I wish this summer could be different. I wish I wasn't so self-conscious in shorts and a bathing suit. The wishing that you could have more energy and move better. The wishing stops now. Picture this. You this summer strutting the beach on your vacation, feeling good about who you are, feeling the breeze on your knees. Let's turn those wishes into your reality. Let's not procrastinate. Call me at 1-800-900-THIN.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-284-1238. 800 800-284-1238. You have nothing to lose, but everything to gain. 800-284-1238.
It started with a single room. Now, more than a decade later, many rooms and outside too. That CertaPro Painters has visited my house and made an amazing transformation. Get a free estimate quickly. Do it now. Take advantage of the spring sales event for 10% off qualifying projects through May 15th. And know that each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. If you or someone you care about is facing a family law issue, let us set up a 1-hour Cordell Consult. The Cordell Consult is a meeting with a local attorney who will give you clear guidance about your options, whether it's a separation, a postnuptial agreement, divorce, or custody. CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell. Licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
It will stay mainly clear into tonight, a low of 39. A much warmer day heading into tomorrow with a mostly sunny sky, a high of 74. Partly cloudy for tomorrow night, a low of 51. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Rob Fracks on the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
All right, here he is, the man that wants to be lieutenant governor, chair of the Republican Party, entrepreneur, businessman, and good friend Jason Ritchie, who joins me now. Metropolitan Window video screen where you can see it and hear it stream live by going to KDKRadio.com and KDK Watch. So, Jason, this is where I'll begin. So I see this story in the PG today. She's got $1 million, he's got $10 million. And I simply said, look, this isn't about campaign funding. It's about putting money into the hands of working class people. And something you said months ago on this show that made a light bulb go off, and I'm still thinking about it every day. And it always seems to get connected to more headlines than ever. The Republican Party really has become the party of the working class. And one thing about Stacey Garrity, maybe the military background, she is driven. I mean, forget about how much money she has in her coffers. She is sparing no expense, and she's traveling all throughout the Commonwealth. And the thing that she is paying attention to is manufacturing, hard hat jobs, and that's what we need to get Pennsylvania back on track. Good evening.
Good evening. Thanks for having me, Rob. You could not be more correct. And actually, those fundraising numbers only prove the point. Shapiro's getting those kind of dollars from people like George Soros and other liberals in Hollywood. He's not getting it from Pennsylvanians. And we are, Stacey and I, Stacey Garrity, Jason Ritchie, we are absolutely focused on the middle class and the working man and woman that are there. And our plan is to unleash the incredible energy potential that Pennsylvania has. We have one of the largest natural gas reserves in the world, and the Wolf administration, Shapiro administration haven't even come close to tapping it. And so with our plan, we're going to unleash the drilling to environmentally safely get the natural gas out of the ground. And we're going to get it to places like we're going to create an LNG plant in Philadelphia, which will simply cool the gas and get it around the world. Well, what that's going to do is that's going to bring in manufacturing jobs. They're going to want that low energy, that cost that we're going to bring to Pennsylvania. It's going to lower the utility bills for everyone. We think it's going to bring in, our estimates show that unleashing the natural gas will create $5 billion in new revenue. And we can use that to bring down property taxes, income tax, and the death tax. And that's going to make housing more affordable, and it's going to create 250,000 new jobs. It's crazy that we have this energy and manufacturing potential here in Pennsylvania, and we don't use it.
Well, you know, I've said stars are aligned. Certain things just happen for a reason, and the reason is they were meant to be. Can you think of anybody better than a 1-2 punch of Garrity and Jason Ritchie to promote manufacturing and to help natural gas actually get going? I mean, it's fate. It's really hard to believe that you two fell together in this gubernatorial race. It's a win-win.
It's a win-win, but it was not fate. Rob, I'll admit I was not seeking this job. I wasn't looking for this job, but Stacey reached out to me. and gave me a call, and she said, we are the perfect match to turn Pennsylvania around and really get us going to a place where we're not one of the top 5 states of people fleeing the state, that we are actually booming. And that call was followed up from a call from Senator McCormick, also urging me to run. And when I talked to them and I considered the stakes, I felt like, if I get involved, we can have a strong ticket, we can win. And it's a great way for me to be able to help out my hometown of southwestern Pennsylvania and Pittsburgh and really get it booming again. You saw the statistics. Pittsburgh continues to lose population. Allegheny County continues to lose population. And it's horrible because we have hardworking people. Geographically, we're in one of the best places on earth, and we have all the natural resources in the world. Pittsburgh should be the energy capital of the United States of America. And I believe with the Garrity Ritchie administration, we can make that happen.
So you grew up in the shadow of the once powerful steel mill that was J&L that eventually would be shut down by LTV. So you saw the worst of times, and yeah, some of the best of times, but it was more the worst of times growing up in Aliquippa. Here's my question. How has it been 40 years and we still haven't capitalized on any type of manufacturing, but now there is a real opportunity? We can't miss this opportunity. We have to hit a home run. We cannot let this slip through our fingers right now.
I could not agree more. And if voters out there listening to me right now wonder, how is Stacey Garrity and Jason Ritchie different than, say, Josh Shapiro? When U.S. Steel was on the ropes and they needed that Nippon deal to save it, and we're talking about thousands and thousands of union jobs. Joe Biden was against it. He claimed that Japan was a national security threat, which was total BS. And Josh Shapiro and his lieutenant governor, who's from this area, absolutely said nothing. They were willing to let those union jobs die, and they were willing to let U.S. Steel die, and they were willing to let a part of Allegheny County die. And why? Because the Democratic Party, and I've argued this on this show for a long time, has changed. If it creates any kind of pollution under their new Green Deal, they don't want it. And we're much different than that. We want to have environmental protections and regulations, and we're for a clean environment. At the same time, we have to be able to make steel in the United States of America for our national security. And we are 100% behind protecting union jobs and protecting manufacturing. And we can grow it, and we will grow it. We just need the opportunity. We have been stuck in 12 years of Wolf and Shapiro, and it's time for a change. We can't just let the population keep going away.
All right, last thing for Jason Ritchie, chair Republican Party, and a lieutenant governor candidate in Pennsylvania, Garrity and Ritchie. So here's the question. With what's happening in the Middle East right now, obviously, we've been held hostage by Iran with the Straits of Hormuz. The president doing everything, by the way, supports Stacey Garrity, doing everything to right the ship, literally and figuratively, and to get the oil flowing again. Now more than ever, we have to strike with natural gas, because no longer should we be held captive or hostage by a regime like Iran. If we get the natural gas flowing, not only does it give us energy independence, but it makes people want to come here for this commodity that we could really get a lot of people working and reignite Pennsylvania, which in turn, Jason, will help the rest of the nation.
I could not agree more. The energy, we are laser focused, Rob, on affordability. People need their costs to come down right now. And by unleashing the natural gas, and, one of the things that people see their utility bills going up, and one of the reasons for that is not only did Wolf and Shapiro shut down the coal-fired manufacturing to reduce electricity, not only did they shut down 3 Mile Island, which is now having to be restarted, their threat of carbon taxes and Reggie and this new deal, and so everyone just knows it's carbon taxes, they've prevented any new electric generation. Nobody wants to build here. Nobody wants to put manufacturing here because they're not welcome here under the Shapiro regime. And that's going to change. And to your point, not only will it help everyone listening to my voice right now, bring down your taxes, bring down your energy costs, bring down the cost of goods and services just by unleashing our energy, it's going to help the national security of our country so that we aren't dependent on what's going on in Iran and other places of this volatile world that we live in. And there's no excuse for it. Pennsylvania needs to wake up. We've been given a God-blessed gift to have one of the largest natural gas reserves in the entire planet Earth, and we don't use it. It's just, it's shameful. And I hope that voters see that and they come out to vote for Stacey Garrity and Jason Ritchie.
All right, one more quick one. These data centers, I'm all in. Beaver County, Indiana County, Aliquippa on the banks of the Ohio River. How much are you a believer in the future of these data centers? And more importantly, not only will we get good deals like with Meta and Facebook for 20 years in the Beaver Valley, lots of people, thousands will be hired for permanent jobs. Tens of thousands of building trades workers will be on site at these places. But I believe long term, it will also benefit the consumer with their electric bill. What do you say about that? We'll close on that note.
Yeah, absolutely. So these AI centers, and you got to know, they run 24 hours. So you're talking about 150 workers per 3 shifts. Those are permanent jobs, plus all the construction jobs. My only thing is, I believe that if you're going to build a data center that's going to, which there are huge energy suckers, you also need to build the power capability to go with it. And when they do that, what's going to happen is, we're going to have a new power generation in Pennsylvania, and the excess that the data center's not using is going to go to the grid, and it's even going to help bring down costs more and create more jobs. So AI data centers work, but they have to work as long as the owner is willing to build the electric generation necessary to supply that data center. That gives us jobs, plenty of energy, and will reduce costs. That's a win. Win.
I have finally figured you out because of your love of collegiate and high school wrestling, a former wrestler. I figured it out because I actually did wrestling on the radio at the high school level. When 2 wrestlers, and I was told this by a former state champion, Jim Hopple in Ohio, are basically, they're sedentary. They're not doing anything. He always said that's the most important part of the match. And I said, what do you mean? He said, because a good wrestler is always contemplating their next move. So you may look as though you're not doing a lot, but you're always really contemplating your next move. Is that a fair statement?
I think wrestling is the greatest sport in the world, and I'm proud. All 3 of my boys, Justin, Marcus, and Logan, they're all collegiate wrestlers right now. And what's so great about wrestling, not only you think about the next move almost like chess, because it is like chess, but it teaches self-responsibility. It teaches persistence and determination, and it teaches how to fail, because when you lose a wrestling match, you're out there by yourself, and only you can't point to the goalie, you can't point to someone else to blame. You have to accept the blame, and it's been the biggest difference, Rob, in my life, and just helping me get out of what was Aliquippa and to make something of myself. I failed many times, but I get back up. I get back out there. I'm persistent and determined, and I know the reason I'm doing this is because I want to fight for Pittsburgh. I want to fight for Pennsylvania. And most importantly, I want to make sure Pennsylvania is a place of opportunity that my 3 boys can come back, live with me and my wife, or, in our community. And that's happiness, when your family's around you. And so Pennsylvania has to be a place of opportunities for our kids. So our grandkids are here, and can't be a place that our kids are forced to flee. It's happening to too many families. And it's time Pennsylvanians say, it's enough of this Wolf Shapiro. We need change. It's obvious that the state is not living up to its great potential. We're ranked 41st out of 50 in opportunity by U.S. News and World Report. That is horrific, and we can't keep going down this path.
Jason Ritchie, thank you for your time. Best of luck on the campaign trail, okay?
Thank you very much. I appreciate you having me, Rob.
I'm telling you, wrestlers are a different breed. I've been around them. They are incredibly trained athletes, but what they do between their ears is fascinating. And I got to tell you, a lot of great people in Aliquippa now doing great things, came out of Aliquippa, a lot of grit, a lot of determination. I don't know how it's going to turn out. I am a fan of Josh Shapiro, make no bones about it. I've said if he's on the 28 national ticket, I'm going for him. But what I want both of these candidates to do, jobs first, jobs last. Manufacturing jobs. That's what manufactures a better future. 866-391-1020.
Now more than ever, we're the station you can trust for the information you need. KDKA.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
My house has a new glow. I love my windows. Universal Windows Direct.
Buy 2 windows, get 2 free. 24 months, no payments or interest. $500 off. Restrictions do apply, but call 412-543-6003.
I love my windows. They've got that brand new home effect. Universal Windows Direct.
Every family vacation looks different. Maybe this year it's ocean waves in Myrtle Beach. Maybe it's lake mornings in Deep Creek. Maybe it's palm trees and turquoise water in St. Thomas. Wherever your next memory takes you, SWAC Vacation Rentals has the space, comfort, and experiences that bring everybody together. And when you book direct, you get the best homes at the best price without the extra fees. Start planning your next trip at SWAC, SWACK vacations.com. That's SWACvacations.com.
Planning for retirement isn't easy. If you don't know where to start, join Beth Andrews of Net Worth Advisors every Saturday at 1 for the Net Worth Financial Hour. Beth shares helpful tips and strategies that just might change the course of your retirement. Listen every Saturday at 1 to the Net Worth Financial Hour with Beth Andrews of Net Worth Advisors. Net Worth Advisors, LLC, is a registered investment advisor.
Want to live a happier, healthier, pain-free life? Tune to Pittsburgh Works this Saturday morning at 7. Jessica Festa of the Optilux Wellness Center will feature all the services offered, including PRP, regenerative medicine, and massage therapy. Listen and heal this Saturday morning at 7.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Hear about it, then talk about it. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, going to kind of go off on a different direction here before I go to the phones, and I may regret it, but I'm going to do it anyway. So I saw in the PG today and elsewhere that TSA workers are no longer at the Pittsburgh International Airport because TSA workers are getting paid again. So I want you to tell me, has the ICE workers is what I meant to say. ICE workers no longer at Pittsburgh International Airport, helping what was once the job of TSA, because TSA now getting their paychecks again. So I'm going to ask you, did ICE serve a purpose at all in your opinion? And do they still serve a purpose? And horribly what happened in Minneapolis, forget about that. Just erase that from your memory. We'll never lose the fact that those 2 people lost their life and shouldn't have. But I don't want you to come into the conversation thinking just about that. But if I were to say to you, ICE, did they serve their purpose? Are they serving their purpose? Or, I'll give you that number 3, were we better off if they never would have been formed, or maybe they need to be gone forever? So that's kind of like 4. So again, ICE, did they serve their purpose? Are they still serving their purpose? Would we be better if they were never really started in the first place? Or number 4, should they be gone forever? I want to get your thoughts on that. And look, I heard nothing but good reviews for what they were doing at the Pittsburgh International Airport from people who worked there, people who actually had to fly, and they said they did great and they were very helpful. And when you look at what ICE is supposed to do, get rid of the people who are in this country that shouldn't be in this country, who want to do nothing but cause bodily harm and commit crime, thank goodness that layer of security was there. Now, on the other side of things, and we've reported it, many hardworking people in this country just trying to do a good thing and create a better life for their family, holding down minuscule jobs but got caught up in it, did not have the paperwork, and they were basically shown the door. So there's a lot of different ways to look at it, but when I saw that, I said, you know what, been beating on the Iran situation quite a bit. We've been beating on the lack of funding in the city of Pittsburgh and what they're doing to get going again in the right direction, the O'Connor administration, talking a lot about the draft and all these people coming here. And I said, you know, I need a hook. I need something different. And when I saw that, I thought, there's good, there's bad, and there's an opinion. Because there's a little bit of everything in this ingredient when you think of ICE. So, my question, 866-391-1020, ICE, do they serve a purpose? Do they still serve a purpose? Would we be better if they never were founded, or should they simply go away? Now, if you can, it's hard to forget, and we never will, but don't focus solely on what happened in Minneapolis. Sadly, 2 people lost their lives, and they shouldn't have, and I totally agree with that. But I don't know if we would be better served if they were never founded, and definitely if they would go away forever. I still think there is something to be said about them, and they serve a purpose. Do you agree or not? All right, lots of folks want to talk. We're going to do that on the other side of the break. I'd love to hear from you. 866-391-1020. It's your Pratt Pack. We'll be back.
This is Barry and Steve Ehrenrich from Petite Kitchen and Bath Design Center, and we'd like to say thank you.
Thank you for making Petite the premier kitchen and bath design center and remodeler in Western Pennsylvania.
For over 50 years, you've welcomed us into your homes to help solve your remodeling problems. Our goal is, and always has been, to avoid the nightmare of remodeling. We want to give you the kitchen or bath of your dreams.
Thank you for taking it one step further. You recommended us to your friends. There's no greater statement of satisfaction than to say to a friend, I love my Petite kitchen, or I'm so happy with my Petite bath. You should call them too.
From custom creation to expert installation, you don't have to go anywhere else. And you didn't. You came to Petite. So, thank you.
And to those of you who haven't been to Petite yet, haven't you waited long enough? PA 625.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Retirement, it's almost here. Are you ready? Well, join Kurt Kanodik and Ethan Lane of Accurate Solutions Group for your retirement blueprint. Let Kurt and Ethan help you plan for your retirement dreams. Don't miss your retirement blueprint, Sundays at 10. Investment advisory services offered through ASG Investment Management, LLC.
Pittsburgh is on the clock. Our comprehensive draft coverage is powered by Bowser Chevrolet. It's more than just the players. It's the vibe of the city. Where to go? What to do? We have you covered. It's presented by Target Freight Management and brought to you by your local AAA travel office and by Groundworks, formerly Baker's Waterproofing. On the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
CBS News Brief. The ceasefire in Iran is subject to what President Trump called the complete, immediate, and safe opening of the Strait of Hormuz, which Iran media say is closed. The White House says otherwise. CBS's Weijia Zhang.
There are also questions about who will control the Strait of Hormuz. Iran has proposed charging a toll for oil tankers to get through, but the White House says Iran must allow free passage.
Israel launches airstrikes in Lebanon, saying it's not part of the ceasefire, and CBS's Elizabeth Palmer in Tel Aviv reports.
Today launched the biggest attacks on Hezbollah since this war began.
NASA's Artemis II astronauts are on their way back to Earth after completing a historic journey around the moon. Debbie Kuth is the Orion Deputy Program Manager.
The Orion systems are operating nominally, remain healthy, and we are just trekking our way home from the moon. So really excited to be just a few days away from that happening.
The 4-member crew will be heading back to Earth on Friday. CBS News Brief, I'm Jennifer Kuiper.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-960-3377. That's 800-960-3377. 800-960-3377.
The Pittsburgh Speaker Series at Heinz Hall, presented by University of Pittsburgh, announces its 26-27 season. 7 events to challenge your mind, enlarge your world, and make you laugh. With Anderson Cooper, former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson, historian Anne Applebaum, financial journalist Andrew Ross Sorkin, and the former U.S. Ambassador to China, Nicholas Burns. The series is sponsored by News Radio KDKA and the Spanos Group of Raymond James. Tickets on sale now at pittsburghspeakers.org.
I'm talking with John Diagardi of Rome Monument about something he feels people should avoid. John, can you elaborate?
I sure can, Rob. When a loved one passes, their spouse and relatives are under stress. They feel pressure to get things taken care of quickly.
Is that not a good idea?
Not when it comes to the monument. Rob, when the funeral is over, when everyone goes home, the monument is the one thing that is permanent. 50, even 100 years from now, that monument will still be there. Families need to take time to make decisions about the best way to memorialize their loved one.
John, how can families avoid making a costly mistake?
People shouldn't make quick decisions under stress that they'll regret later. For over 80 years, Rome Monument has helped thousands of families create a lasting tribute to their loved ones. And when you're ready, Rome Monument will be there.
Great advice, John. Friends, visit one of Rome Monument's 9 showrooms or learn more at romemonuments.com.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Under a mainly clear sky tonight, we'll get down to 39 for an overnight low. It's going to be warmer tomorrow with a good deal of sunshine, high 74. Then warm Friday with increasing clouds and a high of 73. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
All right, here we go. Every line is on hold. So my advice to you is when I say goodbye, you say hello. Start dialing 866-391-1020. All right, here we go. Here's Doc, Slippery Rock, up first, wanting to talk about ice on KDKA. Hey, Doc.
Hey, Rob, the hardest working radio man that I know.
I appreciate that, man. How are you tonight?
I'm great. I mean, I can't... you do a great job, and I really appreciate it. I've listened to you for years, and I don't have a problem with security. My problem is ICE being well trained? Are they vetted? Are these men that we're hiring that have masks over their face? Where our regular police do not. Why do they have to? Why do we have to just have this military presence when we can have maybe compassion and understanding. And like you said, a lot of these people are hardworking people that struggled in here from God knows where because they were in a lot of distress.
Well, that's
we're
why
the land of opportunity.
Well, this is why no, you're fine. This is why I wanted that warehouse to get done as far as the transaction with the government and that private business in Pennsylvania, so they could build a training center, because I think they need to be trained better. And I think what has happened in law enforcement in general, sad to say, because of the defunding aspect and also having to replace those who are retiring every day, I don't think you get a chance to have hands-on as you once did. And you have to understand, even in the last 20 years, being any type of person in law enforcement, the playing field has changed. And sadly, law enforcement always seems to be the brunt of somebody trying to prove that they're doing something wrong because they got a video camera and they can show something that totally does not really depict what is actually happening. And then social media gets a hold of it and it puts a whole new spin on it. So let me just say this. It's not easy being a member of law enforcement. But sadly, you see what these people do to get into this country, to go get a job and whatever, just to have a chance at this land of opportunity. And you have people that live in this country who were born into this country with all the gifts the country has to offer, and they don't want any of it. They want to milk the government and they want to complain. And they want to complain every day who's running the government. It makes no sense.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's no doubt about it. You know, the haves don't understand what they have, and the have-nots want what you have.
Listen, I was always meant to believe that if you wake up in America, the sky's the limit. Anything's possible. And I will always take that with me, and I will remind my children and grandchildren until I have no breath left. You're in America. Every day could be the start of something big. So get up and go get it if you want it.
But the other thing is that we have people coming in here maybe illegally, haven't done the right thing. I mean, they're not criminals. They've done a civil offense. They want to work here and want to do things here and want to be part of us. And instead of, rough-handing them, maybe we should be a little more compassionate and really vet them better before we send them to a detention center.
Listen, I can't agree with you more. That's why I thought I would bring it up. I didn't think it would have this kind of response this early, but little things that just make me go, And I saw that and I thought, I wonder what my audience thinks about that. But I got to tell you, when you think of what happens in this country every day in the way of crime, I mean, this Nancy Guthrie story, it still has got me baffled. I don't know who, what, when, where, why, or how, but if somebody who lives in $1 million home, 84 years of age, can be taken in the night, and you have like a 12-hour span between the time somebody saw her and then they didn't see her, and she vanishes to where nothing, no suspect, not one piece of evidence in the world of security cameras and DNA, it's frightening. And just imagine if you're like us, regular people who don't live in $1 million home and a gated community. What can happen to us or our children or grandchildren? It's scary right now.
Oh, it is. But, that's I mean, what's the odds?
I know.
Come on.
But that's what that's what I'm sure.
That's a one in a million.
Yeah, but that's what I'm sure Savannah Guthrie and her siblings were saying. Oh, Mom's safe. What's going to happen in that neighborhood?
Well, that's what was that pilot, Lindenberg, that went across the United States? His son got kidnapped.
Yeah, Charles Lindbergh.
Yeah. I mean, those things happen, unfortunately. It's a sad world.
It is a sad world. That's why you need law enforcement. But I don't know what you do if you remove ICE from the scenario or they don't come into the picture and you take out everything, including, sadly, those 2 people that are killed, and you just look at what they have done in a positive light, then maybe there's something to it. But I still think we need them in some form, but they got to get trained better. That's all there is to it.
Yeah, you're right. Training better. And why the mask? When regular law enforcement don't have masks.
Listen, I think those masks need to go. Those masks need to go. COVID's over. There's no reason for it. You're not hiding. You're doing a job. You're a law-abiding citizen. Get rid of the mask because you're not the Gestapo. You're law enforcement.
And then have a vetting process when you pick these people up that are illegals, and look at them and see what's going on. And maybe they have asylum. They really have opportunity and have been working and paying taxes. Why not keep them?
Listen, some of the hardest workers I've ever met, some of the best relationships I've ever met are people from Mexico. So we need to look at the big picture, because without these hardworking people who are here legally, our economy collapses. Forget about what oil would do to us if we didn't have it. If we didn't have these wonderful people doing what they're doing legally, the bottom would fall out. It's that simple. Hey, Doc, good hearing from you.
Hey, yeah, good hearing from you, Rob. The hardest working man in radio. Thank you very much.
All right, good night. Slippery Rock, one of my favorite parts of the country. All right, let's go to David. He's out in the city by the bay, the place that Tony Bennett left his heart. We're talking San Francisco. We haven't heard from you in a while, David. How are you?
Well, not too bad, Rob. I got to agree with that previous caller. ICE, the training by all means has to be upped. You know, didn't Kristi Noem decide to give them only 47 days? 47 days. And that was because it was a tribute to Trump as the 47th president. 47 days to be a law enforcement officer and get a $50,000 bonus. And then they get to run around wearing masks and acting with extreme violence. And if you're keeping up with what's going on in Minnesota right now, you remember 2 months ago when the good woman was killed and then Preddy was killed, the state of Minnesota tried to get the evidence at the crime scene, and Kristi Noem refused to give the evidence at the crime scene. And they still have not given the evidence at the crime scene. And so those murders, and they were murders, were seen in broad daylight, and we, the people, don't get justice. The families don't get justice. And what makes it worse is Trump decided to cut off Medicaid to the entire state of Minnesota starting in April. And I still haven't gotten a clear picture about whether or not Medicaid has been cut off for the entire state of Minnesota at this moment. And I've called Minnesota stations, and they are very, very hesitant to bring it up. And their hospitals are going to be collapsing. Their nursing homes are going to be collapsing without Medicaid. And Donald Trump is acting as a petulant baby or as a criminal. You know, he wants to cover up the murders of Preddy and Good.
Well, let me just say this, and I got to get to a break. And I got to tell you, of all the years that you've called in, this is the first time that I can follow what you're saying. So you obviously are into this story. You're not speaking just in, I think, limericks and rhymes. You got some meat and potatoes here tonight, and you're not talking above the head of the audience. You're so intelligent. Sometimes you do that, no fault of your own. But tonight, you actually are bringing your A game. I'll say this. It's not going to happen with Medicaid, and they investigated it because there was fraud there, just like this whole hospice story out in California, Governor Newsom's state, in which you know a little bit about. 171 million in hospice fraud, people that are dying. And yeah, those people that died, horrible. Some could say it was murder. I think both of them shouldn't have been shot and killed. And I think that's the reason Kristi Noem is no longer in that position. So I think the president, Tom Homan, the czar, I think they're doing everything humanly possible to get things on track. And I think ICE, in whatever form it will be moving forward, will learn from that mistake, and the families will be taken care of. Sadly, those people will never come back, and it is a tragedy. I totally agree with you on that. But believe me, it will get straightened out, because one thing this president does, and obviously you're not a big fan, he doesn't really beat around the bush. When he feels he has to get something done for the betterment of the people, he'll get it done. So leave it at that. All right, TJ, Carrick, Anthony, Oakland, ICE. Here's the question of the night. Better off if they never came into the picture, or that they came into the picture, or better off if they basically kind of get changed, or number 4, go away completely. 866-391-1020. More of your calls next for a Wednesday night with your Pratt Pack, KDKA.
We're only 15 days until the draft. Everything you need to know surrounding the draft is right here. It's brought to you by Bill Few Associates Wealth Management, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
It seems like just yesterday when I captured my son's first steps or when we recorded his soccer games on VHS tapes. Those moments are gone. But the old home movies and pictures don't need to be. That's why my son created Legacy Box.
That's right, Mom. Over 1 million families have used Legacy Box to digitally preserve their old home movies and photos.
Simply fill Legacy Box with your old camcorder tapes, film, and photos. They will professionally digitize and send them back on DVDs, thumb drive, or the cloud.
With Mother's Day around the corner, it's the perfect time to get your Legacy Box and save your family's history. After all, few things are as important as protecting your precious memories. Give your mom a Mother's Day present she'll never forget. Take advantage of our Mother's Day sale, which starts now. It's our best deal of the year. Save up to 60% off. Visit legacybox.com/radio and for a limited time, get an incredible 60% off your order. That's legacybox.com/radio for 60% off. Legacybox.com/radio.
Pittsburgh's very own board-certified and licensed hypnotherapist Dan Vitchoff of the PA Hypnosis Center is here to help you. He has helped train U.S. Olympic team members control their brains, stay relaxed, focused, and in control, giving them the edge for the gold. He's recognized by many organizations around the world as one of the top hypnotherapists anywhere. He has gotten over 3,000 people to give up cigarettes for good in the last 22 years. He's helped folks even who've tried gastric bypass to lose weight. He can help you and give you a 98% success guarantee. Call 724-934-8446. That's Dan Vitchoff, the PA Hypnosis Center. Mention KDKA and get $50 off any program. But call for a free consultation today, 724-934-8446. The PA Hypnosis Center with Dan Vitchoff. Make that call today, 724-934-8446.
Julian Gray Associates has the most certified elder law attorneys of any law firm in the nation, right here in Pittsburgh. They also have experienced social workers so that you can prepare a plan to age with dignity that you can afford. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
Hello, KDKA listeners. This is Carlos, owner of Greater Pitt Tree Service. If you have any concerns about any trees on your property, call Greater Pitt Tree Service, 412-884-TREE. We have an A-plus rating on the Better Business Bureau. To serve your needs best, we have an ISA-certified arborist on staff. We have 32 years experience, 412-884-TREE. We will be your best choice for tree work. Greater Pitt Tree Service, 412-884-TREE. And remember, we did your neighbor's tree.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
You know, I got to throw one more thing into this whole ICE thing and people in this country, legally or not legally in this country. Something else to think about, and I saw that, you know, the TSA agents are back on the job, they're getting paid, so these ICE agents are no longer at the airport. So I started thinking, good, bad, or indifferent, how would we be if they never came to existence, or if they go away, should they stay, all sorts of things, right? Because, I mean, it's just, you worry about the safety of people, and you hear these horrible stories about illegals killing people, young and old alike, and it's horrific, right? And you worry, you have family, friends. You don't want anything to happen to them. I mean, it's bad enough with the criminal element that we have in this country. But I started thinking about Ellis Island, and many of us who are baby boomers, our grandparents and great-grandparents who came to this country, we didn't seem to have the same problems back then. So if the port of entry into the United States was maybe back in New York or somewhere else, California, meaning up towards like Frisco, the Bay Area, would it be better served, and would we have a better opportunity to vet and to also be able to understand who's coming into our country? Because let's face it, New York's got 10 million people. And when you think about that early just flotilla, if you will, that came from Europe and brought millions upon millions of people from Ireland, Poland, Italy, France, who really did build America, maybe would we be better served if we found another place in the way of an entrance to the United States? 866-391-1020. Before we get to Anthony in Oakland, here's TJ in Carrick. Hey, TJ, how are you?
I'm doing good, man. Thank you, Rob. Hey, Rob, if we didn't have ICE, and we got rid of ICE like you're talking, how would we deport all the 20 million illegal aliens that snuck into America to take advantage of America's resources, our welfare system, our housing, our schools, our jobs. If you feel that illegal immigration, illegal aliens that snuck into the country, if you believe they should be able to stay here, that means that you agree that they're enslaved wage also, because that's what it's doing. That's what it's doing. This is totally destroying America. And the Democrat Party...
Wait, TJ, before you go off on a rant about the Democratic Party and these immigrants, America has been destroying itself for the last 50 years. So don't blame it all on what's happening with the headlines today. We didn't get to this point in America by flipping a light switch. This has been going on a lot longer than this situation.
Yeah. Well, a lot of those people. Hey, how about this? This is the main thing that I wanted to call for. The city of Pittsburgh. You guys are reporting on the news. So tell me if I'm right about this. That the city passed a bill. All the council members in the city of Pittsburgh passed a bill that if you inform or associate with ICE or tell and be with ICE or support ICE, that you're going to get fired from your job if you're a city worker. They passed a bill. That's what kings do, Rob. That's what kings do. To tell if you're a city worker and you work with ICE and you're telling them where maybe illegal aliens are at, we're going to fire you as a city employee. That's what kings do. To Rob, kings, they also don't allow the people to pick their candidate in the Democrat Party.
All right, listen, I got to move on. Lots of folks want to talk. TJ, thanks. Let's get to Anthony before the top of the hour. Anthony in Oakland, you're on KDKA with your Pratt Pack. Go ahead.
Immigration is in the purview of the federal government. It was created under Congress and our Constitution. It's not going to go anywhere. And, so that's a non-issue, a non-starter. And it shouldn't, because every country has a right to its sovereignty. What happened in Minnesota, blame those politicians who encouraged those people to go down and interfere with ICE doing their duties. You don't have the right to interfere with an arrest. You'll go to jail or worse. You can't use your car to ram ICE officers. What do you think's going to happen? You can't come to a protest with a loaded weapon. I don't know what you're up to. That's why I encourage black folks to stay out of that nonsense. It's not our fight. You don't have listen, if you want the laws to change, go to Congress and tell them to change the law. But until that happens, the federal government oversees immigration. So what the city council is doing and the county council is doing is not legal. It's unconstitutional. They violated our home rule charter. You can't punish police for cooperating with other law enforcement agencies. Because if that were the case, what if the feds told the city and the county, well, you know what? You know that draft you're having? We're going to keep all of our federal officers out of it. Homeland Security. You oversee it for yourself. I mean, it's not going to happen. And neither should, and those on the council and the mayor should know better. Hey, Mr. Mayor, council is usurping your authority. Under the home rule charter, the police are overseen by the executive branch. You should say something, sir, because you know what they're doing is illegal and it won't stand. The first policeman who gets fired is going to go to court and going to win. So this is just, it was performative. It's nonsense. It's just the crazy left who wants to act like they're doing something, but they're not busting the grape. Good night.
Thank you, Anthony. Listen, I understand everything that you said, but nobody should have died in Minneapolis. I'm sorry. And I think cooler heads should have prevailed, and I think some of those ICE officers got full of themselves and started to push back and lost control, and I think it was very evident in the death of those two people. No, you don't bring a weapon, and no, you don't simply get into the face of a member of law enforcement and shout them down. But if anything, we have to learn from what happened there. So this seems to have some legs to it. I'd love to hear from you. We're going to get to David in West Mifflin. So ICE, because I saw the story, TSA workers back on the job, airport, they're gone. Paychecks are being signed now. My question is this country better off that we had ICE, or do you think they would have been better off, meaning the citizens of this country, if there was no ICE? But here's the thing. If you don't have them or they go away, who basically minds the store? I think you use the incident in Minneapolis as a sounding board, as an educational tool, so it doesn't happen again. And if it does happen, there's just cause, and it's evident because one of the things Kristi Noem did do before she was shown the door to another job in the administration, demanded that all ICE agents wear a body cam, something they should have been doing from the very beginning. So give me your thoughts. 866-391-1020. Coming up, CBS Radio News at 9, and then we're back for the final hour of Rob Pratt Wednesday night, your Pratt Pack, KDKA.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
Pittsburgh Mayor Corey O'Connor, very atypical with the NFL draft and all the things that are going on.
We're all excited. You know, it's coming fast. But we also want Pittsburghers, and I say this wherever I go, this is also your city, this is your draft. We're going to have hundreds of thousands of people coming from across the country, but we want Pittsburghers to be ambassadors.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
Did you know that the only cause of mesothelioma is exposure to asbestos? Did you know that many local area tradesmen were exposed to asbestos and didn't even know it? The sad reality is asbestos-related diseases are often fatal, yet entirely preventable. Pittsburgh-based Goldberg, Persky, and White understands the complexities of asbestos exposure and are dedicated to fighting for the compensation you deserve. GPW can't change the past, but we'll work to transform your future. Call 1-800-COMPLEX to learn more.
Make 380 Auction of Murraysville your next stop for all your spring needs. Great prices on vegetable and flower flats. The fresh produce comes in weekly. 380 Auction has name brand furniture, tools, automotive supplies, pet supplies, lawn and garden, toys, food, and new items arriving daily. 380 Auction is open Tuesday through Sunday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Call 724-339-3132. That's 724-339-3132. Or log on to shop380.com and save.
Get 5 quarts of Syntec Full Synthetic and a MicroGuard Select Oil Filter for just $32.99 now at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Limit supply.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
We asked parents to share their journey of adopting teens.
They changed who I am because I can't see life without them in it.
Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Covered by JP Roofing and Siding. Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company.
Brian Schlaba here from the Home Buyers of Pittsburgh. Born and raised right here. Since 2015, we've helped over 1,000 Pittsburgh homeowners sell their houses quickly and without the stress. No repairs, cleanouts, inspections, or appraisals. We give fast and fair cash offers, buy your home as is, and you choose the closing day. Visit homebuyersoftpittsburgh.com or call 412-500-9057. That's 412-500-9057.
Pittsburgh's local trusted homebuyer since 2015.
Time to bring some fresh colors to your home. Call Serta Pro Painters. Hi, this is Larry Richard. Indoors, outdoors, get the quality job you want at a price you'll appreciate with a detailed estimate. And each Serta Pro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. So schedule your pre-estimate online at CertaPro.com, that's Serta with a C, and take advantage of the spring sales event for 10% off qualifying projects through May 15th. That's Serta Pro Painters.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
CBS News on the Hour, your home for original reporting.
I'm Michael Toscano. Iran is accusing Israel of violating the conditional ceasefire announced by President Trump by continuing its war with Hezbollah in Lebanon. Iran also accuses the U.S. of violating multiple clauses of the deal framework. From the White House, correspondent Weijia Jiang tells us Vice President Vance will be part of a negotiating team.
On Saturday, Vance and top negotiators Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner will participate in discussions in Islamabad, Pakistan, where it was a huge mediator in the ceasefire agreement. And even if the Lebanon issue is resolved, there are still hurdles for reaching a long-term agreement.
President Trump complained NATO, quote, wasn't there when we needed them after talks with the alliance's Secretary General Mark Rutte at the White House today. More from CBS's Ed O'Keefe.
We'll wait and see through the night into tomorrow if perhaps the White House signals some kind of threat to NATO or some change in military operations when it comes to the alliance. Remember, even if the president says he wants to get out, Congress would have to approve withdrawing from NATO, and there doesn't appear to be bipartisan support to do that.
A former Army employee was arrested and charged with allegedly leaking classified information about a covert military force to a reporter. Federal prosecutors allege in a criminal complaint that Courtney Williams of Wagram, North Carolina, gave the classified information to an unnamed reporter between 2022 and 24 about her time in the Army Special Military Unit Delta Force. She could get up to 10 years in prison. A 29-year-old man in South California is accused of starting a fire visible for miles at a warehouse where he worked. Correspondent Jonathan Bigliotti reports.
The video appears to show Abdul Karim walking through aisles stacked with paper goods, lighting pallet after pallet on fire.
There goes your inventory.
Moments later, flames erupt, fueled by thousands of highly flammable products, toilet paper and paper towels, turning the nearly 1.2 million square foot facility into a tinderbox.
A woman referred to as the ketamine queen was sentenced today in the death of actor Matthew Perry.
A federal judge hands down a sentence of 15 years in prison to 42-year-old Jasveen Sangha, who pleaded guilty to selling Friends star Matthew Perry the ketamine that killed him in a 2023 overdose. Echoing the defendant's words earlier in the hearing about her self-improvement, the judge told Sangha, quote, "You're going to have to show some epic resilience." Jennifer Kuiper, CBS News.
Court documents obtained by CBS News show Martin County, Florida prosecutors intend to subpoena prescription records for Tiger Woods as they build their DUI case against him. This is CBS News.
I want to know what's going on in the world.
I'm Tony.
There are big questions that all of us are asking. I want to get you the answers.
How are you?
I'm Tony DeCopel. Join me on the CBS Evening News.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I opened a restaurant and needed everything. Menus, signage, catering brochures.
Everything and then some.
I went to Staples. They printed it all and even suggested takeout menus.
One money pit with a side of fries.
But now at Staples, you get up to $125 off custom print orders.
$125 off. Now you're cooking. Brand your business in a big way at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in-store, online, or in the app by 4/18 to unlock. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
British scientists are working to make toast safer. Vicki Barkridge explains why that's a thing.
Is anything more comforting than toast? Unfortunately, wheat contains an amino acid which, when baked, fried, or toasted, converts into a toxic compound which scientists consider a probable carcinogen. But now, British researchers say they've developed a gene-edited wheat containing far lower concentrations of that problem amino acid. In other words, they have bred a better bread. Vicki Barker, CBS News, London.
Global women's sports revenues are projected to exceed $3 billion this year, a significant increase over the $2.4 billion generated in 2025. That's from accounting firm Deloitte, which said women's sports revenues internationally increased 340% the last 4 years. Investment in leagues and other women's sports entities drives further growth, they say. Michael Toscano, CBS News.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
It will stay mainly clear into tonight, a low of 39. A much warmer day heading into tomorrow with a mostly sunny sky, a high of 74. Partly cloudy for tomorrow night, a low of 51. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
All right, busy hour ahead. All lines right now are lit and on hold and in position, so let's go to work. Your Pratt Pack for a Wednesday night. As promised, West Mifflin, our first stop, talking ice, good, bad, or indifferent. Now that the TSA workers are back at the Pittsburgh International Airport, what is next for ice locally? Go ahead, David. Welcome to the show.
Hey, Rob. Good evening. How you doing, sir?
I am fantastic. Good to hear your voice.
Good. My wife is actually listening tonight, so not too bad. Oh, she went upstairs. Okay. Yeah, Rob, so anyways, I look at the standard operating procedure of ICE. Their job is actually not to go into the cities. If they have to serve a warrant, they use, or a federal warrant or a judge's thing, they would go like to Allegheny jail downtown, or they would go to a local constabulary and get the illegal immigrant off their hands. Their job is not to go into the so-called alleged sanctuary cities like St. Paul, Minneapolis, or the Twin Cities up respectively in Minnesota. Their job is not to do that. Now, Renee Nicole Good and Alex Preddy would be alive had they not been a sanctuary city, because they would have been able to, once the illegal immigrants apprehended, they could go to the local jail, serve the warrant, put them on a plane, and send them back to wherever the hell he came from. That's their job, Rob, not to go into these so-called alleged sanctuary cities like Pittsburgh is, and they just recently voted to not work with ICE. I mean, they're asking for trouble, Rob. They're violating federal law by doing that.
So what do we do? How do we correct it?
Well, you need to have the media quit disparaging ICE. And Rob, I'm not saying all the ICE agents are perfect. There was some jagoffs among them, to use a Pittsburgh vernacular. But, I mean, just like anyone else, Rob, there's more good than bad inside the ICE.
Well, that's why I thought it would be a good topic, and I think people need to be able to see both sides, upside down and right side up. You got to look at the big picture. Yes, where would we be without them? It's kind of scary.
Right. Rob, again, I'm sure that agent that had to unfortunately defend himself against the coward Renee Nicole Good and Alex Preddy, we saw the videos. We know what happened, Rob. They can't spin it any other way. You know what I mean? And I feel bad that they died. I mean, I just wish no one had to die. But all these protesters, and there's a lot of people in antagonize them, too. And I understand, Rob, being law enforcement's a tough job. And I love our boys and men and women in blue in uniform. Me being from the military, I got the utmost respect for them. When I see an officer, I say thank you. In fact, Rob, I was over in, where was I? I was in one of the townships over here. And I asked the police officer, I said, sir, let me ask you a question. I said to him, how do you personally feel about working with ICE? And he says he's tired of the bureaucracy, especially in Pittsburgh. They want to work with ICE. It's their fellow brothers in law enforcement. But you got these counselors who think they're politically correct, or I don't care if they're Democratic or Republican. Officers with officer, federal or state level, or even city, Rob. And he told me personally, it was Edgewood Township, just across the river from me, from here in West Mifflin, past Braddock. You know the area. Yep. And the officer told me, he says, no, I love the ICE. They work great. They work hard. He says, I just don't want to be caught up in the bureaucracy. So it's the politicians that are doing this, Rob, not the ICE. And then you got these people like zombies following the politically correct leadership. And, left or right, it doesn't matter. I'm like you. You say you're a Democrat. I'm an independent Tea Party conservative, Rob. I'm a constitutionalist. They're there to do their job. If ICE does something bad, I'm sure they get reprimanded. They're not out there to want to kill people. In fact, the officer that probably, and they didn't murder Alex Preddy and Nicole Good. They defended themselves. I'm sure that's got to wear on them the rest of their life, Rob. Rob, I know for a fact when the police officer pulls their sidearm, they got to do a ton of paperwork. And that's the last thing they want to do is harm anybody, even though it is their job to defend us and defend, our cities and wherever they're at, Rob.
Well, know this. They better figure out what they're going to do if they remove them, because it could get very scary.
Yeah. I mean, I don't like the idea how they get trashed in the media, Rob, and I'm sure you don't either, whether you're Democratic or Republican. I'm being fair across the board because you're a very sensible guy, Rob. You're good to talk to. You have a great show and a good venue, and I thank you for opening up this topic because it's personal to me because I'm a veteran. I don't want illegal immigrants here. I want them to come here and do it the right way, Rob. Go through the course, take the constitutional course, you got to pay an immigration lawyer. Do it the right way. It costs a couple $1,000, but you know what? They're here, and they're doing it the right way. Them law and Rob, I know it's what do you call it? When the illegal immigrants are here, it's not considered a felony. It's not a misdemeanor. It's a civil crime, but it's still a crime, Rob, and they don't belong here. The word illegal, Democrats, means it's illegal. Period. Plain and simple.
Well, I know one thing. I think we are all safer because they were here, but they have to change their thought process. They really have to change their thought process. Honestly, it's above my pay grade, but I cannot believe that they would furlough or just completely disintegrate this when they know that there is a war out there with these illegals who come here and have criminal intentions because that's what they were doing back home. And there are people like drug cartels who are footing the bill to get them in this country to let them do their dastardly deeds because they have it out for us and because of this president and what he has done to stop the flow of drugs coming into this country. So there's a whole lot more to it, even though that was sad in Minnesota. But the story is it's not even a tip of the iceberg as far as how deep this story goes in protecting the citizens of the United States.
Exactly, Rob. Right.
All right, David. Appreciate the call. Let's go to let's go to Reed. Reed calling tonight from somewhere in Pittsburgh. Where are you at in Pittsburgh, Reed? Welcome to KDKA.
Yeah, Monroeville.
All right.
So the thing about the ICE situation is the politicians that are passing these anti-ICE laws. If you think about the 15 million people that the previous administration let in, the vast majority of those people were they weren't vetted. They knew that quite a few of them had criminal backgrounds, and they didn't care. So either one or two things are right. Either they didn't care that those folks would commit rapes, commit crimes, murders, whatever, or perhaps that's what they welcomed. I mean, the thing we have to understand about the politicians that are anti-ICE, these are left-wing ideologues. So the left-wing ideology, it's what they eat, sleep, it's their religion. So when we talk about the ICE agents defending innocent Americans, these people don't care. Their religion of protecting anybody, even if it's some immigrant that has committed multiple murders, it's more important to them to fight for their ideology than it is to protect innocent Americans. That's the reality of the situation. So when people complain about taxes or crime, my thing is, if you're a Democrat, I don't want to hear your BS. I don't want to hear from you, because if you vote for these left-wing Democrats, you're getting exactly what you voted for.
So, Reed, I don't think you've ever called my show before, have you?
No, sir.
Well, let me just say, I prove my point that there are a lot of new callers joining me that I've never talked to before, and people that are younger with a thought process that they want to get involved. So just for curiosity's sake, are you in your 30s, 20s, 40s? Where are you?
51.
Okay.
I'm from Ohio. Used to live in Los Angeles. Moved to Pittsburgh about 4 years ago. And I can tell you that a lot of the problems that I saw and experienced in LA, it's coming here. I mean, our quality of life, you think things are bad now with the infrastructure, with the homelessness, with the crime. Now, the crime is not caused exclusively by people that are here illegally, okay? But the things that I saw in a state and a city that is completely controlled by left-wing ideologue Democrats, the same stuff is coming here. And in many ways, it's already here. But people have to understand that the people that are passing these anti-ice laws, these are not people that are, the city council, they don't go to bed thinking, how can I work across the aisle to make sure that Pittsburghers are safer, that we have a better infrastructure. They don't care about that stuff. The stuff they care about is the ice stuff. And let me just make one comment about the two folks on the West Coast that unfortunately lost their lives engaging with ice. The reality is none of that stuff would happen if the protesters, which they're not even protesters, they're agitators, a lot of them are domestic terrorists. This is what, if they can protest, you can stand on the side, whatever you want to do. These are people that are attacking ICE members, officers. They're throwing rocks. They're assaulting them. None of this would have happened if these people were to protest, but do it legally. But they're engaging they're attacking the ICE agents. And then, of course, ICE is, their backs are against the wall, and so they react. And then, oh my gosh, now we have, everyone is up in arms because two people lost their lives. Well, those two people who lost their lives, if they weren't getting in there and attacking ICE violently, yes, that woman, she was in a truck, but she was blocking ICE. These folks got in the way of ICE doing their job, and, they suffer the consequences.
All right. I appreciate it. I hope you'll call again. Good insight, okay?
Thank you.
All right. We got Craig in West Virginia. We got Joanne, Point Breeze, Cynthia in Florida. Love to hear from you. So, ICE, where would we be without them, or would we be better off without them? Plain and simple. 866-391-1020. More of your calls and much more in the way of some other interesting topics for you to chime in on before we get out of here at 10 o'clock. Your Pratt Pack, KDKA.
Your source for official traffic information. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
We're certainly living in a wild, crazy, and unpredictable world. We never know what to expect on the news when we wake up in the morning. For many of us, it causes anxiety, fear, and a feeling of being totally overwhelmed. This is Dr. Shufo from the Weight Loss and Wellness Center. All that anxiety raises our stress levels caused by our cortisol hormone. Increased cortisols can create belly fat. To help, we have Belly Be Gone, Stress Release, and Zenxiety. They work. They really do. Call me at 1-800-900-THIN.
A luxury vacation home where the only decision is pool time or beach time. Your own private indoor pool, a real movie theater, a kitchen big enough for everyone to cook together. Whether it's a deep water dock on the lake or a private path to the ocean, SWAC Vacation Rentals has the place where this summer's memories are made. And when you book direct, you skip the extra platform fees and you get the best price. Give yourself something better to look forward to this year. Let's be honest, you've earned it. Visit SWAC, SWACK Vacations.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Friends, this is Rob Pratt, joined again by John Diagardi of Rome Monuments. John, we've talked a lot about how families should take some time to mourn before selecting a monument. So why do so many people still rush into it?
Well, we're hearing that some folks are under the false impression that they have to buy a monument right away, and even that they have to buy it directly from the cemetery if they want to make sure it will be protected.
And that's just not the case, right?
Not at all, Rob. Rome can design and install a memorial in any cemetery, and no matter which cemetery you choose, our total protection warranty will always remain in effect.
So basically, people should never be pressured into choosing a memorial right away and are never required to buy it from the cemetery.
That's right, Rob.
Thanks so much, John. And folks, you can learn more at RomeMonuments.com or visit one of their 9 area showrooms.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Everything you need, every time you listen. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, here we go. Let's go to Craig in West Virginia. Craig, good evening and welcome to the show. How are you?
Good. How you doing tonight, Rob?
I am good, sir. Thanks for calling in. It's all yours.
You know, the last two callers talked about, the people coming into the country that need more vetting, criminal backgrounds, yada, yada, yada. Well, I can tell you this. The last two presidents I voted for, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, they don't have a criminal background. And the person they voted for in the last three elections has a rap sheet longer than the day is long. 34 felonies, over 4,000 lawsuits with one man. 4,000 lawsuits with one man. Now I've said this 100 times on this show, on KDKA, period. I don't give a rat's behind whether they're red or blue, whether it's Democrat or Republican. Follow the law, and you will never hear from me again from this day forward. This is reality. The reality is the 10th Amendment. You know, the two callers ago, he talked about he's a constitutionalist. Well, then read the Constitution. The 10th Amendment says that a state or local officer does not have to follow federal law. It is in our Constitution. Now, do we need ICE? Yes, we do. Do we need Border Patrol? Yes, we do. Just follow the law, and you're going to have no ifs, ands, buts for me. Take the mask off, put a name tag on, put a body cam on, and at that point, they keep saying they're wearing the mask for doxing. They're wearing the mask so that they cannot be identified in court, like what happened up in Minneapolis. Now, this is how it works. If a city such as Butler decides they're going to work with ICE, now this is another part of the 10th Amendment. There's 4 training courses in this country: New Mexico, South Carolina, Louisiana, and I believe Washington, D.C. A state or local officer has to go through a minimum of 6 weeks training. Do you think any of these people are sending their officers to go through that training to learn what the ins and outs are of a federal officer? No, they're not. Follow the law, and you will never hear from Craig from West Virginia again. This is not brain surgery. The two people up there should have never been killed. Now, let me ask you this. You made the comment, and several other people made the comment about the immigrants, the way they came in and with crime. Do you think there's more crime now since Joe Biden came into office and we had the immigrants, or in the 20s and 30s when the Serbian mafia, the Italian mafia, and the Irish mafia came into this country? When do you think there was more crime?
Listen, that's been my argument from the very beginning. Lucky Luciano, all of them, I get it. You're absolutely right. They didn't all come into, and I had people taking me to the woodshed saying, you're wrong, you're wrong. Well, guess what? Not everybody came into this country legally and was vetted that came through Ellis Island, and many of them, because they were discriminated against, let's be honest, couldn't get jobs, so they went to the life of crime or something they brought with them from the old country. So you are absolutely right. We had a horrible crime wave back in the 20s and 30s, for sure.
And this is, once again, this is the Constitution of the United States. If a person steps foot on the soil of America, they have the right to an asylum hearing. Title 8, subsection 1158, Cornell Law Library, and any other law library. They are not here illegally. We've allowed that term illegal alien to permeate throughout this country, and they're not illegal. They can stay in this country to up to 365 days before they file for asylum. We follow the law, and you'll never hear from Craig from West Virginia again. Don't call here and say that people need vetted when the person you voted for has 34 felonies. Don't do it.
All right. Have a good night. I want to give him a little bit more of a chance. Last night I kind of jumped on him early and I felt bad. So I let him get it off his chest tonight. 866-391-1020. Let's keep it going. And as always, as we get towards quitting and closing time, I get all of my favorites. So let's say hi to Cynthia in Florida. Hey, Cynthia.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm good.
I'm so glad I called after that guy from California. I ran back into my office. I looked in my files. Number one, ICE was formed after 9/11. Had we listened to Shah Massoud in Afghanistan, who was murdered by al-Qaeda and Vladimir Putin, we would have taken the warning about a coming attack on the United States on 9/11 seriously. But that guy that called from California, the person who started MS-13, the horrible terrorist group, gangsters, drug dealers, His name was Ernesto Deras, D-E-R-A-S. I hope this guy looks him up. He was working with a Salvadoran death squad. He was trained by the Green Berets. They allowed him citizenship here. And he started the MS-13 gang that created chaos. So who is really allowed to come here and why? And I was listening to the news. They said the FBI arrested a leaker about Delta Squad. That was the news thing I heard when I was waiting. That woman was reporting sexual harassment, but the FBI arrested her. So I want people to read Seth Harp's book, the Fort Bragg Cartel. But we allow people have been allowed to come here, like the people that came here from Saudi Arabia that attacked us on 9/11. Everybody knew who they were. They came here, went to Malaysia, planned what was it called? I can't think of it now. But anyway, they were allowed to come to this country, and they were allowed to come here for a purpose. If there had been no 9/11, there would be no ICE. And now we know recently there are videos that are coming out where these ICE agents have killed people and lied about it, about the circumstances. It happened with people from Venezuela and Minneapolis. They didn't attack those ICE agents with brooms and a shovel. And then there's a young man in California, a teenager. He didn't do anything, and now the videos come out. They killed him, and they had no reason to kill him.
Okay. Take a breath.
Okay.
Let me just jump in here. So if not ICE, that's okay. I'm going to give you all the time you need.
We do what we did
Okay,
before.
whoa. Let me finish. And I appreciate you not messaging me so much so I can get a little bit of shut-eye. But anyway, let me just say this. If not ICE, then what do we do to help the citizenship stay safe in America? What do we do if not ICE, Cynthia? Give me a solution.
Enforcement. We had enforcement before, but again, you have all these guys. Some of these people are Proud Boys that have been able to join ICE. They're not vetted. They're not qualified. They're mentally unstable, and many of them are racist. So, and listen, when I lived in Georgia, when they were doing the ICE raids, they were only arresting people that had criminal records. They weren't going after women having in labor. Saying, "Oh, your child is born here and you shouldn't be here either." They weren't going and arresting people, that followed the law, that were in their immigration hearings. This has gotten out of control. But again, that guy called from California. I'm going to repeat this man's name again. His name is Ernesto Deras, D-E-R-A-S. He worked for the Salvadoran death squads, trained by the Green Berets, and he was allowed to come to the United States and form MS-13. Some of these people in control want chaos here, man.
All right. Woo! We got Bishop. We got Joanne, so it's going to get worse, folks. So stay with me. But I want your opinion. But here's what's ironic about this ICE thing that I brought up in the last hour. This is something I saw in the PG. TSA officers back, paychecks resume, ICE leaving the Pittsburgh International Airport. So I simply thought, are we better off that we had them? Because I heard a lot of good stories as they were working for TSA officials while they were not getting paid at the airport. People who flew, people who worked there, all raving reviews. Not a negative view from anybody that I talked to, and I talked to a lot of folks in my day-to-day. More importantly, even the people that I thought tonight would be totally against them, so far have not. And all they want them to do is be better trained, and they want the mask removed. So if that's all you want, I want to hear from you. Because to me, they serve a purpose. It's the extra layer. And believe me, 50 years ago, we didn't have this type of fear. 30 years ago, we didn't have this type of fear. But make no mistake about it, if you live in this country, no matter where you live, even in a wealthy neighborhood with a lot of security, gated community, you are not out of harm's way. America, face it or not, it's not a safe place to be. For whatever reason, it's not a safe place to be. 866-391-1020.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. If you or someone you care about is facing a family law issue, let us set up a 1-hour Cordell Consult. The Cordell Consult is a meeting with a local attorney who will give you clear guidance about your options, whether it's a separation, a postnuptial agreement, divorce, or custody. CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell. Licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
Retirement. It's almost here. Are you ready? Well, join Kurt Kanodik and Ethan Lane of Accurate Solutions Group for your retirement blueprint. Let Kurt and Ethan help you plan for your retirement dreams. Don't miss your retirement blueprint Sundays at 10. Investment advisory services offered through ASG Investment Management, LLC.
Y108 presents Odyssey, The Night Before, powered by Bowser Chevrolet, starring Jason Aldean. Hell yeah! Buy a ticket to this show. You can only win your way in. Full details at y108.com. Presented by Miller Lite and brought to you by your local AAA travel office. Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration. Ross Park Mall and Broken Bow Records.
From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh.
CBS News Brief. U.S. stocks rallied and oil prices dropped today with the temporary ceasefire in the Iran war. Correspondent Nancy Cordes says there's a complicated path to a permanent deal.
Cutting this long-term deal is going to be a really heavy lift. Yes, the two sides did agree on a ceasefire, but they are very far apart when it comes to what they are seeking.
A 29-year-old man is accused of starting a massive warehouse fire in Ontario, California.
More than 20 people were inside at the time. They all made it out safely. The suspect was taken into custody nearby as the fire still raged. He's being held without bail.
CBS's Jonathan Bigliotti. Jasveen Sangha, called the ketamine queen, was sentenced today to 15 years in prison for the death of actor Matthew Perry. Defense attorney Mark Garrigo says that's unfair.
There's no way that Jasveen is 5 times more culpable than the person who injected Matthew Perry with the drug.
CBS News Brief. I'm Michael Toscano.
What can make me feel this? The Temptations. My girl, and the Four Tops. Saturday, April 11th, 7:30 p.m., the Benedum Center. The Temptations. And the Four Tops. On sale at trustarts.org and 412-456-6666.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Planning for retirement isn't easy. If you don't know where to start, join Beth Andrews of Net Worth Advisors every Saturday at 1 for the Net Worth Financial Hour. Beth shares helpful tips and strategies that just might change the course of your retirement. Listen every Saturday at 1 to the Net Worth Financial Hour with Beth Andrews of Net Worth Advisors. Net Worth Advisors, LLC, is a registered investment advisor.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
It's about time delivery worked on your schedule. Same day, next day, or scheduled in advance. However you plan it, the Home Depot delivers the whole job. From drywall to doors, plumbing to paint, we'll get it there when you need it. Because on the job site, timing is everything. You order, we deliver. It's that easy. The Home Depot Pro. It's about time.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Under a mainly clear sky tonight, we'll get down to 39 for an overnight low. It's going to be warmer tomorrow with a good deal of sunshine, high 74. Then warm Friday with increasing clouds and a high of 73. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join us tomorrow on the Big K Morning Show, 5:30 until 10. We'll keep you posted on everything going on in and around town and around the world, plus how you can win tickets to see country music superstar Jason Aldean.
All right, listen, NASCO Roofing Instant Access. Joanne, this is, you're going to have to wait a minute, as is Bishop. Anybody else wants to jump in on this volatile topic, feel free, 866-391-1020. But I got this instant access from Diane. And Diane, if you're listening, I appreciate what you do. You just got to shorten them up a little bit. So I'm going to kind of just edit this a little bit, if you don't mind. It says, hi, Rob, for decades, under every president, ICE carried out routine deportations without masks, military gear, or public spectacles. Agents wore visible IDs. Operations were quiet and undocumented. People were processed without the chaos that we're seeing right now. And it goes on and on. But I get that, okay? But we're living in different times now. The world has literally been turned on its ear in the last 5 years. I mean, and sadly, you can go back to January 6th, which I don't like to go back to, but that's where we have this great divide in the country. And these other presidents you're talking about, we didn't have such a great divide in this country. And if you really want to pinpoint when it started when President Trump did not get reelected. And I'm not saying voter fraud. I'm not saying anything. But think about this. If he did lose the election fair and square, which I will say he did, how is it that there were 13 other Republican candidates? He didn't participate in one debate, and he not only got the nomination, but he defeated Kamala Harris with ease. Joe Biden jumped out, and I'll tell you why he jumped out. It wasn't so much because of his ill health. He jumped out because that party, that man, knew he would not win. And they basically threw their own party member under the bus, Kamala Harris. She was no way, no how going to win this election. She had no chance to even prepare. They went, hey, we're just a couple of months away from the election. You're it. So let's just be honest about what's happening here, okay? This president is negotiating different times that we have never seen before in our lifetime. And he's doing everything humanly possible to get America to be united again. And it's not easy. But he did get rid of Kristi Noem. He did make the border czar, Tom Homan, go to Minnesota. He did take a call from Governor Walz when the whole thing was happening, even though he was being looked at for Medicaid fraud. I mean, let's be frank about this. We have soldiers in the Middle East trying to help the Iranian people and to save the world from nuclear destruction. That might not happen overnight, but it could happen. But we continue to look at only one thing. Sadly, two people who lost their life who shouldn't have, and a group of people who may not be trained wearing masks. I get it. But guess what? Desperate times mean desperate measures. And have you ever thought that these people were fast-tracked because of what was happening in the country and how some people who were in this country not legally and doing minuscule jobs just got caught up in the whole thing? So let's just be frank. We're living in different times. 866-391-1020. Here's Bishop in Denora. Bishop, welcome to KDKA.
Well, hello. You kind of lost me on the back end of that. He's not trying to unite the country, divide it. Number one, I should be dismantled in regards of retraining. That's one. All right? And any of the Proud Boys that were in it, they didn't need to have them in there. Number two is, yes, they shouldn't have masks, but they should have a role, if they're trained properly, to deal with people that are illegal immigration in a humanely way. Preferably, like I'm going to use this reference, President Obama, how he did it. He did it humanely. And you see how many he deported. All right? You can use it for that part, help assist with border controlled firearms to deter illegal immigration, but forcibly but humanely. You don't need the mask and all that kind of stuff. All right, I have no problem with dismantling and then retraining. You follow what I'm saying?
I really don't. I don't follow what you're saying.
What do you mean you don't follow?
I don't. Because it makes no sense to me, because you want your cake and eat it too. I mean, okay, they need to get trained better. They're trying to buy a warehouse in Pennsylvania and pay a pretty penny for it, but it can't get done because all of these so-called liberal governments are saying, we don't want to work with ICE. They worked with it with every other president. Why are they not working with ICE? You know why? Because they don't like the president. I am from a country and a life, Bishop, whether you're a Democrat or a Republican, you work with the president, especially in times of natural disasters. And this is a natural disaster. This is no different than a hurricane, flooding, or a tornado. We have these crimes and these criminal elements sweeping across our country and destroying communities. We're in a very desperate situation, and desperate times call for desperate people. My goodness. All right, Joanne, then we've got Andy and Ted. Joanne, you're on KDKA. Good evening.
Okay, first of all, these people don't know their history of the USA. And second of all, we don't need that rhetoric from someone coming. I wonder where he was from originally, that you have this negative rhetoric, left, right. I mean, what difference does it make? These are human beings, and these are politicians that are causing a lot of havoc in this country. So when I hear somebody with the rhetoric that he came left, I thought, what in the world? Where in the world is this guy from? It just really disgusts me. Know your history of what's coming on. And as the guy Greg said, we have a criminal. So quite naturally, there's a lot of criminal activity happening because they're following their leader. And the other thing I want to say, the way this guy is talking about taking out a whole community of people, not a community of people, but a country.
Joanne, please. Now, you know better than that. He said, no, ceasefire, Straits of Hormuz. He doesn't want to do that. But what are you supposed to do? Play patty cake with these people? All right, let me move on. I've had it about up to here, and you know where here is, right? People understand things don't always go right, but it's better to have some sort of law enforcement and a military fighting for the preservation of the human race, some 90 million people in Iran. And this is the regime who's trying to develop the ability. They already have the ability to have a nuclear weapon. They're just finding a way to be able to launch it into the United States if possible. And let me tell you this, if this were happening right now and they had the capability to launch a nuclear weapon at the United States, they would have done it by now. And I was talking earlier about this fraud, this hospice Medicaid fraud, $71.7 million. One doctor named more than others in California. That's the place that Governor Gavin Newsom runs. And the Democratic Party is saying that he's their go-to guy for 2028. He can't even run California. They have fires out there, people who have been literally displaced, still trying to find their way back. I mean, what are we doing here? That state is bankrupt, and they're talking about this guy being the front runner of my party? You got to be kidding me. 866-391-1020. Look, the only way my party gets back on solid ground is they go back to what made them hard and old school Democrats, supporting middle class, helping the young people find a clear path to a better future. But you got to bring in manufacturing. You have to create middle class jobs. Why do you think the Republican Party is winning? You heard from Jason Ritchie tonight, Republican Party chair, Allegheny County, running for lieutenant governor, saying the Republican Party is the party of the working class. He mentioned unions how many times? Look, I don't think anybody in particular is actually funding some of these people. And if they are, that's their right. They're passionate about the government. More power to them. I salute them for basically putting their money where their mouth is. I don't have a problem with that. But you, the voting public who are not contributing, should be the voice in the room. by demanding they talk about issues that matter. And that's something we don't do in America. I'm doing it more than these politicians because jobs matter. Strong economy matters because when you have it, you don't have crime and epidemic like we see right now. You don't have people coming into this country illegally. They come in it the right way, and they get a job, and they become law-abiding, tax-paying citizens. Come on. Wake up. America, what opportunity is here? Every type of opportunity imaginable.
When the weather turns bad, turn to us for the best news, weather, and traffic information from the KDKA Radio Storm Center. Presented by Duquesne Light Company. Larger than light. And brought to you by Butler Transit Authority. Online and on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Aetna has been my lifesaver. Easy to understand, and if not, customer service is always there to help.
Those words from a real Aetna Medicare Advantage member speak to why U.S. News & World Report named us a best Medicare Advantage company. Because we show up with care management that ensures doctors work together on complicated conditions. We show up with the latest in online tools to make healthcare easier to use anytime. We show up for you because that's how healthier happens together. Member feedback has been edited for length and clarity.
Hello, this is Sarah Botkin, president of Botkin Family Wealth Management. I've been lucky in my life, and I'm grateful to the clients who've helped make our family-owned business a success. But like most of us, my beginnings weren't glamorous. I remember Ovi and I driving home from our small wedding ceremony 20 years ago when we spotted a great-looking grill out by the dumpster of our apartment. Should we change first or grab it now, Ovi asked. Now, I said. We don't want to lose it. In the pouring rain, we loaded that dirty grill into the back of our car. Ovi in his tux and me in my white dress, and we enjoyed it for the next 3 years. In those days, Ovi would drive me to work to save on parking and to spend time together since he worked nights as a waiter. Those were lean days, but they were filled with love, and remembering them makes me appreciate our blessings today. At Botkin Family Wealth Management, we're interested in hearing your story because understanding your beginnings is an important part of appreciating what it took to get where you are today. Visit us at botkinfamilywealth.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Everything you need, every time you listen. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
I'm about done for the night, but tomorrow I hope you'll tune in. Facebook Live, my social media, Blanket, TikTok, YouTube, X, of course, tying in everything to KDKA, the upcoming draft. We'll be live at Coons Market a little after 4 tomorrow. Talk some pirate news as well. And then we roll into Beaver Falls tomorrow night to the Larry Bruno Hall of Achievement, all about the coach, the magical coach, Joe Namath, and more. And we'll talk about the upcoming draft and some of the players that the Steelers need. So stay with my colleagues. They'll keep you informed. They'll keep you entertained. But if you're looking for something a little different, we go live tomorrow right after about 4 o'clock, a little after, and then a little after 6:30, all here on the East Coast if you're listening on the Odyssey app. And you're missing Pittsburgh and you want a flavor of the draft and what's to come, you'll join me tomorrow and, of course, my colleagues all week long and right up until the draft, which begins 2 weeks from tomorrow. Well, actually, they're going to be talking about a lot of things on the Wednesday night before. We're going to have the big shindig at Rivers Casino. So lots of exciting things happening here throughout the rest of the month. All right, here he is. He's Andy. He's in Butler, and he's on KDK with your Pratt Pack. Hey, Andy.
Hey, good evening, Rob. I'll try to go quick here, but I got a little bit to say. First of all, if you want ice to go back to the way it was before, like you were talking about in part of the instant access message that you read, and kind of the way that Bishop from Denora was talking about during President Obama, well, that's fine. All you have to do then is get the states and the cities who are sanctuary to stop fighting Trump on the deportations. That's how President Obama had those record numbers of deportations, because his ICE could go in and pick people up out of the prisons and deport them quietly without the need for this to happen. The reason why we have all the drama now is because it's not like it was when President Obama was in. And by that, I mean the states and the cities are actively fighting against it. So there's that. The next thing I want to get on is Craig said, just follow the law and we'll never have to hear from them again. And he talked about, don't talk to me about being vetted when your guy's a criminal. Well, I got news for you, Craig. Okay, President Trump was vetted more than anybody else because he actually had his entire past looked into. He actually went to court. He actually had a verdict found against him. And after all that, he was still eligible to run for president and chosen by a majority of the population of the country to be the president. So therefore, Trump was vetted more than you want to admit. Good, because now I don't ever have to hear you talk about that again. All right? January 6th, all of those people that got caught up in that went to trial, went to court, went to jail. And President Trump pardoned them. And just like you don't hear me talking about Joe Biden pardoning his family preemptively for things we don't even know might have happened, because I'm not going to talk about that. President Biden had the ability to make those pardons. Donald Trump had the legal ability to pardon those people on January 6th. So thank goodness, because there's another subject I don't ever have to listen to Craig talk about again. Anyway, Rob, sorry to vent at you. Sorry to be angry. Sorry to be loud. Thank you for the time. Have a good night.
All right, listen, this story just trending. Trib, others reporting. The Hawaii anesthesiologist who was accused of trying to murder his wife on a cliffside hike last year has been convicted of the lesser charge of attempted manslaughter. The jury returned the verdict earlier this evening. This former anesthesiologist who worked here in Pittsburgh, used to live in Mount Lebanon, had planned to kill his wife during a weekend trip to Honolulu for her birthday. In March of 2025, prosecutors said that he tried to push her off a cliff and stab her with a syringe and then struck her with a rock before the attack was interrupted by two hikers who heard her cries for help. The defendant testified that he and his wife, who hit him first with a rock, and he said he was basically fighting back in self-defense. Well, bottom line is he got the lesser charge. He has been convicted of attempted manslaughter. And again, we'll have more on that story tomorrow, Big K Morning Show. Let's go to Ted up on Mount Washington. Hey, Ted.
What's going on, Rob?
It is another interesting night, is it not, here with your Pratt Pack on KDK. Good evening.
Wow. Hey, I feel for your party, man. I feel for you, brother. That's why I'm independent. The Democrats just lost their soul, man. They lost their mind. And let's be honest, we wouldn't be here if Joe Biden wouldn't open the border. Okay? You wouldn't have all this ICE. You probably wouldn't even have Trump if Biden would have stepped down earlier. Okay? His own party didn't want him. He really did damage the country. And I don't hear anybody saying about that woman who got shot in Chicago by an illegal. Okay? Only 18 years old. American citizen shot in the head. No one ever says that. So, I mean, illegal immigration is extremely dangerous, and I agree with you. ICE is law enforcement. To me, what Mayor is doing in Pittsburgh and what the county executive is doing is criminal. And I hope Trump cuts federal funding.
Can I just say, Teddy, let me just say one thing. And look, I'm not going to have any more calls tonight because we're about out of time. So if you're on hold, call me back this weekend. We'll be back, okay? But I got to stay on point here. You know what I was just thinking, and I could be wrong, and you know I admire Corey O'Connor, I admire his administration, I have a lot of respect for what's going on right now, all good, but they're not the only ones. You have other pockets of government who are refusing to work with ICE. Now, this is my thought process, and I want you to work with me on this, and I'm just thinking outside the box. Have you ever thought the reason they don't want them to work with ICE because it restricts people from moving into the community to pay rent, buy a house, take a job that maybe somebody else doesn't want to take? And when the census numbers are due, it makes you look better because you get a chance to stuff the envelope a little bit with more positive than negative. Do you think that could be any of the reason why they do not want to work with ICE? Not so much about the horrible criminals, but the ones who may be here under the radar trying to find their way to become citizens who are actually contributing to a community. What do you say to that?
Absolutely. All the above. Also votes. Also money. Also political influence. All the above. You see the same lady almost every time ICE is in Pittsburgh, all right? She's not there for accident. That's money is coming from somewhere and going into, unfortunately, politicians' pockets. Absolutely. I mean, you can go to California and look at that. But, illegal is illegal. It's wrong. Americans are getting killed. That's just reality. In reality, we had a former president for some odd reason that I've never even heard. 10 million people in? Are you kidding me? That is unprecedented. Okay, regardless of what political, aisle you're on, that really hurt the country. And for Democrats to not to have that come to Jesus moment and understand that alone, I don't understand it. That's why I'm independent, because you wouldn't have a Trump. Trump would have never got elected if that one action by a former president wouldn't have happened. I guarantee it. But Democrats, you know what? Hey, let them keep on saying, hey, get rid of ICE and go ahead, tax the rich and see if you win. You're not. It's a fail. Just like Ron Emanuel said. If Democrats keep going the same way, they'll be out of the White House for a long time. People, that's not what the middle of America is all about. People are not into the extreme. And I agree with Gavin Newsom, man, but I told you, unfortunately, your party is going to vote for something like that. And unfortunately, all they're going to be talking about is the same issues that they lost before. There's no growth in that party. None.
It's kind of scary, though. I think they think that everybody's going to be as nice as they are. Well, they're not. And there are people that have bad intentions. And right now, because of what's happening against these drug cartels, what's going on in Iran, Cuba, Venezuela, we need all hands on deck. And people need to be concerned about the United States of America. You know what, Teddy? I got about 30 seconds, and I'm going to give it to you. I'll ask you this question. Do you realize we could destroy ourselves without any foreign entities firing a single bullet? You realize that?
Absolutely. And also in the Democrat Party, you have a generation difference. The rhetoric they say about Israel and all the other stuff, you talk about somebody 35 and younger that doesn't know their history at all.
Well, they need to get out a book or whatever, Google it, and learn history, because if you don't learn from history, what happens? You're doomed to repeat it.